are. Dude, hang on, Rusty. I stopped being able to hear you over Teams.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Wonderful. You look good too. All right. We can see the chat. We can hear the music. We can hear the scuffle. Looks like we are good to go. Hi, everybody. Today we are doing Peasant Cube. So this is my 8th subscriber tournament, and I have 16 wonderful people here, and we're going to do some drafting, and I will be covering it as best I can. Everybody who's in this Discord, if you can hear me talk about your picks, please tell me. I don't want to tell everyone else what you're picking. Do your best. So this is relatively open deck list. I do recommend you have the stream muted for the draft portion. Please mute the stream for the draft portion. Actually, I don't. It's cheating if you get the picks. But then once the anti-cheat mechanism that we're using for this event is I am looking at your picks. I remember all of your picks and I remember all of your decks. So don't cheat. I'll know. This is going to be a great event. We're very quickly going to go through a few of the changes from our last cube. So this is our Arena Peasant Cube. Rusty, you put in a lot of work. What are your biggest changes today?
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
I can. You sound great.
All right, so biggest changes, and if you actually go to the history section, you can see it, but it might be easier to keep the whole list up. So Wizards is doing a couple weird things. With Shadows over Innistrad, they just added 5 of the reveal lands. So Choked Estuary, Foreboding Ruins, Fortified Village, Game Trail, and Port Town. So those are strict upgrades to gates mostly. So we put in the 5 that are there. So we now have a broken cycle, which is a little bit weird.
It works.
So then I cut the 5 gates that they replaced. Because I cut the gates, this is pretty minor, but I think it makes sense. I cut the 4-drop that tutors 2 gates, Circuitous Route. Because it no longer... So it would get 5 dual lands, but it wouldn't get 10 dual lands. And additionally, if you look in the single color lands, we have the 5 gates. Gate to the Manorborn, Sea Tower, Citadel, Tumbledown, bottom right. So those are all little card advantages. So I really like that Circuitous Route could get you like card advantage by tutoring hypothetically 2 of those gates that seek cards. But I decided that as far as complexity goes, it's not worth it to have Circuitous Route get 5 dual lands, but not 10 dual lands. That's just weird, right?
That makes sense. So what that means for all of you players is that the ally colored duels, they are better than the enemy colored duels. So that's the Innistrad lands like Port Town, and Foreboding Ruins, the ones that you reveal a land to have them come into play untapped. Those are in here now because Shadows over Innistrad downgraded them to uncommon, which means we can put them into the Peasant Cube.
So weird. Yep. So then after that, Scuffle and I have been talking. There's going to be some big changes coming up when March of the Machines comes out.
Very excited.
We're going to do probably like a roughly 30% plus overhaul. Along with that, I think to support some lower power archetypes like equipment, the top power band is going to get brought down. That means that some of the best cards like Counterspell and Swords to Plowshares are going to leave, which is good because those 2 actually cost rare wild cards for some reason, so it kind of simplifies things. We're just going to rip the band-aid off. We're going to cut Counterspell and Swords to Plowshares today. We brought in Swallow Whole as single mana white removal. It's weirder, it's worse, but it puts a +1/+1 counter on something, which is nice. And we swapped Counterspell for Lofty Denial. It's a similarly powerful card, but you need some synergy to make it work.
It is easier to cast, too. Like, double blue can be tough. So that means that the only rare wild card that you might have to spend, players, is Lightning Bolt. That's the only rare wild card cost in the cube, but it's too iconic. I'm happy to have it. Thank you so much, Paladino. Appreciate you. Hey, Hatter. I'll talk to you more in a little bit. So we're going to get started on this draft here, and we'll be jumping around a little bit on what you guys are doing, and I'm going to mute myself in Discord, but I can still hear you. So if you have any questions, be sure to ask. It looks like we lost one person, pod 2. I'm going to refresh really quick just to make... who do we lose from pod 2? I think it's King.
Will you look into that? One last thing. I also revamped green-white 1/1 counters as an archetype a little bit. I did some looking, and the enablers just weren't there. It was actually really hard to put +1/+1 counters on things. So I shifted in some cards that should make that a little bit more doable. And I cut some green and white cards that were, quite frankly, of no real consequence. So
I do miss the big one, the one that had the reduced cost for +1/+1 counters, but it looks like we're low to the ground overall. I like the Mentor and Acolyte a lot.
Yeah, I think that's how it's going to have to be to make it
Yeah.
work, unfortunately.
Looks like
So
it's a
we'll
little
see.
bit more go wide, and you have the ones that are just raw power. All right, we're going to go ahead and start this draft, everybody. Remember to ask if you have any questions. I'll be right here. You have 75 seconds, I think, per pick, and it'll go down a little bit each pick. All right, so I'm starting pod 1. We're going to count to 10 and then start pod 2.
And Scuffle, you need to stream. Or do you stream in Discord and I watch you in Discord? Is that how we do this?
That sounds right.
That way we're synced up. Okay.
Having some trouble doing that. Why is it so hard suddenly? All right, let me start the second pod, and then we'll...
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, shoot. We lost a player again? It looks like Pop-Tart Kitten's having some trouble.
Yeah, connection issues maybe?
Yeah. Hang on, I'm stopping it. Pop-Tart Kitten, you okay? It's okay if the other ones are a little bit ahead.
Yeah, we'll get synced back up. It'll be all right.
Did we stream to the Discord if able, or is that like not recommended?
It's not. You can, and I will use it to look at things. All right. All right, great. I can fire this now. So as long as you're in when I start Pop-Tart Kitten, it's all good. All right. So let's jump around a bit.
Yep,
all right.
I am alrighty. Ooh, behold the
Great.
unspeakable.
So there is a Behold, but it looks like Bill went with what he loves, which is a black card. So this is a ball and pack. We've got Behold the Unspeakable as just a solid value engine. It feels like a rare. We have Tivar Stand as a pump spell. Archfiend of Sorrows as a top-end graveyard shenanigan.
Yeah, we saw that be really good. I want to call it Patch Plate Resolute as well. I think that card's nuts.
Yeah, so this is a new one. We only have this in Alchemy, so it's special to this Peasant Cube. And it's because it makes boons, and boons are just too annoying to have to remember normally.
That's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Also, before we move on, I just got to show this off. So you know how my Peasant Cube and paper is largely miscuts?
Hmm.
So I got this Behold the Unspeakable. Front side, normal foil. Backside, pretty darn juicy miscut.
That's pretty cool. Double-sided misprints are always so cool. All right.
Super exciting.
So
All right, back to the
started
action.
on white. I really want. We're gonna jump around a little bit. Let's see. Wrath is. Wrath is a friend in real life. Looks like he went with Settle the Wilds for the value. I think he's just starting on some raw green power. To hear in to Settle the Wilds.
Powerful.
Yeah. So he decided not to go with a build around because he could have taken this Markov Purifier and forced a life gain deck. He could have taken this Intangible Virtue and forced a tokens deck. But instead, he went with the green cards that go into every green deck. He's staying open.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Kind of drafting the hard way, as you know they like to call it, right?
Right. So he's been passing to Mishurza, and Mishurza here has a first pick Gravelighter, which that's just a card that I think he's had a chance to play. It looks like he's taking a similar approach. Rather than grab any of the build arounds, he's taking the cards that are always useful in any black deck.
Yeah, I think that's safe.
Making sure I'm muted. I'm muted. Great. All right, but he did pick up the Purifier, so I think he's pretty happy to be in a life gain deck if he has the option. So now he's got Purifier, Gravelighter, and Cast Down. And he might be hoping to get a white card back out of this pack, because there is a Bloodthirsty Aerialist in here. And you don't want that card unless you're the life gain deck. So by taking the Purifier, he's going to try and table the Bloodthirsty Aerialist. And I want to come back here, because I really do want to see what he takes on the wheel. So Thane just picked up a Paradise Druid, which is unfortunate if you're Coolwrath, but you want to be the green player at the other end of the table. So Coolwrath and Thane are at opposite ends. Okay, I still think Ephemerate is the best card is close to the best card in the cube. I love this Trawler Drake edition.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that. One thing I will call out with Ephemerate, I didn't actually get to this, but if you look, I think it got into it. The last cut I made was I cut Soul Herder and I put in OG the Exquisite Blade.
Ooh, that's a good swap. It's just one more mana and it doesn't work quite as automatically. I like that.
I feel like it'll make players work a little bit harder and be a little bit more specific about how and when they get their blinks, but I still feel like you'll get roughly 1 blink per turn. And quite frankly, Soul Herder, Blink My Best Creature, is not a particularly inspiring interaction. It's very like brute force. Young Pyro gets picked up.
So Meteor Golem, I think Shayo is playing this really well. He's playing to see what comes back around because he might get a Meteor Golem back out of this pack. And he grabbed an Eternal Taskmaster, which is just it's just somewhere between. All right, I do want to see what Troy's drafting because I love that he picked up that Young Pyromancer. Powerful card in every format it's been allowed in.
Yeah.
Okay, that's scary. So Troy did win Troy's relatively new to these events, but he won my last Brawl tournament.
Oh, nice.
But Hobble Fiend, Pyromancer, Mayhem Devil shows us a strong. Well, now it's a Steel and Sack deck with that Traumatic Prank.
I also think Mephit's Enthusiasm is secretly one of the most powerful cards in this cube.
It's just always useful. Like 2 mana deal 4 damage has been a strong removal spell in red for as long as it's been around.
Yeah.
But also growing, like, you aren't afraid to fire Mephit's Enthusiasm at your opponent's Hobble Fiend or Young Pyromancer or relevant creature because you get to use that 3 extra damage. Yeah,
and then you'll just have a 5 or 7 power creature come out eventually. It's fine.
Right. And like even, it doesn't really matter what creature it is. Like an Archfiend of Stars with as 7/5, a Young Pyromancer at 5/1, it's pretty good.
Warhost Frenzy looking really good with both sides of Young Pyromancer.
Strong. Right? It triggers the Pyromancer. And the thing, if you kick a Warhost Frenzy, like if your opponent attacks into your empty board, you can kick a Warhost Frenzy. It'll trigger before the Warhost Frenzy resolves, and then you'll have a 3/1 that trades up and draws a card.
Yeah, if you just have Young Pyromancer on board, that's powerful.
Right. And if you have, if you've had it for a few turns, then that Young Pyromancer just drew you 4 cards. Yeah, solid deck. Finisher. This is already looking to be terrifying.
Game Trail got picked up by Coolwrath. I love that.
But I want to see. There's the Game Trail. So it looks like Coolwrath is settled on a 5-color pile. So Coolwrath is now, he first picked Settle the Wild. He grabbed a Path to the World Tree, and he's on 5-color good stuff. And we see that all of these cards are very powerful.
I'm really excited to see if this works, because as a cube designer, one of the things you want to do is make sure 5-color pile's not too good, and I think it's probably not, given the mana fixing available. So but hopefully he doesn't go.
It.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this plays out. It could be insane.
Coolwrath is absolutely the type of person, because he tends to do, he's a drafter at heart. And he didn't play any of this Alchemy set, but I'm willing to bet that he read Patch Plate Resolute and said, what the fuck? And then took Patch Plate Resolute.
Yeah, that card is really, really pushed, quite frankly. There's a lot of numbers.
And it's a really great example of, like, what you want to be doing in the 5-color deck. Because, like, it doesn't cost any colors until you unearth it. You can always cast this card no matter which lands you drew. And that's exactly what he wants in his 5-color deck.
Yeah, in a 5-color deck, just having a guaranteed playable 3/3 for 3 if you have 3 lands in your hand is good.
And it looks like he's going for a red-green base set of colors. Because, like, you don't have to be able to kick the fires for this to be a good card. But you want it. You want that extra value.
And that makes sense because, green's going to be his color that provides fixing with that Saturnal Stalwart. It can tap for 1 mana of any color. And then also the Path of the World Tree gets a basic land of any type.
Right. Like, and it just sits there until you can activate it. I love this card. We played so much Kaldheim Draft.
I say this a lot. It's partially a joke. But Path to the World Tree, if you can activate the 7 mana ability, is Cruel Ultimatum.
I love that comparison. I think that works so well.
It's big.
So just really quick looking at Coolwrath's deck, Coolwrath is still picking his second base color, and he's looking at his pack and thinking, there's not a lot of blue players here. I can get the green cards and the blue cards.
I would take the Ketria Crystal, truthfully.
Ketria Crystal is definitely good fixing, and I probably would too. But it looks like Coolwrath is... So if you look at this pack, this is where you choose your second color. And, like, he's already rewarded for it. Although I'd probably still grab the land.
I think you could just not play black. It could still be Teamer. I would probably take the Shipwreck Dowser. Because rebuying a removal spell is powerful, and you do technically need ways to win the game. And Shipwreck Dowser battles a lot better than most Archaeomancer types.
That's true. It blocks well, and then, like, if you attack into your opponent's 4/4
Yo,
with
I'm in
open mana,
pod 2 and it keeps glitching. Are people getting that?
hang on one sec. I'm going to investigate. All right, let's take a
Yes.
quick look at pod 2. Is it doing a thing where you move a card and then it looks like it deletes your card?
Nah, it says players are disconnecting and reconnecting like every 5 seconds. We're waiting for
There's some issues with
Pop-Tart Kicking to come back or
It
something.
looks like it's Pop-Tart Kitten's connection. Hey, Kitten, you having issues?
No, everything's good on my end.
All right. I'm going to pause the draft for just a moment and I'll fix it. It could just be as simple as refreshing. So,
Oh, it's good on my end now. I guess I was connected, but it didn't say I was connected.
hang on.
Oh, nice.
It is kicking you. It looks like you're disconnecting every few seconds to the point where I can't pause it because it's covering up the pause button. All right, we're going to pause it for 1 second and see if that fixes it. So you have a little extra time on this pick pod too. And meanwhile, I'm going to take just a moment. Oh shit, there's a Sizer here. Sorry. I have the Pokemon extension now and I want it. All right. Lucas. All right. Sorry, Pod 2. I think I can fix this. Give me 1 sec. Pop-Tart Kitten, if you have the ability to, can you just disconnect whatever you're using from the internet and connect it again? I will refresh it at that point, and that should just boot everything back to normal. And this gives me a chance to jump through your decks.
I'll restart my router. I'll be right back.
Thank you.
Yo, I got a fire deck right now.
Ooh.
Good.
Like,
Don't tell us exactly what, but I do. We're gonna come look at it.
I'm about to reveal some trade secrets, some confidential.
This is so funny to me because I was talking to
also
Jeremiah
pretty well.
before the draft, and I think he was talking about wanting to draft red
Folks are
cards and
saying
attack
that,
people.
What's the problem,
wallets.
bird cultist? What?
A lot of people are saying that their cards are getting picked while they're paused.
Shoot. All right. Sorry. We're gonna. Can I stop it?
Like multiple people, it looks like they've had their picks automatically chosen for them.
All right. Well, I think you may need to. Dude, how many picks did it do that for? Is it doing it now?
Some people it is.
Yeah, it is for some people.
I have 4. It's not doing it for me, but I have 4 packs
Shoot. Hang on.
waiting, so we might just restart.
For me, it was also
I'm
not
really
doing it.
sorry. I don't know what's going on, but I do think I have to restart the draft for you. Hang on. I'm going to see if I can do it. If I can rewind it 3 picks. And I'm very sorry. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know, Ida. You know anything about rewinding picks?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't even know that it was. I mean, I haven't seen. I don't know how it was automatically picking people.
Yeah.
But
Never had
people,
this problem before.
I've never had
I was gonna
it.
say it's always been very nice.
But
Yeah, it's been
Yeah,
really
me
smooth every
too.
other time. I think.
Yeah,
like,
we can restart it. For me, it's kind of okay. It's about
if I am
my
able
picks,
to,
but it's whatever.
if I am
I don't
able
think
to
you can
rewind
go
the
back.
picks
I don't
here,
think you can rewind it.
I might be able to. It's manual, but I can do it very fast.
Some people are saying Blazin is saying it's more than 3 picks.
all right.
I mean, I've had no picks where it's messed up. For me, it's just been starting and stopping and starting and stopping.
All right, it looks
Yeah,
like your connection
it was
is
the same
stable
for
now,
me,
Pop-Tart
but-
Kitten. So we're gonna restart it, and I'm very sorry, everybody. I'll make it
It
up to you at a
happens.
later point.
Honestly, I think
That's
the most
tough,
fun part of the
man.
draft
Square
is like the
zero.
first
All right,
5
good luck,
picks,
everybody.
So
Sorry. Apologies, everybody. All right, everybody. Sorry about that. We're back here. Let's see where they've gone, Rusty.
all right, is this the one that's continuing?
This is back to
It
draft
is.
1.
Okay.
So Kurath was very happy to pick up the Sprouting Goblin in pack 2. That.
Ooh, that's like the perfect Sprouting Goblin deck.
Yeah, and let's see if this Sahili makes it to Troy.
Now, I wonder if we pick up the Cold Steel Heart here. Probably, right?
I think he might not recognize Cold Steel Heart from this art. Troy picking up an Abrade. Troy would love this Sahili or this Phoenix chick. All right, let's just do a quick look and see where these decks have gone. This is Rasco. Uh-oh, looks like Troy's losing the Sahili here. How did they both end up so red? Well, they're a few seats apart.
Red cards are good. What you gonna do, right?
Looks like he chose Beacon Bolt over Sahili, which I can respect. How's Night Dark loot? Night Dark Life picking up a Conclave Mentor. Looks like they're very happy to be in a banned tokens of a sort. I think blue is just a light splash at this point. It's a good splash. It's a good splash. All right. How's Troy doing? Troy just picked up that Abrade. Looks like Troy has enough burn spells, so they're okay not getting that Beacon Bolt. If the Sahili comes to them. They got a Thriving More. Bet he was happy about that. Thane picked up a Reclamation Stage for what looks like a solid green Stompy deck. That Kiora is looking a little lonely, though. What do you think? How does Elves feel now?
So Elves is weird because there's not a ton of support for it, but all the cards kind of stand on their own, right? Like, Lissalana Huntmaster is probably the one that's like look, how many elves are in this deck, right?
It's pretty good. We've got a Denizen, a Rex Sage, an Iconoclast, and a Paradise Druid, and those cards are all just good enough on their own. Even the Sentinel, Torsionist Tribute is... That was an elf, actually.
I think the fail case on the Huntmaster, 4 mana 3/3, it's not great, but I think that if you get a couple tokens out of it, you're fairly happy.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. That's one of the cards I'm least certain about.
I mean, at 1 token, it's a 4 mana for 4/4 power. Like, I'd play this card if it said 4 mana 3/3 make an elf. But if you can get 3 elves out of it, you're winning that game.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm hoping to see it, pop off. Additionally, it's cool that if you would you draft Bloodline Pretender ever? No, Fixing's probably better, but look, Bloodline Pretender.
If I weren't specifically a blue deck at this point, I'd definitely take the Bloodline Pretender. But I think Thriving Isle is probably correct.
It probably is. I would really, really enjoy seeing Bloodline Pretender get drafted in Elves.
It looks like Ned Bob is taking the Bloodline Pretender over a Crystal for what looks to be a very aggressive red-white deck.
Yeah, I would not put Crystal in that deck. I think topping out at Heroic Reinforcements is scary. And so Bosrick's Acolyte, I put it in to support green-white more, but yeah, it also works in red-white. That's going to push a lot of damage through.
All right, really quick. Let's see. We've got Bulldozer. Bulldozer's building Reanimator.
Good.
I'm so glad that somebody's building Reanimator. Like, he first picked that Missionary, and he could have gone value. But, like, that is an Obsessive Stitcher that he's splashing for. That's a Terramander.
And if you look, there's a couple things going on here. One thing I want to point out is, what is it? Grave Shifter plus Phyrexian Missionary. It's kind of a Pauper Cube thing, right? A lot of people say that Pauper Cube is just playing as many Grave Shifters as you can and grinding. I think Peasant Cube ends up being a little bit more iconic, or a little bit more, and it's a little more interesting, but it's cool. There's a Grave Shifter loop here, potentially.
Things have more identity.
I agree.
Yeah. Looks like he's going to be fighting a little bit with Mishurza, but, like, they want different black cards and they want different white cards.
Yeah, like, No One Left Behind is not good if you pay full price for it, truthfully.
You want to pick up a Purifier.
You're down on man. Now, I will say, I think No One Left Behind is going to be used to pick up, like, Purifier, Gravelighter, Mire Triton, so that it only costs 2 mana. But the fact that No One Left Behind can be used to reanimate a Hero of the Dunes and then reanimate something else, it's a nice modality in that card, which makes it really good in black-white, but not so good in, like, green-black or blue-black Reanimator.
I just want to point out how good this pick of Markov Purifier over the Bloodthirsty Aerialist was in Pack 1. Pack 1, he saw the Aerialist and said, nobody else is going to take this card. I'm going to take the Purifier and win life gain, and it's working.
Yeah, this looks really good. I like having access to Cry of the Carnarium, especially because that's, although it is unfortunate that it exiles some of your stuff, it's just so key in some matchups.
Right. And this is best of 3. So I want to check really quick on the other draft. I just want to make sure they're doing okay.
Yeah, just make sure they're off to the races.
Yeah. Hey, Homebrew, how's it going? So looks like their decks are coming together. I feel so bad having to restart. Like, it has to happen sometimes.
You know, if that's the biggest issue we've had after doing however many of these cube tournaments plus however many you've done, I wouldn't feel too bad about it. It's fine.
I've not done any cube tournaments without you.
Glad to be a staple.
Yeah. No. I mean, I'll do other events without you, but I'm not going to do a cube you made without you.
You're always welcome to, but I'm always happy to be here.
Yeah. Oh, I did put everybody, I put Rusty's $30 vintage channel in the stream title, so make sure you check it out.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah, it looks like these decks came
really
together pretty well. Yeah, I finally am learning how to like things like that. Hey, Hylian. Ooh, I love that how high this Bloodline Pretender is being picked by Demeshio. Demeshio tends to draft some out there stuff. Like, he's the kind of person who will first pick a build around like Roaring Earth and just run with it.
What do you think about Roaring Earth, by the way?
I love Roaring Earth. Roaring Earth is a unique card because it's bad in the mid game. It's good it's good on turn 2, it's good on turn 10. It's terrible on turn 5 or turn 6. I love that. Like, you have to be aware of that when drafting it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not awful on turn 5, right? It makes a hasty flash blocker.
That's true, but like, that's not what you want to be doing with 5 mana.
No, it's really not. You're right.
Like, I'm happy to pay 10 mana for an 8/8 blocker. I'm happy to pay 2 mana for 8 power over the course of the game. I am not happy to pay 5 mana for a 3/3 blocker, but it's not because it's 6 mana because you need
an untapped land.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's hot
with
this giant regrowth because like you turn 2 Roaring Earth, you turn 10 pick it up. I love the giant regrowth as a card.
We've seen that look pretty good. There's a lot of value here just rebuying a Soros Packmate or something in the late game to generate, value. It's also an instant, which I think is kind of pushed on giant regrowth, by the way.
I mean, picking up something like a Bolt Hound for a 5/5 haste creature is... Oh, so this is False Nat. I do want to plug him really quick because he runs the draft club I play in every Wednesday, and he does a great job. Looks like he's picking up all the changelings. Black, white, good stuff. Respectable. All right, let's hop back over and catch the end of this draft, and then we'll be here for Pack 2. All right, so this is Pod 1 again, and it looks like Shawo is moving right along as he has cut life gain so hard to the rest of this table that he's just getting these late Pride Mates, because, like, this doesn't do anything if you're not gaining life, and then it's fantastic. Aw, thanks, Hatter. But there's 2 elves in this pack. There are decks that want both of these cards very badly. Let's see who picks
they're
them
both
up.
just fundamentally good cards, right?
They are. Llanowar Elves plus draw a card. All right.
Llanowar. Okay, so I gotta admit, I'm an idiot. Llanowar Visionary is Llanowar Elves with Elvish Visionary stapled to it.
Yes.
I didn't know that. I know about
it should be green, green, blue. That's my only complaint with that card.
Do you know how impossible that would be to cast? Green, blue,
no, it would be great because you go turn 1 Llanowar Elves, turn 2 Elvish Visionary, turn 3 Elvish Visionary. That's the only deck that could play it.
Oh, you're saying... Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah.
Oh, look at how ballsy this pick is. He's taking the removal spell. So, I know there's a lot of text, everybody. This card is Oblivion Ring with occasional upside. Think of it like Oblivion Ring.
Would you take that or would you take the Monument? Scroll down, please.
Monument, Unicorn, Thraben Inspector. All great cards. And I don't know the answer to that. So, it really depends on how much removal you think you need in this deck. And he's got lots. But he's decided that he needs more, and I can respect that.
It is nice that it's a catch-all removal spell. It's not just creature removal, and that is difficult for black-white, right?
Let's see where. So I want to follow this pack backwards a little bit. So Kurath, love this. He is a red, green, and blue deck with a little bit of red. He's just picked every value creature. Respectable. Fortunately, he did grab this back from more that Bill really.
Is there a... Okay, so there's no Dowser of... What is it? Shipwreck Dowser? What's the 5-drop that buys back a spell?
Shipwreck Dazzle, you got it.
Yeah, I really like
Can't
Shipwreck
know it's a
Dowser
rare.
plus back for more.
Yeah, it's really good. It just... and I love Back for More. Like, I love that this 6-mana instant speed removal spell exists. I love that it's still good when you're picking up a Skyfisher Spider at instant.
It's fine, and I think I mentioned this, but the last time, or a couple times ago when I drafted my cube in paper, I cast a back for more and reanimated something, and it was good. And then the next thing I did was I discarded a Colossal Sky Turtle to rebuy back for more, and then I reanimated the
Feels
Colossal
good.
Sky Turtle. It was...
When I used to draft this card with the Courier, I would play what I called 8 Badgers. You take, or 8 Mammoth, and you take all the Honey Mammoths and take all the Back for Mores, and you win the game. And just hope they're not cycling. Surveyor is a good pick. It's pretty interesting over... I love this. Like, these are 3 cards that do fundamentally the same thing. 4 cards that do fundamentally the same thing, and yet are good in completely different decks.
Right, it's really a choice of how do you want to slice it.
Hey, Bird Cultist. It says you have 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... What is happening? Hang on. I'm very confused by this.
Alrighty, so who is supposed to...
I don't understand what's going on. I'm afraid to pause it. I don't know what to do about this. Hang on, sorry, Bird Cultist. Hey, so what's going on in Pod 7? Are you guys getting... It says you have 8 players. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. I don't know what happened.
You mean pod 2?
Pod 2. I know. I'm trying to figure out what happened with Pod 2. Sorry, no one said anything. I didn't realize it wasn't running. But it's running. You all have decks. There's definitely only 7 players here. Hang on. I'm going to pull this up and fix this so that we can watch one of these drafters if you want to talk about it, Rustle, and then I will fix it.
Yeah,
It looks
no
like
problem.
they're done. All right, here's the log. Previous one. Oh, you didn't get more lol?
Pokemon escaped. I don't know that Pokemon. I'll look it up. I don't know if I like that one.
Morlul's a weird one. You have to like mushrooms.
I gotta be honest, I'm kind of scared of mushrooms. Like, when I see a bunch of mushrooms at the store, they kind of make me feel, ugh.
Hang on.
You know how I feel about mushrooms. I do not love mushrooms. They're so scary.
Okay. No. I don't know that I can get... I'm not going to make everybody draft again.
Yeah, I think firing a third time would be difficult.
I'm not going to do that. All right. I think what I can... Hang on. All right, I think I have an idea. One sec. Let me just see if it's possible. Go bad because Pop Tart Kid's been trying to play for ages. I don't have... You can give him a sealed pool from the undrafted cards, maybe? I don't have a good idea for it.
Yeah, that's tough. Could you create a bot draft with just him and 7 bots? That's probably not fair though, because bots are bad at drafting.
No, and if I could, like, I'm surprised he didn't put a bot in, but it also doesn't feel like his fault because it didn't. It just said 8 out of 8 players are here. But I don't want to have a buy. But I think I might just.
Didn't we have one time where someone played with a deck that was all drafted by a bot? Are there no cards being drafted? Is that what's happening?
There are no cards being drafted. It's just drafting with 7 players, and it kicked him at the beginning, is what it seems like. Yeah, Pod 2 just had 7 people, Bird Cultist. I'm sorry. And I will do something to make it up to Pop Tart Kid.
Yeah, might have to just take the loss on that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm really sorry, buddy.
Alrighty, so unfortunate way that it shook out. And this is the... Go ahead.
So, one of two things is about to happen. Either Pop Tart Kitten won't be able to play, and I'm very sorry if that's the case. Hang on, I should make sure that Discord can hear me for this. Okay, they can. All right, so either Pop Tart Kitten won't be able to play, in which case I'm very sorry, Pop Tart Kitten. It's really unfortunate.
It's chill.
Or there is a bot that was picking here. In which case you will be playing with whatever the bot grabbed, and I am very sorry either way. I'll get you a little something. Looks like Pod 1 just finished up, so if you want to start exporting your lists and building, everybody will have this. I'm gonna wait. Everybody's gonna have at least, like, I'm gonna help Pod 2, and they will have time to build their decks. Sorry about that, everybody. So what I'm doing right now is I'm seeing if any cards went missing from a pack because a bot was getting them. And I don't think that was happening.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, but I can trace 1 pack back. Not without the... So I can go check pack 1, pick 1. And pack 1. Okay, there is a card missing from this pack. No, that's not true. Hang on. He got the pack on time. All right. Yeah, Pod 2 just had 7 people, and I'm sorry, Pop-Tart Kitten. Really am. If I can make you a seal pool from what's left, I will, but I'm not positive that that's the case.
Yeah, you would have to... I don't know how you would control it to not give any cards that anyone took,
Why?
right?
Because he kept DCing.
No, I mean, that was the initial issue, but it...
So you make new deck limited and then import, or
Do we get draft logs out of this?
We do. So that's what I'm going to see if I can do. But I can't give him an unfair advantage because he got unlucky. So I won't be doing that.
I had an error importing.
So when you import, you want to do the second one, just strict text. Because some of the card additions, like, Imperious Perfect, or if it gives you like the black and white version, those don't exist in arenas. Create an error. Do you want to just import the text version? So when you import, the top option will be arena specific versions, and it won't output one for the arena. So you want the middle option where it's just pure text. It'll give you whatever. The nice thing about that is it'll give you whatever version you have. Like if you can run a Titanic Growth, which is not in the cube. I'm just using that example. You can run a Titanic Growth from Ikoria, even if you drafted one from Magic 2012. And if you did the top option and it worked, great. Don't worry about it.
I just can't find the
Neither of the versions work for me because it doesn't like split cards. I'll just manually add them, I guess. And as far as the
Scuffle,
alchemy
right?
versions go,
Yeah.
we're using the alchemy versions regardless of whether they're like buff or nerf.
Right. So the only card that I think that matters on is Dragon's Rage Channeler. Everything else we're using, I believe, is buffed. We put that in when we were making the cube. We decided that Dragon's Rage Channeler was still good enough.
Yep.
They
I
Gotcha.
don't know how to even find the deck that I imported in my pile of 90 decks.
It's near the bottom because you probably don't own every card in it.
It's just called like imported deck parentheses.
Thanks, JWO. All right.
Has
so-
anybody opened packs today? The April Fool's thing is horrendous.
I have not. I'll take a look.
Oh, is that
I
what that
forgot.
is?
Wow,
my
this deck
deck's
is
trash.
solid.
It's really funny.
They look like they went through a
Yeah,
fucking
that's
washing
scary.
machine.
All of the cards, like the
Well,
that's the
snap, but it's
standard
solid
card back
list
right
together.
now.
This is
It's
pretty
just
scary. Like, this is
damaged.
a lot more sacrifice based than Shay was listening the other pod.
Yeah, and I really enjoy seeing the
Correct.
difference.
That's what
Only
happened,
7
Bird
wild
Cultist.
cards.
Pop-Tart, it restarted without Pop-Tart Kitten. It told us Pop-Tart Kitten was in, and then it just fired without him. It didn't even give him the option of, like, staying correct. And that is not his fault. That is on me. And I will make it up to him, and he says I don't have to, and he's wrong. All right. So it looks like Pod 2 just finished it. All right, looks like Pod 2 just finished. If you need any help exporting, please let me know. I know that you were actively drafting when I explained it before, but you want the second one from the top because the top one will give you some card-specific versions, and there's a lot of promos that aren't relevant. We are using the alchemy versions of cards, which there's only one card that is nerfed for that, and that is Dragon's Rage Channeler. Everything else is a little bit better, especially, let's see, I think the best change overall out of every alchemy change is Blood Artist. Can't target yourself with Blood Artist anymore. That's huge. That's so much. So good.
Yeah, just.
I mean, there's like no ley line of sanctity. It's more of like a quality of life change rather than like a power change.
Exactly.
So it doesn't make you select a target every time.
Correct. That's the
Yeah,
entirety
that
of the alchemy
so
change to
irritating.
blood artists.
I might be in the minority here, but I actually found that satisfying, just going on the opponent's face.
Yeah, but you could run out of time. I lost a match at an alchemy at the play-in qualifier because I ran out of time. And when you can't choose a target for blood artist, it default shoots yourself when you run out of time. That goes for
my
grape
God.
shot too. I made 100 grape shots and I targeted my opponent 80 times, but it didn't matter because the last 20 all default targeted to my own face and killed me before the 80 grape shots on them resolved. That's why I got so mad at the arena cube.
That's awful.
I'm
Arena's
so
a
mad.
wonderful thing.
It should default to the opponent. All right. If anybody needs help designing your decks, let me know. If anybody finds that they're short on wild cards, let me know.
I can't do either of the export options.
Neither is working.
No, the MTGA one doesn't work because of traumatic prank for some fucking reason, and the card names one doesn't work because of claim to fame.
Oh, so okay. We didn't realize that was a problem card before, but I now know that was the problem card. What you need to do is paste it into Notepad. So we were having this issue before, Rusty, where somebody couldn't import because claim to fame is templated differently, I guess, on this than the other, and now we know. So that would also affect Spring to Mind. So if you drafted Spring to Mind, you might be having this issue. What you do is you paste it into a Notepad document and delete that card, and then you'll have to add it manually. And we will fix this for the future. We did not realize that set of cards was a problem. So for everybody else, what we're looking at are... Sorry, I'll mute. What we're looking at are these cards like... so Flower and Flourish works, because what this card is Flower and Flourish. But if you look at some of the cards from... hang on, Simic here. So... the way this card is read is it's not a split card. You don't choose one or the other. You do the front half, that top bit, and then you can flash back the bottom half, and it's read as Spring to Mind. But what we just learned this moment is that the way this is templated on Arena is spring space backslash
We need
space
to
mind.
set decks for limited rebalance, right?
Correct.
Interesting. Yeah, and it just comes down to, the two programs not talking to each other quite right.
Right. And so it only matter. So for everybody else, that would only matter for Claim to Fame and Spring to Mind. So if you have either of those cards, that's what you have to do. And we might take those out for the next cube because we just learned about this. Yeah, both of you got it? How you doing, Hatter? You holding up okay? This is what you're talking about, Rusty, this OG.
Yeah, did anyone pick up OG? Is anyone in that deck?
Ooh, let's find out. There were a few Blink players.
I have a lot of thoughts on why that is a positive switch.
Here we go. I wonder if we can search individual cards. Dang it. Yeah, that's what... This seat just emptied out at the wrong time. But here, we can look at everybody's colors. So... This is the player who would have had it, but it looks like they didn't end up with it. And I did see somebody with OG in the other pool.
Okay.
But it was in a sideboard.
That's fair. That's all right. Not every card has to get played every time. I think that OG will show up eventually and do good things. I'm a believer.
Okay, so we have some solid lists here. How's everybody doing? Did people get it? Hey! Oh, thank you so much, Pop-Tart Kitten. That's really sweet, especially when things went wrong. But really, you're wonderful. I'll be fixing this. Worry. I reject your rejection of my making it up to you. Pop-Tart Kitten is one of the very first people I met doing the whole streaming thing over a year ago. It's been 13 months, Pop-Tart. Album mode, hey Yeah, that was Pop Tart Kitten. He's especially sweet. It's neat. I really want to see what people come up with. How's everybody doing? Does anybody need any help getting their lists imported? I'm going to take this moment to fire this bracket.
Scuffle, I'm going to take a quick break while you're finishing up.
Go for it.
All right, I'm back in a minute.
All right, if anybody needs anything, I'm here.
What channel are you gonna put the pairing?
In right above this, I'm gonna let people get their decks together. So but I'm firing the bracket very soon. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, we're on a hype train? Pretty cool. Troy, you're so sweet, Troy. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Pop-Tart, thank you. Oh, this is great. I've not seen... We have so... You're so cool. Sorry, I'm flustered. Very cool people are doing cool things. I appreciate you. This is going to be good. This is going to be a really good event. Sorry, I just realized I'm not muted in the Discord, so you've all been hearing me gushing. Apologies.
I have a problem with Macherino. So I cannot see the event.
That's right. I haven't fired the bracket yet. I'm putting it together right now.
All right, let's make it happen.
All right, we're just about to do it. Hoorah! Thank you. Appreciate you.
I need to build my deck though. Still, ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, go for it. You have time. I'll start giving people. So the way I do it is like we keep that sort of 30 minutes going. But as we get closer to the time limit, I'm gonna be running around and helping people who need it. And in the meantime, I'm gonna get this bracket set up so that it's all ready to go.
We don't need to do anything other than build the deck, right?
Just
we
build
don't
the
have to,
deck, and then I
paste
will.
it.
Right.
Okay.
And
I have returned.
It's going to be 4 rounds even tonight. We will have one bye. Apologies for that. It's default 50 minutes, but we're basically using the arena timer, and I'll go back to the match arena timer if you have to restart or if there's any issues in a game in arena. But I'll give you warnings. It's pretty hard to actually get there. Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for the following, Ergnon.
What's going on? How many subs just went out while I was gone?
We had a solid 10 subs while you were gone. 15, maybe more. Lots of people subbed because Pop-Tart Kitten started a hype train. Very sweet and a really wonderful sport. Very grateful to it.
be like,
Oh, that's
"Whoa,
awesome.
What? Can you teach me how to Dougie?"
Hey, Ergnon. It's going really well. We had a slight technical difficulty and lost a player, and he is being a really fabulous sport about it. And I'm just about to set the bracket. So we just finished the draft portion, so I'm going to create the bracket. I'm just making sure I did it right. I don't want to accidentally make like a single elimination bracket. And it's going to be solidly 4 rounds tonight.
Oh, beautiful.
And we did hit 16 players, so it's 10,000 gems in the prize pool.
Wild. Life
That's
is
true,
unpredictable.
Pop-Tart. You're a really wonderful sport. I really appreciate you. Like, you have no idea. I was just telling everyone that I met you 13 months ago on Twitter. I got you, Pop-Tart. Ergnon, that name is so familiar. I don't remember where I know you from.
You have met him, maybe? You've definitely been in the same space as him. If he gives me permission, I'll dox him. It's his call. Just to explain where you might know him from. I won't use the full name.
Fair enough. We can chat a little bit more. All right.
What's that one card called? Where it's like put the top 4 cards of your library. Oh, Seder Wayfinder, we're good.
Okay,
I try
great.
so hard not to dodge.
So you
people
can
now that I have
import,
it
you
on.
can export and import. I'm sorry, we should have done a better job of telling you that. But if you're good doing it that way.
I had some weird double face card that gave it some problems. So
Yep, we were just talking about that. I'm glad that it's working. If anybody, how's everybody doing? Did everybody get imported? Okay, it's okay if you're still building. I just want to make sure you got your list into MTG Arena. Looks like everybody got their list into MTG Arena. Great. You are my 900
Friendly word of
first
advice:
follower.
if you're moving stuff from your sideboard
900, big congrats, that's awesome.
to your deck or vice versa, don't just click on it because it will just straight up remove it from the pool.
Oh, that is good. Oh, also, if you might need to side into colors, put the basic lands into your sideboard. They're not there by default. You have to put the basic lands into your sideboard if you might side them in.
That's a good point. Yeah, we didn't think about that.
facts on baby.
And Into the North was cut, so we don't have to talk about Snowlands, right?
Right.
Nice.
We swapped into the north for that was Rusty's idea. For
Emergent sequence.
Yes, thank you. Which that one makes it into a fractal, so it's slightly more fragile as a creature, but also slightly more useful as a creature. All right.
Also, +1/+1 counters for synergies with Armorcraft Judge and Abzan Falconer and stuff like that.
If anybody is, I would appreciate anybody streaming in the Discord just so that I can see your games. I'll leave this up today. That way we can take a look at people's lists while they're going.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea.
Game log. Here we go. These are people's decks, and we can even see their picks. I'll leave this up right here, and we'll be able to refer to it. Oh, I got a level 4 Hype Train emote. That's awesome. Thank you, Hatter. I shall. Oh, I'm really glad, Hatter. I was worried about you, and I'm very glad. Sure thing, Pop-Tart Kitten. That's a good girlfriend. I do want to see your deck, Quebec. Quebec tends to play. I feel like sometimes it happens totally randomly, but Quebec really has fun to watch games.
Yeah, they've always been really consistently good, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. All right, so this is Quebec's screen.
Well,
I'm a
Scuffle,
really
you
big fan
are
of pulsing
unmuted.
Marasa. If
Thank
you pull
you.
some Marasa back in Owlbear, or I mean, even a Llanowar Visionary, right? Like,
Right.
good luck to your opponent. Have you ever gained 7 life, Scuffle?
I have, but only once ever. Never. Don't do it very often.
I think life gain is secretly underrated by Magic players at this point in time.
So that's just us, right? It's underrated by old Magic players. Magic boomers underrate life gain, and that is definitely us.
Yeah.
And it's because life gain was bad until 2015. Baneslayer Angel was when life gain became good. Ooh, I don't know what just happened, but I can hear myself really well now. Oh, I know what happened. My mic sensitivity just shot up for some reason. All right. This is solid. Look at this deck. So this is Quebec. Let me make sure I'm muted. I don't want to talk about the deck when they can hear me. All right, so this turned out really well. So we saw Quebec first pick that Seize the Storm, which I respect. Like, picking Seize the Storm first, that's building to an archetype, right?
Yeah.
Hang on. Once you pick Seize the Storm, we're going to switch it over.
Oscar, I think your deck.
One
beats
second. Let me
mine
find
6
your
out of 7
stream. I don't
days
know
of the
how, but I
week.
lost your stream in Discord. It's my fault, not
Oh,
yours.
it's not. No, it's my fault. It's
Oh.
because I pulled up Discord instead. I was watching Quebec stream, and I'll tell you next.
Were you
time I
talking
do
to?
that.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Roscoe,
Yeah. I see a
Oscar.
Tayova, Steward of Tides deck.
No,
One in the
this
Woods,
is not
okay.
Quebec's deck. Quebec's deck.
Are we allowed to talk in this? I'm not really sure.
You can talk about your own deck, but I would. Everybody can hear you, so I'd advise against it.
I mean, yeah, my deck's pretty brain dead. There's not much to talk about.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Hey,
Alright, so
you
here's
know,
Quebec's
hey,
deck.
game respects game. That's how it
Now you
gets
should be
done.
able to
There's
see
that
it,
Behold
Rusty.
the Unspeakable.
So this was his pack 1 pick 1, the Seize the Storm, and look, everything is on point. Spectral Sailors off theme. everything else, every other creature cares about instant and sorceries. Everything is an instant or sorcery except Saheeli, which cares about them. Behold. Just slick and so focused.
Yeah. And one of the things I really like
wasn't Ravnica Block 2006 though? Ravnica Block wasn't like blocks. Those cards weren't good because they gained life. Those cards were good and gained life.
That's a good point. We like a little bit of life gain as the cherry on top on a good card, right?
Right.
Can you do me a favor? Can you go to my buddy Eddie? He's Typo, however you want to say it, Tiopo. I haven't seen his deck at all, and this is his second time playing, so I want to peep on him.
Tiopo. Solid. Hey, Nostalgia.
I really like the curve here. I really like watching people get hit by Okiba Gang Shinobi, so I'm excited for that.
This card is scary. All right.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing on deck building? You guys need more time? All right, I'm gonna launch the bracket. If you aren't ready, just let me know.
Are we going into games, or do we have a little bit more time to kill?
I'm gonna fire the bracket, and they're gonna have a little bit of time to find their opponents.
Okay, that's fine.
Troy, you did get the bye, which is too bad because Troy's deck is really interesting.
It's alright. That's what round 2 is for.
Womp womp.
Okay, I mean it's good breakers. All right, it is in the tournament organizer chat. If you need it DM'd, just let me know. But the brackets are up, and go ahead and find your opponent and get started. If you have any issues finding your opponent, or if you need any help, please let me know. Let me just message Nat and Jameshia. All right, round 1 bracket is
It's cool if I lurk, right? Since I'm not playing right now.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, of course. Like I assume that people. I don't want to tell people not to tune into the stream. So like you can, as long as you're not actively playing, it's okay. Looks like Ned is ready to go. Great. So Ned is up on Chrome. We will say hi to him at times. And Troy, thank you again. It means a lot. I like this deck. This one is scary and full of high costs.
The top end is there, and it's going to get there. Also, notice how there's 3 1-drops there? Those are 3 X drops.
So this is none of these are as far away from 1-drops as you can get.
Yeah, this deck has it's got the meat, you know? It's
Yeah.
I think that's an Arby's reference.
I mean, let's see what those potatoes are though. We've got
Right, and
emergent sequence, sensor, joint
Joint
exploration,
ramps.
like
Obelisk, Spring, Paradise, Druid, Armor, Craft, whatever in the 2-drop slot.
these are some cards to leave in the sideboard. Modern Age.
Would you play? I would play Kiora and the Crystals probably, which sounds like a band name.
It sounds like a band name I would go and see. I don't think these are all in his sideboard though.
Oh yeah, because it just got imported.
Thanks,
It's
Troy.
probably a mix. So we'll see when it comes time to actually watch the match. We'll see what it really is.
Yeah, Troy, I'll get you to help me cast some time. Okay, so here's Ned Bob. All right, looks like Quebec and Mishurza. Okay, so these are 2 terrifying decks. I would love to watch this match for a little bit. One sec. All right, looks like he's doing a direct challenge. Hey, Quebec Mishurza, might be just a minute. He's switching devices.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Hey, Adder. Oh, that's a cute emote.
I like how the emotes bounce around when you send them out.
It's great. Even the animated ones.
I am a big fan of the frog.
Ooh.
Ooh, do you keep this hand if you're Ned Bob? Oh, are we seeing the same thing? Yeah, I'm watching you on Discord, right?
Yes. So I have. We're gonna have to jump around a bit. But for now, let me pull that up because I was just looking at the disc. All right. I keep this hand. He's got a 1-drop. He's got a Homestead Courage. He's got an Apparition. Like turn 1, Knight Commander. Oh, hang on. Let me give him this. This is a frog stream now. Respectable. So everybody, if
I'm
you
not
want to
gonna
go
lie.
check out Ned Bob's stream.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Scuffle. Every time I see Banalish Night Counselor appear, I have to go read the card again, and then it impresses me even more. That card is pushed.
Well, because you pick it, because it's a 1-mana 2/1.
It's a 1-mana 2/1, but it's also giving a +1/+1 counter, so it's basically a 1-mana 3/2, and it has Enlist, and also there's a Sprite Dragon, so I don't know what to say about that.
Well, this is pretty interesting for Masco, because that Sprite Dragon is just going to keep growing. Ooh, I like this Pokeball emote.
I think it's going to come down to which player gets interaction first, because if you look at Ned Bob's hand, he is poised to generate a lot of value, right?
Special background
Turn
and
2,
everything.
cast Grateful Apparition, and then turn 3, so the Grateful Apparition will enter with a +1/+1 counter due to the boon from whatever that card is. Wait, what? What does this card do? Do you have to enlist to do that? Hold on, Judge.
It's when it enlists, you gain the boost.
Oh, okay, gosh, that's more.
So it's
fair.
not automatic, but like you pick this card because it's a 2-mana, it's a 1-mana 2/1 with an enlist. That then grants boons. Oh shoot, I just tried to shout out Grateful Apparition instead of Ned Bob. There we go. All right, everybody, if you want to go check out Ned Bob, he's a good streamer, relatively new. But this is really scary. Like, I might even consider holding back. No, because he doesn't know what's coming. He doesn't know that this Homestead Courage is about to generate 4 extra power and vigilance to the board. And Enlist does specify non-attacking creature. So just because it has vigilance doesn't mean it can enlist. But I still think that you make this attack. Because it forces the block. Like, you can't just let this 3/2/3 when Graceful Apparition proliferates.
Yeah, because you lose the chance to trade. Notably, I think that Rasco has a Shock and a Strangle. But the reason he played that 3-mana Merchant, right? Because you want to haggle with a Sprite Dragon in play, and as the blue-red spells deck. He played it because he was looking at his hand and he said, I need a 2/3 blocker. And because of Homestead Courage, he does not have a 2/3 blocker anymore. He had to trade.
Yes, he chose a blocker over a spell, even though the spell grows a Sprite Dragon. Which, that's not how that deck wants to be played. That's a pure tempo deck. Looks like he's aggro.
But there's a 3/3 on the side of Ned Bob. The aggro deck has a 3/3 flyer. What do you do?
This is among the worst Phoenix chicks I've ever seen, and that's not Rasco's fault.
Yeah, and I suspect that Ned Bob's going to cast anything that's not the 2-drop in his hand, but the 2-drop is going to reveal his opponent's hand, which seems like a really good bit of information here, right? Because have you ever blocked a Sprite Dragon when your opponent has cards in their hand? It's awful.
Yeah, like, it's so scary. Any prowess creature. So in Shadows over Innistrad right now, we have Ingenious Scab, which is a 3-mana 2/3 with prowess. You don't block that. You can't block that. Like, the amount of confidence when your opponent attacks their 2/3 with prowess, like, if this Sprite Dragon were a 3/3, nothing blocks it. I wouldn't block it with a 5/5 with 4 untapped mana.
Yep, I think Phoenix Chick got hovered there. It can't actually block, and we're not willing to trade the Sprite Dragon.
Right.
We have a 4/4, and we're developing a cantripping 2/1 flyer.
This is tough, but, like, Ned Bob, like, this is the apex of Ned Bob's game. So it is Rasco's turn to play this out and to come back. And if Ned Bob keeps the tempo, he's going to win.
So Ned Bob is going to play Ambergris plus Borskire Tollkeeper.
Right.
And then the turn after that, assuming he draws a land, he'll have the kick spell on his 3-drop. What is that 3-drop called? Help me out here.
Cleaving Skyrider. It gives you a it's a burn spell. It's a Windrake with flash that it gets great at 6 mana. Oh, but here we have Rasco developing hard.
Wow. Yeah. Battling back, flyers are looking really important here.
This is a full war. Like, they're going to be fighting. This Sprite Dragon just gets to attack because the Vizier of Tumbling Sands untaps it.
And I will say, I like Ned Bob's position. Things have broke out really well for Ned Bob, but Roscoe has seized the storm in his deck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
he's got a late game.
My gut says the late game is going to be stronger on blue-red if we don't slam the door pretty quick here, but I will say, I'm seeing some door slamming potential. He's reading Borskire Tollkeeper because it's got a ton of text.
Yeah, no, I'm reading the Tollkeeper. I just think this card is amazing. It's so cool, and this is what I want to see out of an Alchemy set. Like, this is the best of what Alchemy is. It's not for making just pushed cards. It's for making cards that only work on Arena. And like,
so here's my question, Scuffle, and this is a weird question. So I've got this cube in paper, or at least the Arena cube is based on my paper cube. How much would you judge me if I put Borsky or Tollkeeper in my paper cube?
you'd have to have a cool misprinted version. And the problem with Borsky or Tollkeeper is if you make it, because you have to make it, then it's not cool when it's misprinted. So
that's a strong point.
You would need to find somebody else who made the Borsky or Tollkeeper and made it wrong. And if you can do that, you should put it in. It's awesome.
Speaking of misprints, would you like to guess how many misprints I have sitting on a playmat next to me on my desk currently?
34.
No, it is only 17. I've been picking some up.
Damn, I was off by a factor of 2.
That's a good guess, though. I'm hoping that by the next time I see you, I've got 20% of my cube misprinted.
Then that would let him run it, Ergnon. We'd love to see it. Hey, Squealer, we're still running the tournament right now. I actually want to... I'm way into this game, and then we'll jump around a little bit. I really want to see the Quebec versus Miss Scherzer game.
Yeah.
So, would you have pitched your hand to Ambergris?
No, the hand's insane. Because if you draw a land, then the Cleaving Skyrider is insane. If you don't draw a land, then you're drawing like a 2 or 1 drop. And
you're absolutely right.
Like, there's no reason to pitch. Your hand is so good. And I gotta be honest, I forget how Specialize on Ambergris works sometimes. I know the rules text, it's just a lot to take in.
Yes, so basically every mode of Ambergris cares about the number of cards you've discarded.
And we can only specialize to white. So we would discard a white card, pay 2 mana, and it would become a 4/3.
And then it would give everything +3/+3, which is lethal.
Oh.
No, it's not, because he can untap the Sprite Dragon and chump block, but like, you're chump blocking with your biggest threat. That feels lethal.
Wow.
So he might play the Tollkeeper here, more to look at the hand than to make something come in tapped. Thanks, Troy. Good use of an emote. I have emotes.
So I'm going to say there is a copy of Fading Hope in the opponent's deck. I don't think they have it because you could respond to the Specialize, so I suspect there's no Fading Hope. Maybe there is. There's a pause.
He might be going all in, because if you Fading Hope with the Ambergris ability on the stack, then you discard Ambergris. Nope. It's a land.
Oh, yeah,
that can target lands? The Tollkeeper can make lands come in tapped?
Yeah, isn't that... It's a 2/3/1 that can make your opponent's last land drop if they're trying to curve out. And what is this doing? So you're going to discard 1 card, draw 2 cards, and then pump the team. Is that card busted?
No, it's just really good.
Are you sure it's not busted?
I am, because a Lightning Bolt is still better than it. Like, if it's... I know that's not the best magic, but he had to untap his Sprite Dragon to block the Gleeful Apparition, and he's losing that game. Very good game.
Yeah, I say just pack it in.
Hey, Ned Bob, that was a great game. Well played. We're going to jump over, because I really want to see this Quebec versus Jersey match. That's over in Discord. You'll have to click to Discord. Rusty, not everybody who's watching.
Oh, sure. Thank you for saying that. I just tuned out.
Yeah, no.
Are you watching from Quebec's side?
I'm watching from Quebec's side. You want to watch from Miss Scherzer's side?
No, Quebec's good. Wow, I'm not happy about this Trawler Drake eating a removal spell. I love Trawler Drake.
Like, seeing half of the goblins there, too.
Okay, I think those goblins are so strong. So those came
really
from
cool.
4 mana instant, make 2 1/1 goblins with prowess. Also, Experimental Augury, strong card.
It is. I love that that's in the cube. Like, I think that was a really good addition, Rusty. Like, I like the cards that proliferate. Like, that's just better than Anticipate. And it goes into a lot of these decks.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the Drake got removed, because the Experimental Augury would essentially give it 2 counters, making it, I don't know, a 6/6, a 7/7, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so proliferating onto the Drake feels great. In just all will be 1, it feels.
Yeah, and he waited on this Augury, not main phasing it, to get this Prowess trade. And again, this Goblin Wizard is half a card right now, and it's trading up for that silly little unicorn. But if
he's got 5 mana up, though.
If Miss Scherzer gains life, right, the unicorn gets larger, I believe.
Really quick, I want to take a peek at their deck list while we... So we'll come back there in just a second. But
holy, young Peasy of 1 mind, that's disgusting.
Yeah. Dang it. Sorry, everybody. I'm going back. I'm going back.
Now you've done it, Scuffle. Alright, so he plays land for the turn. Hero of the Dunes, reanimate my unicorn.
What is this desktop? What is the background they're playing on?
I was gonna ask, is this real? Is this a modified thing?
I think this
can't
is
be a
for.
real asset.
I think it's because it's April Fool's Day.
That's funny if true. Also, look how good that rip was. Sahili
Wow. The
into
Helium
cast
of
of one mind.
the Helium of one mind feels really good, but Hero of the Dune's getting back Gravelighter. That hurt. I mean, he killed a Pyromancer.
I feel like we're kind of dead. Let's see what these
Hey,
cards
Foxy,
are.
how you doing? My subscriber tournament. You know,
How big is Seize the Storm? Can we steal lethal somehow? Because Seize the Storm will make a big creature and then, oh no. Ephemerate Hero of the Dunes? What are you talking about?
Oh my god, that's scary. All right, while they're sideboarding, I want to stay on this match. So, let's let them sideboard. But, you want to take a look at my stream again.
Oh, sure. Yeah, let me tap back in.
Yeah. This is Mishur's deck.
All right,
And it's just...
So, as far as life gain payoffs, right? There's Twinblade Paladin, Markov Purifier, Celestial Unicorn. Those all get larger when he gains life. Angel of Vitality and Knight of Dawn and Cleric class all make you gain
Did he get all of them? Did he get every life gain payoff? Every life
has
gain?
a lot. But here's my question: how many ways are there to gain life?
Foxtrots.
Fire Titan gains. Oh,
bro, you're the best.
So how many life gain sources are there? There's Mire Triton on ETB, Blood Artist, Abiding Grace, but it's middling, and then Ephemerate on Mire Triton. Those are the only ways to gain life. So there's a ton of synergy cards here, and this obviously isn't the drafter's fault.
Very good point.
It's not the drafter's fault, and it's probably not the cube designer's fault, though it might be.
No,
I
it's
think the
not
draft
because
just
we
took out really weird.
saw where the other life gain payoffs were going.
Was this? Yeah. Was this? There were 2 life gain drafters in this
Here,
pod.
Yep. We had the green-white life gain with the Trellisara, and more of a counter lean. But Night Dark Life and Shewa were fighting for these, and they did manage to separate most of them. But like we see where the life gain split. This is cool.
I'm gonna do a quick filter in Cube Cobra for cards that say gain life.
Quebec was in the other draft, and his deck is scary. He first picked the Seize the Storm. So I loved watching the shape of each of these drafts. So Quebec first picked Seize the Storm, and then built the spells deck around it. That he forced this. He made it happen. Whereas if we look at Shewo's deck, he first picked he picked up just black spells. Like he had a cast down first pick, and then pick 4, he had a Markov Purifier, and he looked at the pack and he saw, okay, there's a Bloodthirsty Aerialist in this pack. Nobody else is gonna take this card. And he grabbed the Markov Purifier, tabled the Bloodthirsty Aerialist, because he remembered that there were also payoffs in the first 2 packs. And the deck came together all the way. He's got all these payoffs. Really just strong all around. And then he opened this Angel of Unity in pack 3. This is pack 3 pick 1 because it had lifelink. It's just a 2-mana 1/3 flying lifelink is good enough on its own. But like it pumps the Purifier. It pumps the Aerialist. It's a rogue, it's a cleric. And then you can even pick it up with a Skyline Savior. Just solid. Alright, I want to jump coming back to them. Alright, back to Quebec. So it looks like Quebec kept a solid tempo-oriented hand.
Fortunately, there's that angel, and you cannot shock that angel.
That is true.
Or Flames of the Firebrand would dust it, right?
Ooh, this is a tough pick, though.
I would take the Flames to spend my mana efficiently on the next turn. What do you think?
That depends on the rest of his deck. Because it really matters, like, his actual answers for this Angel of Unity are limited, but how much effort do you want to put into killing an Angel of Unity when your opponent has no one left behind and Hero of the Dunes? Like,
that's true. Also, Symmetry Sage is going... Oh no, is that the unbuffed Symmetry Sage? That should be an 03 that makes things have 3 power.
Oh no.
It's happening again, and it's so relevant.
Why is that the unbuffed Symmetry Sage?
That makes me so sad.
I don't know how that happened. No.
That makes me really it just makes me sad. So for anyone who doesn't understand, on Magic Arena, they do this thing where they rebalance cards digitally because
I don't know
why
why
not?
that's unbuffed.
It's careful. I
And
just
yeah,
saw the
he's looking at it,
sages,
Quebec
so
knows.
it's
I
not.
don't
I
know
know.
why that happened. I really don't.
Well,
Is it the
it can
game
be
modes
because
that
that's
can affect
one of
it?
us don't have a
Does it overwrite it to not be updated, even
don't
though it
have
is in the deck list?
limited rebalance deck.
I don't know. I really don't
Changed,
play very
right?
much Arena.
It can be the cause.
Well, who put the challenge in?
Yeah, there is no challenge for limited rebalance.
So anyway,
to be
long story
honest,
short, it's supposed to be an 03.
you can
that
only
gives
choose the
creatures
40 card
base
deck.
Power 3.
Hang on.
But instead, it's an 03 that gives creatures base power 2, which notably is much worse. It would still combine with a shock to trade for the 1/3, but my word, that card is significantly less powerful.
That doesn't feel good. I'm
Because
right
right
now
now,
Arena. I'm gonna see what I can. We might need to take out alchemy
It's
cards, and this is gonna
good.
keep happening.
That's so bad if true. We need, I don't know.
Quebec's not out of this game. He can still. Let me make sure
It's
I'm
still
muted.
fine. It's just unfortunate because he could have pushed with Symmetry Sage. The opponent wouldn't have blocked. Then he could have like Wizardried, but it's fine. I think maybe he can just win. Also, Symmetry Sage really good with prowess triggers. I
That's
believe.
true, and like this is a good turn for Quebec. Like Quebec is to put down the terror, and he has.
Would you attack
options.
first? Would you attack before casting the terror? Yeah. I like this.
Yeah, I think this is good because prowess triggers on. So some of these cards trigger on instants or sorceries, and some of these cards trigger on any non-creature spells.
And I think the Sage could have pushed too, but leaving it back. Okay, so that block is great if Mashurza
That's
has
so
anything.
weird nostalgia. Does he have it? We could go look at it from his point of view, but I kind of want to be on the. I kind of want to see what nostalgia does here. If it
Yeah,
comes
I like
together.
the suspense.
Yeah. What does Shawo have? Because Shawo, if he had, I love those little moxes in the corner. I like this. I like this table. Like this is a realistic Magic table at a card store 10 years ago.
Yeah, I've played on a lot of tables that look like this in basements. I have played on this table
He can
before.
change the. That's so good. You can eat the soul rings. Looks like it changed the pet.
That's funny.
I want soul ring chips. Oh, I have bread to eat. I forgot. I didn't have time to eat dinner, so I'm gonna be snacking a little bit today.
That's fine.
I really wanted to make sure that this tournament fired on time, and that's pretty close. Pretty close.
Yeah, I think within 5 or 10 minutes is pretty impressive when you're wrangling 16 people digitally.
I was so happy that everybody came. I don't know. It's nice giving back, but it's also they got to give me stuff, and they're really good about it. I have a good audience.
Yeah, so as I've started making content for Budget Vintage, I don't know, it's made me appreciate the
New block here.
Yeah,
Oh,
for
he
sure.
snapped it
He's got
off.
1 mana.
Hmm.
And so also now we're making a 1/1 Saheeli token. And you know what I'm doing if I'm Quebec on my next turn? I'm playing Tolarian Terror, and I'm turning my 1/1 Servo into a Terror with Saheeli, and I'm crunching it.
Ayo, scuffle.
Quebec's going to notice that, right? A lot of people forget that
Rasco got
Saheeli has a
tilted and is
-2
quitting.
ability.
I would normally try and fight that, but we also have an odd number of people, so we won't have a buy.
Okay. Yeah.
So it
no,
looks
I mean,
like
just,
Quebec sees it. Quebec understands.
I don't know. I convinced him to download Arena, and it
So you
just didn't
target
go well.
the servo, and it
understand.
becomes Terror.
Yeah.
Tell him
It was
thank
kind of
you.
funny. It was funny though. Yeah. It was cool.
Whoa.
Oh, Lion says this table is supposed to be from 1994. Thanks for letting me know. Rasco, I just want to make sure I drop the right person.
Yeah.
Did Rasco?
you
Okay,
did.
gotcha. So Joe's saying that Rasco dropped. For whatever reason, I'm not hearing Discord. It's fine, but okay.
I'm sorry, and that's odd, and we'll see if we can fix it a little later.
No, it's fine. Why do you think that Quebec didn't make the servo into a 5/5 and attack?
I think because he wants Saheeli to be able to take this hit.
Wow, yeah, that makes sense. This Method's Enthusiasm was an
What?
insane draw. You know how much-
Top deck.
So, look, he's starting with 3 power in play. How much power is he going to end with?
This is a great
I guess
riddle.
6. It's not that crazy. I don't know. I thought it was crazy.
But he could have, if Flames the Firebrand. Alright, so if he'd minus Saheeli, turning his Servo into a Symmetry Sage, or a Goblin,
Screen.
what does more damage? Whoa!
Wow. Maximum punished.
I mean, he's not out, though. He's not out of this game.
No, Firebrand Archer is a good pickup. I would probably just cast my spells here. Because
So-
you have to get some pressure on, I think.
So earlier, if Symmetry... Hang on, I gotta make sure. Earlier, if Symmetry Sage had made it into 3-3s, then Shewa would not have attacked.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, the shock play. You're right.
Yeah.
I
I gotta drop someone, really?
Yep, I think we lost the video on stream. Okay, it's back.
Just for a sec, sorry.
I think if Quebec finds, really any castable spell here, he's in a good position. But Mashurza has a lot of hot top decks, right? Like Hero of the Dunes, some removal. Yikes. That was a good top deck.
Quebec is like... He is facing up against his worst possible cards and then drawing out of it. And good for him.
Yeah, and we have mana up for Siphon Essence. All of those, everything small that could have broken well for Quebec there broke pretty well.
Hang on. Rep, are you sure that Rasco wants to drop? I was watching his game and it was really good. Rasco was Nedbop's opponent. That first match we were watching, you had the Sprite Dragon and the Vizier.
Yeah, no, he got tilted and then he started.
Also,
playing
notably,
Minecraft.
if Symmetry Sage was buffed, it would have
Fair
lived
enough.
through Cry of the Carnarium.
But I don't know how else to put it. He's not a Magic player.
I understand, but he was playing. I just be sure to tell him that he was playing well. He did good.
I'll send a word along.
Yeah,
I
his
don't
deck
know.
looked
He
good.
needs to kind of get back.
Also,
into the
Spectral
swing of
Sailor,
things. He was
another great
mythic.
pickup.
He got mythic like 2 years ago or something, where he just like randomly just kind of no-lifed Magic for like a month and then just gave up on it.
Fair enough, but we're gonna go back to covering here.
Oh, go for it. I'm
yeah,
not,
so
I'm not
the,
trying to slow anything down.
Ooh, this is still good. This is a really close game, but wow, this Sailor is so good. It's gonna draw so many cards.
The rips have been insane, and look how much pressure Saheeli's put on.
Yeah, Saheeli did so much work this game. I think he was right not to copy because Saheeli needed that power. If Saheeli was at 1 power here, then Angel would be attacking. Angel would have killed it.
That's a really good point. Yeah, the 5 damage did not matter what the loyalty did. We're going to draw another card off Spectral Sailor, and then we're going to cast Behold the Unspeakable, and that will actually potentially give us good attacks. I don't know the contents of Mashurza's hand, but I suspect that Quebec is going to take this one down. I don't know. A lot of
Those
things
last 2 cards matter a lot, though. All right, hang on. I'm just making sure I dropped him right. You can still see the screen, right?
Yeah. Joe's just saying sorry that Roscoe's dropping, but I told Joe it's kind of great that someone's dropping because now we don't have a buy anymore.
It's
you know what I mean?
True.
So somehow we drew Strangle and Seize the Storm.
I blinked for a second. What happened? Oh, it's because of that Spectral Sailor.
It's drawing.
Didn't we scry away the Seize the Storm on turn 2 to that anticipate?
Ooh, I want a Saheeli and force a chump block. Saheeli and force a chump block. Do it. We cracked an Evolving Wilds, by the way, Scuffle.
Oh, great.
And now look, we're cashing this in not for 5 damage, but for a forced chump block. We just traded 2 loyalty for an edict spell.
Yeah.
Right? Wait, it has trample.
Oh,
We won the game.
I think he didn't notice it at trample either.
Nobody knew, and now we're the winner.
That game was so good, you two.
Okay, look, Saheeli's pushed. Sometimes people ask me why I don't swap Saheeli for third path Iconoclast, and the reason is...
Oh my god, I just realized how badly I read
off,
Saheeli.
third path Iconoclast dies to sweepers, and Saheeli does that.
Wow. Seriously, I don't know if Shaywo can hear me, but that was a really good game. We had a lot of fun covering that.
Yeah, that game was it was a heater.
Yeah.
So we've seen 2 games. It's 1-1 going into the 3rd round. Without being too sweaty and looking at sideboards, who do you think's favored here? Black-White is on the play.
So I think it comes down, like, hang on, I do have to make sure they can't hear me. I have to keep checking this. I'm so paranoid about it now. So Quebec's game plan is really cohesive, but Sabo has individual cards. Like, we saw that Cry of the Canarium just take the game back altogether. Hey, Moneybug. How you doing? Yeah, Pop Tart Kitten's a real sweetie, isn't he? Oh, that's cool,
Yeah.
Lion. Oh, so Lion says that it starts a little rewind thing at the start of the match, so we got to make sure we catch a beginning of a match.
Oh, that's cool.
I'll be back later, Moneybags. But how you doing?
This hand looks good. Young Peasy strangle into, Saheeli. I will say, one thing I was thinking about... Oh, wow, we drew a DRC for the turn. Are you serious?
Whoa!
So notably, the DRC will become a 3-3, not a 3-1.
Yeah, that's a fair trade, I think.
It is, yeah. It's nice that Quebec has both cards. I think Quebec hovered it so that we'd call that out as well. This hand is insane, but it does get blasted by a Cry of the Carnarium. I also want to point out that Masherza's cards can grow out of range of most of Quebec's removal, right? It's mostly 3 damage burn spells.
Really quick, I just want to say that Cubone is Daijobu's favorite Pokemon.
Oh,
so
nice.
I have to be sure to catch it. Ooh, so what do you attack with here?
Not the DRC. I probably play the Sprite Dragon and attack with it.
So this is, I think what Quebec is doing right now is weighing how likely it is that Masherza can gain life twice. Because if that Ajani's Pridemate hits a 4-4, he's just going to lose.
We can fly over the top of it while chump blocking it, right?
That's true.
You and I have the benefit of knowing that Masherza is a little bit light on actual ways to trigger life gain outside of life linkers. So I think the Sprite Dragon's a good call. Sprite Dragon gets it done pretty quick. Also, Saheeli can potentially turn a servo into a copy of Sprite Dragon at some point.
The sound that says, Spectral Sailor dominating the game when the dust settles reminds me of getting shit on by Whispers of the Muse. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah. And I think this is a great turn to Young Pyromancer plus Strangle.
Right. Yep.
I think that's very powerful, and it really just crushes the opponent's board. Don't forget to play Mountain. Yep.
Yeah, that could have been a bad, incorrect land.
I'm the kind of person who plays that island by mistake. Now, I will say there could be an Ephemerate. Let's find out together.
See, but Ephemerate is not the end of the world. Although
it will Ephemerate Mire Triton.
Right.
It will Ephemerate Mire Triton. It is the end of the world.
Right.
It's happening.
Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god!
Woo! So not only is he blanking the removal spell, he's gaining 2 life, milling more cards, untapping... Oh, no, he's not untapping it. It was good. It was good, though. But...
I mean, he has chump blockers forever. Quebec will never run out of chump blockers.
Which is good, because that Ajani's Pridemate has just become a 5/5.
Yeah.
Scuffle, you ever think about cutting Ephemerate from a cube?
No, I like that card too much.
I do too. It's very fun.
Although
I've seen this a lot lately.
I think cutting Swords to Plowshares was correct, because having them both as 1 mana white instance was too much.
Yeah.
I'm willing to sacrifice a lot for Ephemerate to be in the queue. Hey, False Nat.
You can watch the main stream as long as you're not in a match, I believe, is the rule.
Exactly. And things are kind of open, False Nat. Like, it is an advantage that an aggressive deck has. Nothing we can do about that. But this match has been fire. You should check it out.
Yeah. And personally, when I run events like this, I'm very pro-content, and I think that open deck list is best so that people can watch and there's no, like, weirdness about it. You know what I mean? I think recognizing that, ooh.
Also, everybody, be sure to check out False Nat. Him and Swords and Statutes run weekly draft club, which I participate in, and then every Saturday they do their own format, which I love, called Curiosity, which I can't do Saturdays, but you should definitely check it out. And I'm trying to shout you out, but it's going poorly, False Nat. What should I shout out? Oh, he had the answer for the Young Pyromancer, but here comes Young Pyromancer version 2.
Do you think the Ajani's Pridemate is going to go at the Saheeli or at the face?
I think it's at the C. I think after the way the last game went, they both know how important Saheeli is to this game.
I agree, because Saheeli is another copy of Young Pyromancer, but it can be attacked to death. And I'll be honest, if I'm Mashurza, I might shump block. Okay, I guess I don't get the option. But I think we're going to see Saheeli get pushed down here, right? Yeah. So we have the option of playing a Tolarian Terror. It's not actually big enough to gobble up the Pridemate. We could leave Sprite Dragon home and attempt to double block, but I don't know if that gets the job done. Gosh, the Mire Triton has Death Touch as well. There's 3
keys in False Snap. What'd you say?
What do we do when we're done?
Just hang out. It's Swiss 4 rounds tonight.
Do I just tell you that I won?
Oh, you can submit it on Match Arena or tell me, but if you tell me, type it to me. We're watching a really good match between Quebec and Mashurza right now.
I do not know what.
I think there's a chance the Mire Triton could have gone as well, by the way.
The website where you got your pairings and signed in, that's Match Arena. So all you need to do is go to Match Arena and then type in 2-0 or whatever, or you can tell me.
It looks like this is sliding away from Quebec.
Yes.
Pretty heavily.
We call it a size advantage, and right now Mashurza has it.
Now, if Mashurza's out of gas, or at least out of removal spells, a double block would only trade Tolarian Terror, the 5/5, for the 6/6 Pridemate, and it would leave Quebec with a Stormkiln Artist, which could be fine. It seems Mashurza is considering something, so I suspect that there's more to come. That's realistically not that bad. A 2/2 plus a 1/1 flyer, and if a Hunted Dead dies, you can rebuy it from the graveyard, and we have to block here, right?
I don't know if you do. I mean, I think I would. I don't know if it's correct to.
That's fair. If you're thinking about our route to winning the game, I think our route to winning the game is to change.
It's that. That's a good start.
Yeah, I would play the field first. I actually don't think I want the power buff on the field.
Let's see if Quebec agrees. I think you're right, though. The thing is...
Yeah, and now we get 1 point of damage. Do you burn the Death Touch creature or the flyer? I would not burn the Haunted Dead. Mire Triton is a 2/1 with Death Touch. The flyer is a 1/1 flyer. And we have now killed the 2/2 that has text from the graveyard. I don't think I agree with that play. I will be honest. But let's think.
I was just thinking that. So, he just healed the Haunted Dead.
So Nostalgia, there's a blue splash. I don't know how relevant it is, but there is a blue splash. So it could be worth it to get the card out. Scuffle, you dropped your screen somehow.
I was looking at the deck list.
I will say Quebec has Of One Mind and Quebec has Behold the Multiverse. With the rebates from Stormkiln Artist, getting 1 mana back every time you cast a spell, it is very possible for Quebec to chain draw spells together and get back in this game.
We saw it last game. Like, we saw him draw consecutive divinations.
Okay, we have drawn a decent spell.
Like, he can set up a combo turn with this. Did he get fling? Is there any thud or fling equivalents in this?
No, there's not. I don't think that comes up enough, but it would be really hyped for that to be a card in the cube.
We might put, maybe it's worth putting in a, because like it would be like Kazul's Fury, I think is the best version of that effect.
Yeah, we currently play, I think we play the 5-mana Threaten one. That's the modal dual-faced land that is a tapped mountain or...
I do like that.
Oh, hey, Scuffle, can you go to your OBS and slide my... Yeah, that's a really good call-out by Hylian. It's probably confusing for you guys to not know who Quebec is when we keep talking about him.
Fair enough.
You can just go directly above Quebec. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, so we'll do that, and then I'll move the chat a little bit.
Yep. So there's that Haunted Dad getting flashed back, and now there's 4 damage in the air, right? Wait, does Markov Purifier fly? No, it has lifelink, but no flying.
The strong card, but not that
so. The clock isn't insane. I don't like our attacks unless we draw something. That's not what we wanted.
No, he's so close. He needs a hell of a top deck, but he can chain top decks here. He hasn't hit any of his divinations yet. He still has a ton of burn spells.
And we're running low on flyers that get big enough to eat the 1/1s. We do have a Spectral. That's so sad. Are we dead on... We're not dead on board, which is nice.
Going to 1. He's got enough blockers. 3 lands in a row hurts.
That going to 1 means that we'll need 2 removal spells to not be dead to a spirit. And I think that kills us.
Yeah.
And it's kicked.
So what that does is O-Ring. That was a really good match. Rough draws at the end, Quebec.
Yeah, pull is so strong.
Are there multiples of cards per cube?
Yeah, Nostalgia, you're right. If they drew the...
It's cross pod. So there's 1 of each card in each pod. So you can play people. So there's max 2 of each card per cube. Or in this event.
Yeah, that's true.
That was a really fantastic match, you two. Let's see who else is playing. I don't want to find the perfect emoji. What are you doing? Alright. Cupo's done. Everybody might be done. Alright,
hey, if
one
that's
sec.
the case, let's move on.
Yeah, give me just a sec, everybody. I just gotta pull up the match arena. All right, so Mishirza and Quebec just finished. Bill 1-2-1, right? Yep, great. Sam. Yeah, that was funny. We were talking about that. You and Sam ended up in the same color pair, but different decks. So we're waiting on Jameshio and Rev, and I don't think either of them are streaming. One sec.
If that's the case, can I take up a little airtime? I've actually got a favor to ask you.
Yeah, what's up?
Can I send you 3 of the... So we just did our $30 budget vintage win a Taiga. Can I post 3 links in the chat?
Please do.
So I'm going to post the top 3 decks. This was a 31-person tournament to win a Taiga.
Ooh.
The format is $30
budget
vintage, which those of you who have met me know that I show.
Hang on one sec, Rusty. What'd you say, Quebec?
Like, if I will be late, because I can, I need like 3-4 minutes more before the match starts. Just in case.
You need 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. Go for it. There's still a match going.
Oh, okay. Then
also, Scuffle, we have to resolve the Symmetry Sage issue if we can.
Yeah.
I don't know that we can, but if we can, we should resolve it.
Yeah. So, Quebec, is there no way to challenge correctly?
I'll Google it.
So, I think it might just be... I think it only affects Quebec here. And I think he wins on it because Dragon's Rage Channel gets the buff.
Yeah, it's a minor downgrade.
I mean, the Symmetry Sage gets downgraded, but the Dragon Rage Channel gets a buff.
Are you guys doing direct challenges as direct game rebalanced?
I think we're supposed to. I think what happened there is that Shay will challenge normally.
Yeah, it's got to be direct challenge rebalanced, and I think both your decks may have to be set to limited deck rebalanced, right? Because that's how they know that it's the alchemy version.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna just grab a snack. If you want to talk about this, I'll still be listening.
Will you pull up at least one of the decks on screen if you don't mind?
It is on. So you have to watch my stream.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I will shill a bit while Scuffle does his thing. So quick breakdown of what $30 budget vintage is. It is exactly what it sounds like. It's the vintage banned and restricted list. It's 1v1 60 cards, and your entire deck has to be less than $30 on TCG market pricing. We use Moxfield as our deck builder of choice because it makes it really easy to price. And I gotta say, the format is awesome. You get to play really powerful cards, like you get to play cards that are restricted. For those of you who don't know, because most people actually don't have to know this, in most Magic formats, cards are either banned or not banned. You can either play 0 or 4 of them. In Vintage, since they really try not to ban cards, no card is banned. If they want to ban it, they restrict it, which means you can play 1 copy. Examples of restricted cards. You can play 1 copy of Sol Ring. So let's look at this list. This is my good buddy Doug's list, and he really likes to play a lot of restricted cards. So we're playing Tinker, we're playing Sol Ring. We're actually pretty light on restricted cards this week. Typically, he'll run Balance, Treasure Cruise, Dig Through Time. All of those cards are restricted. But what this deck is looking to do, it's a snow-based Esper control deck that wants to use Tinker to assemble Sword of the Meek and Thopter Foundry. It's got Gifts Ungiven with a cheeky copy of Recommission, which is a reanimate spell that can reanimate either half of Sword of the Meek and Thopter Foundry. And then it just wants to use counter spells and removal spells to grind out the game. He took 3rd place with this deck. He beat the crap out of me in round 1. His sideboard has 2 Duresses, 2 Extirpates, and 2 Test of Talents, and a Void Mirror. I played High Tide, and he beat me. But this is one of my favorite decks in the format. It got 3rd place. It's really nice. 1st place was taken by a really nice aggressive mono-red Obosh list. It's playing like Prowess Creatures, Experimental Synthesizer, Bone Crusher Giant, and it's companioning Obosh. And 2nd place was actually Green-White Enchantress. Our whole top 8 was really diverse and really cool. And I gotta say, I really love the format. Actually, one more thought while I'm talking about it. I'm going to continue to talk because Scuffle appears not to be here, so I am unsupervised. We do have a Discord server that I run that we use to coordinate everything. I'm going to go ahead and drop a link in the chat if you guys don't mind. And we have actually just selected a date for our 2nd online tournament. We do tournaments using Spell Table. And we will be doing another tournament on Monday, April 17th. That's right, Hylian. I will shill when Scuffle's not here. So if you guys are interested in getting into the format, the last time we did the tournament, we had 8... Hey, welcome back. I was just telling your chat, I'm not sure if you heard... I was telling your chat that we just selected a date for our 2nd budget vintage online tournament, actually.
Ooh, how did those last one go? The Spell Table one?
It was awesome. So it was the first one we did, and we had 8 people play, which I gotta say is pretty impressive for firing an online tournament for a made-up format, right?
Mm-hmm.
We used Matcherino. It ran super smoothly. Everyone has to have their deck. It can be proxy. If it's proxy, we ask that it's color proxy just for clarity. And we play through Spell Table. So you have to have like the phone arm setup. But I gotta say, it's really very easy. I bought a $17... Actually, I have it right here. I bought this $17 Extendo arm off of Amazon. And it does Spell Table just fine. So I guess what I'm saying is this is my formal invitation to Scuffle and everyone in his Discord. If anyone wants to get involved in Budget Vintage, we're gonna start doing, I think, every other week. I think we're gonna try to do online tournaments. So if you guys want to tune in, definitely do.
This Sudden Edict is wild here. Like the full playset of Sudden Edict made the cut. Remember when this
Doug's a
combo
crazy
was
person.
$90?
Say what?
This combo used to be $90.
Truly.
Sword of the Meek and Thopter Foundry was a $90 combo.
That's unbelievable. How the mighty have fallen right into my lap, right?
Yeah, and it's funny because it actually got upshifted. Sword of the Meek was an uncommon and it got upshifted to rare.
I will say
we're waiting for
that
one match.
I will go on record and say that I am aware of the rarities of Sword of the Meek and Thopter Foundry, and I will not put them in my cube. Thank you for asking.
It's hard to assemble. Sword of the Meek is almost good enough on its own, and Thopter Foundry is almost good enough on its own. So maybe we'll consider it. Not both, but one or the other.
They're not. Neither of them are on Arena, though, right?
Sword of the Meek is. Arena. Thopter Foundry is not. Sword of the
Why
Meek
is
was
Sword of
in
the
the
Meek on
Brothers
Arena?
War. That's what this printing is. The Brothers War printing. It's in the retro artifact slot of the Brothers War. Oh, but it's only rare. It's rare only on Arena, so maybe not.
Absolutely wild.
This is cool. This is a Crew 8 vehicle, and it can be your commander on it, and it won this tournament.
Third place, but
Yeah.
Just in
Never
case
for a
you are
Shuriken,
unmuted
because
in
Doug
Discord.
did multiple times.
I'm unmuted. Sorry, I was unmuted.
Yeah. Yeah, he tinkered for Shurikai pretty often. Basically, he does that when he decides that he can win the game without the combo, and if he's not close to the
There's
combo, right?
confusion.
If you look, he's also playing Arctic's Astrolabe, which is a card that's not legal anywhere else because of the way that it is.
The only options gave me was 60.
Notably,
card
we
rebalance
do
and
exist in a
40 card
budget.
regular.
You have to count your snow lands in
Didn't
your budget.
Differentiate.
So
from
if you
40 card
look,
options.
and I think it's likely that these prices are not on TCG market, so they're a little high. But he's putting a lot of money into his snow mana base.
Yeah, that's fair.
He's also started playing Mouth of Ronan, which I think is insane.
I like that. That card's sweet.
Hey, it's a card that does something. Yeah, do you want to switch over to one of the other two decks if you don't mind? I'll just
One
talk about it
sec.
for a
We're
sure.
just about to fire the next round, but I'd love to cover the rest of them between rounds.
That's even better. Yeah, let's
All right,
focus
hang
on.
on. So you're telling me that there's no limited. You can't do limited rebalance. What have we been doing before?
I see. We're trying to resolve this.
Yeah. The only cards it should matter for are Dragon's Rage Channeler and Symmetry Sage. Are there any other major cards that got buffed or nerfed? We cut most of the rest of them.
The Hippogriff card's adventure costs 1 more mana in the rebound.
So that,
which is bullcrap.
why can't? So what happened to the limited challenge? There was limited rebalance. We used to have that.
I mean,
If it's not
I
an
tried to
option
do it.
anymore, that's not something that we accounted for.
Oh.
Challenge match, they got 60
Did
cards.
they change the game on us?
60
They may have
card
changed the
bank,
game on us.
40 card, friendly brawl, 60 card. Yeah, it's just not there. Doesn't really make sense, but
I don't know why they took that out. I don't have a solution other than to play the nerfed versions of the cards. And I'm sorry that is not something that, because it was there last week.
well,
That's
they
so unfortunate.
updated the game.
Buffed
They did.
Symmetry Mage is one of the cards
Since
I'm most
then.
excited for, but unbuffed Symmetry Mage is
I mean, it's
unplayable.
fine. I don't think it's unplayable. Like,
It should be fine. It's just
but the Dragon.
FYI.
On the other hand, Dragon's Rage Channeler, you get the good version. That's the trade-off.
Yeah, it
All right,
helps.
why can't I finalize this round? One sec.
Yeah, do your thing.
Round 1 is over. We're gonna fire the next round. Finalize round. Wasn't appearing. So earlier today, I was with Coolrath. We were trying to figure out why I wouldn't let him sign up on mobile, and we spent it so long. Turns out you can't sign up on mobile when your phone is sideways.
No way. Is
Yeah,
that truly...
you can. Your phone has to be vertical to sign up. All right, everybody. Round 2 is up. took us so long to figure that out, or not.
Isn't technology amazing?
If you, all right, I'm sorry, everybody. It looks like limited rebalanced has been taken out of the game as a challenge option. Somebody could tell false nat that, I'd appreciate it. Which means that we just have to do a limited match. And I don't have a solution for that. I really am sorry. I don't. While people are setting up, let's talk about this Enchantress deck.
Yeah. Let's check it out. This deck is crazy, actually. So it's got the Enchantress package of Sithis Harvest Hand and Enchantress's Presence to draw cards.
Third. This is a third of the value of the deck is in this playset of Sithis.
Yeah, I will say, so your pricing settings aren't actually correct, so we see them a little bit different. You're pulling not TCG Market. It's not your fault, that's just how it is. A playset of Sithis on TCG Market is $450, so not as bad as you think.
I see.
It comes down to being signed in on Moxfield.
Oh yeah, but, Card Kingdom prices are all a little higher.
Yep, exactly. So, but yeah, you're right. I mean, it's a big mana investment. Even $5 is a big investment, right?
Yeah.
It's $5.79 for 3 Sanctum Weavers, $4.52 for 4 Sithis Harvest Hand. That's one of the things I love about this format. You have to decide
15
what's worth...
nostalgia. It's a $15 card, or at least it was a year ago. I don't know anymore. Argothian Enchantress. Yeah.
Oh, I think that's way too much money. I think it's super out of budget.
Yeah, like this is a deck that really wants Utopia Sprawl, and Utopia Sprawl is a $4 card.
Yeah, I think that might be more.
Wow.
But yeah, so you have to make these trade-offs, and you have to figure out like what's really worth investing in, which I really like. And this deck is looking to do the Enchantress thing of setting up a Solitary Confinement lock. If you mass over Solitary Confinement...
I played this card in Legacy for 3 years.
Hey,
it's such a weird card. For anyone who doesn't know, 3 mana, you skip your draw step, you essentially can't die, you have hexproof, and you don't take damage.
Yeah, I mean, double
do not
expire.
expire.
Double Sterling Grove is the original invasion lock. Like, this card was $25. It cost me $100 to get a playset of Invasion Sterling Groves.
It's crazy.
Yep.
So yeah, this deck looks to basically become unkillable with Solitary Confinement, Sterling Groves, and then win the game eventually with a Paradox Zone, which is a legacy playable card, sort of, by the way.
Double the number of growth counters on it, and then make a 0/0. That's hot. See, normally, so this deck is running Elixir of Immortality to keep from decking. Normally, you just run an Emrakul. But Emrakul is $30.
I'm still not seeing
make it work.
It's
so I played against this
limited rebalance. Like,
sorry, we were working on it. Turns out they took that out of the game last week.
Okay.
So yeah, that is why you can't find it. We didn't know that because I checked it. So I know I know this was last week because I checked 2 days before Shadows over Innistrad released. So it wasn't quite last week, but like, yeah, that's my fault, and I'm really sorry if you took cards. But just so everybody knows, the cards that are changed, our Dragon's Rage Channeler is the good version. The Symmetry Mage is a full power and toughness less, and the Hippogriff. It would also affect Steadfast Unicorn, but we did take that out of the queue.
Did we?
Didn't we?
Okay, thanks.
What is that? Is that the
Going back on
for 4 mana? Maybe we didn't ever have it. Card's dumb.
Okay, great.
Wow, this Prefix is insight though. All right, is everybody finding their matches okay? Quebec may be a minute. There shouldn't be any buys.
Well, I'm already playing, so...
Okay,
no
never
worries.
mind then. All right, looks like the matches are going, and I want to see Troy. Troy, can you stream?
Yeah, let's get back to it. It's what we all came here for.
I want to see Troy's match. Who's Troy playing against? Hang on one sec. Troy's up against Rev. Neither of them are streaming. Damn. All right, we're just gonna have to watch Scherzer and Tupo. I think that'll be a fun one.
Alrighty. Do you want to stream on Discord and I'll follow along with you?
One sec. Oh, let's go check out Bird Cult. I haven't even seen the deck yet. Looks like he hasn't started just yet. Opponent. Up against Thane. Thane the Pain.
Alrighty.
I don't have the ability to contact Thane. Thane, are you here? They're both.
It looks like they're firing right now.
Great, great. All right, so let me pull this up, everybody.
Actually, looks like Thane may have already taken game 1 somehow, which is interesting.
1 sec.
Yeah.
Oh, so that was the sideboarding. All right, great. So they played a rapid fire game 1. 1 sec. I'm muted now.
We're watching from Bird Cultist perspective, right?
Yes, so this is Bird Cultist perspective. He's up against Thane. Thane's up a game. So Bird Cultist, I wanted to make sure I watched at least one game because he just won the Brawl tournament a couple days ago. He played 5-color Niv Mizzet Value Town. Like, it was really fun actually, but like terrifying. Like playing Niv Mizzet and watching him hit Ionize and Abrupt Decay. And like he wasn't necessarily running the optimal build, but it was really fun. Dom does beat Solitaire Confinement. Wow, I'm glad I quit playing that deck before Eldraine came out.
Yeah, so just so Nostalgia asked and said basically how did Red beat Enchantress when they have Blossoming Calm and also Solitary Confinement? Bone Crusher Giant cracks it wide open because Enchantress has a really, really hard time when their lock doesn't lock. You kind of have to stomp your own face because you don't have targets a lot of the time. But look at the start, by the way.
Wow.
Look how fast it's going.
I love this. Got the Path. He's got the Rust Goliath. It looks like he's got a Reanimator package because that's the main reason to run Rust Goliath, to have a 10-10.
I don't know. In this deck, maybe it's just fine to cast.
I mean, maybe. Like,
wow, look at that. The mana is perfect.
4-color ossification. I mean, it never feels great to ossify a creature that already drew a card, but you do that here. Like, it lets you attack with everything.
Yeah, and at first I was like, do we really attack with the elf? But yeah, we do, because he can't trade with the elf. There's no way. He can't afford to trade with the elf. You have to leave. You either have to not trade the Paradise Druid to be able to cast your spells, or you have to trade it for a 3/2 to take pressure off.
Did you ever get to play? You ever get to play Dominaria with Braids? Like Braids, you just sacrifice a land, and your opponent can't sacrifice a land, so they have to just take the damage. And that's exactly what's happening here. You can't. You can't give up the Paradise Druid.
That's funny. We're a 3-color deck, and we have all 3 of our basics, so we had to get Forest. But hey, that gives us double green for Rust Goliath, even if our Llanowar Elves is killed.
That's true. Do we know how he's trying to crack this path open? He might just be using it for fixing. Nobody wants the Cramorant. You're right, Hatter.
We saw multiple crystals that could make red.
That's true.
But we don't know that they made it to the main deck.
Let's take a quick look.
I suspect if I were playing Path in a 4-color deck, I would do whatever I had to do to have the 5th color.
Really quick, this is what Bird Cultist is working with. You want to check my stream really quick? This is a hot list.
You are not streaming right now, but I can follow you over to Bird Cultist. Stream when you get a chance.
You're right. I'll fix that short. Can I not stream and... Alright, we're going back.
So it looks like Bird Cultist is doing... Or where am I? I'm in Eddie by mistake.
Yeah, so Bird Cultist he decided to just play the 3/5 with the Reach, which is the biggest thing in play right now.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, that Rust Goliath, that 3/5, it's got Prototype, which means you can either cast it for 5 mana and it's a 3/5, or you can cast it for 10 mana and it's a 10/10 or something.
And 10 mana 10/10 with Trample. Remember when we used to get like 7 mana 7/7s that you had to sacrifice 3 islands to untap? Like 10/10 for 10 is fine. It still dies to an Abrade.
Now, speaking of dying to an Abrade, Thane played a 4/3 and attacked into a 3/5. On the surface, that looks awful. I
mean, it's
he does have mana up.
Either he's got a pump spell, or this is just a fantastic bluff. It looks like it was somewhere between a fantastic... he obviously did not want to do that.
No.
But he had something that he could do.
Yeah, so he used a fight spell to put his 2-1 into the 3-5, getting some damage marked on it, and then his 4-3 figure finished the trade on it. So it was a 3-for-1 in the direction that you don't want it to be, but you did get the 3-5 off the board.
So this was a great. So this means that it was a great play. Like if these were the last 2 cards he had, what a draw! What a draw! If those were the last
ready. So what he played there was a 4-3 that basically stabilized the board and would threaten to draw cards every turn, but it got answered by a top deck removal spell. It's really unfortunate.
Like that was a good play. Like you can 3-for-1 yourself when you have ways to recoup those cards.
We have a lethal attack.
Yeah, this is dead.
Also, I believe Fellstinger. Okay.
Fellstinger can target either player.
Yep, I suspect it might not because it's no longer lethal. So I suspect we'll sacrifice the Surveyor, and then we'll probably.
God damn, we did best of 1.
That's fine.
Ugh.
What you do is you pair best of 1 again, and you can set a coin flip winner when you do best of 1. It's okay. The only other reason that it would affect anything is if you take more than 50 minutes for your match. I don't think you'll take more than 50 minutes for your match. I think you'll be fine.
Ooh.
Uppercraft Judge with Riot feels really good. Rhythm of the Wild, great addition.
It feels good conceptually.
I mean, not here. Like, Thane is just so far behind, but that's okay. This is game 2.
Yeah, exactly. So now we're just going back to parity, and Thane will be on the play for the next one. And I gotta say, if Thane were on the play this game, I suspect they would have won. They would have at least had a much better chance. That's what we call play draw disparity.
All right, let's see how the sideboarding is. So it looks like he's deciding, like this is just a blue-green tempo control. That might be good enough for Harmonize.
Yeah, and Nostalgia, to your point about not having the balls to bluff attack with that 4-3, I gotta say, I think your balls are the right size. I would not have made that bluff, I think. And I think if my opponent had blue-green up, I would not have thought of a combat trick that really got me in trouble, so I would have blocked.
So I would probably bring in Obelisk and Harmonize here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I missed it. I was looking at Nostalgia's comment. What did get brought in? Did you see?
Nothing. Possibly something did, but nothing new got brought in.
I will say I find it surprising that neither deck is running Harmonize. Yeah, I mean, Nostalgia. That's
good.
No one has told me what I can or cannot say on Twitch, so I say whatever I want, and it works out
great. The things that you can't say on Twitch are not things you're likely to say. You can say balls, you can say fuck, you can say damn it.
There you go. We'll just stay away from the gamer words, as they call them.
I've never heard them called that. You know what's weird is I've been playing Fortnite. No one curses on Fortnite. I've never had any issues with cursing on Fortnite.
That's funny. I know very little about Fortnite, but I suspect it might be very fun. Hey, Hylian, if you're curious, if you don't want to miss the content due to an ad, I suspect that there's a way around that. Scuffle, is there any way that viewers can avoid ads if they don't want to miss the action?
I don't have anything like that.
Huh? Honk?
If you subscribe, you won't have to deal with ads, Hylian. I would give you one if I had the ability to. Wait, do I have the ability? It is never. I feel guilty now that it has never occurred to me to try this.
What are you trying to do? Are you trying to gift with your own Prime sub or something?
I'm trying to gift with a. I've never given somebody a gift subscription. I just realized that. I don't know if it's possible. But it's gotta be, right?
Quick recap on the game. It looks like we cast a Llanowar Elves into a Cold Steel Heart, so we're ramping. And we're attempting to bushwhack for a land, and actually got countered by a Censor. That's funny. Thane assumes that Bird Cultist either needs the land drop or needs the color fixing. And we played an unkicked Yavimaya Iconoclast as a 3-2.
I mean, but with Censor, you gotta play the Censor when you have the ability to play the Censor.
You do have to play the Censor, you're right. Did you catch what color our Cold Steel Heart is on, by the way?
I think blue.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, Cold Steel Heart is a 2-mana artifact. You play it, it enters the battlefield tapped, and you call out a color when it enters, and it gets to make that color of mana, which is the first way we've seen to make red mana to activate the ability of Path of the World Tree. Path of the World Tree is that enchantment at the bottom right side. It gets you a basic land, and
apparently I can gift subscriptions, but only at random.
you can click a user's name, Scuffle.
Okay.
And then gift a sub. It's right next to Whisper, actually.
Oh.
I would gift her a sub, but I already promised to gift 2 subs to people in my Discord so they could play.
Hang on, I'll figure this out.
I can't gift more subs because I gotta spend some of my money on Costco wine. I can't give it all away.
I understand. Valid.
Ooh, big feral Hydra.
I can't gift subs to individuals.
Hylian did just sub, so she may have...
Oh, maybe I can. And I'm so sorry. Thank you, Hylian. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
All right, so back to the match. We got Mana Ward, and then we developed a 5/5, and it looks like, wow, Thane the Pain has generated a 3/3, a 4/3, and now Contortionist Troop, because we have 3 different powers of creature, it gets to put a +1/+1 counter on something every turn.
Riot has been doing good work. Like that's a 1 mana. We were wrong, Rusty. That Contortionist Troop was cast for 1 mana.
You're right, and it rioted to get a 1/1 counter so that it wouldn't die to state-based.
It is a 1-drop. Because Riot triggers when as it comes into play, before it hits the battlefield. So it's never checked it as a 0/0.
Yeah, and so it looks like Bird Cultist passed the turn, intending to level up the Feral Hydra, I believe, to a 7/7.
That's a good move, because the Contortionist Troop can only grow itself or the Branch Bender.
Because if it takes them off of 3 different types... Oh my gosh, a removal spell?
Draw!
So Captured by Lagox is a pacifism, so target creature can't attack or block, and it's going to put 2 +1/+1 counters on a creature we control. Alora also probably has text. Who can say?
So Alora is a specialist. Since we can't do the buff version of Alora, she will flip, and then you can make a creature unblockable, but if you do, you have to return it to your hand when it hits them.
Now, just to confirm, the creature deals combat damage first, right?
It does. So it's good for that last attack, but not the first attack with your 8/8. But like, he could have given the Llanowar Elves unblockable, and he would have had to pick it up, which he probably would have done if he could cast the Llanowar Elves this turn.
Yep, but we will theoretically be able to push 8 damage through if we want to, right?
Right.
Oh, look! I love that hover. Come back, Alora.
We can look up Alora in a sec. Hang on, I will go grab Alora's text.
Oh no, you're good.
Right.
I think we got enough of
When
it.
you attack, up to 1 target attacking creature can't be blocked this turn. At the beginning of the next end step, return that creature to its owner's hand. And I can't look at the rest of it. I can't look at the other side.
That is good enough. Our viewers will be surprised when it transmorphs into something new and exciting. Just to recap Specialized, by the way, guys, for those of you who don't know, it's representing an adventurer going down a path of life and coming out as something different on the other side. It is tuned in to the 5 colors of magic that all have different personalities. Basically, you pay a price of mana, you discard a card or a land, and based on the color of it, it becomes a slightly different variant. And here, we're going to use our Gate to the Manorborn. It was a tapped forest, but it's going to seek a non-land card. It's going to find the top non-land, and it's going to put it into our hand. So we got a Perilous Mirror off that.
Which is
here
solid.
Yeah, it's fine, right? You just drew a card. And we're crunching for 12 damage, potentially 13 if we choose to pump the Feral Hydra. I assume we will probably not pump at this point, but it's good to have options.
So the nice thing about so with Alora, when she specializes, that specialized color changes based on the card you discard. The Skittering Surveyor actually lets him select for the color he wants to be.
Oh, that's true. I will say, there's just 1 Plains. There's also a Swamp.
Oh, thank you, Nostalgia.
So there's actually only Swamp left, Swamp and Forest in the deck. But it's nice because we had 2 colorless cards in our hand. We actually couldn't... Oh, look at that.
Yeah. So Nostalgia says that the color changes what the creature does when it hits. So he can specialize black, and the Skittering Surveyor will also make them lose 2 life when it hits them, and then return to the hand.
But fundamentally, all versions of Allura are going to give you the option to make a creature unblockable and then get picked back up, right?
Right.
All the specialized cards. Ooh, Warden. That's a good card for
Riot. I'm surprised you didn't haste it just to attack.
It's got to be a 6/8 so that Contortionist Troop triggers and makes a 4/4.
That's
To
true.
trade with
if it's
Allura.
if it's got 5 power, it's not big enough.
So that that game trail seems like an innocuous draw, but that's our red source to crack Path to the World tree.
Yeah.
It's got text. You can pay 7 mana, 1 of every color, and it makes a 2/2, deals 2 damage, gains 2 life, draws 2 cards or something.
Draws a card, your opponent discards it. Or it's drain 2, gain 2, draw a card, make a bear, deal 2 to a creature.
It's so good.
It's really cool. Like, it's 5 small effects, 1 for each color of magic. And thank you, Nostalgia, for looking that up. I appreciate it. And welcome back, Hat.
Yeah, that's. I like the specialized cards. I think. I also suspect that we may cut them when we do the next update, because I will say they are kind of power outliers. They always
are.
kind of...
Alora's pretty reasonable, but she is the outlier.
So here, Thane is blocked and is sort of forcing us to... Never mind, not forcing us to pump. I did math wrong. Just forcing a nice trade. I do think that we're still in a pretty good position.
You could have added 3 counters?
I did not realize that we had red mana off Cold Steel Heart. Look at that.
Oh, I was mistaken earlier. If you'd played... You could have... I guess you could have done it pre-combat just to try and get it. Maybe it was worth attacking with a Perilous Mirror, too.
And now we're going to specialize, I believe, discarding green. So now when Allura attacks, you can make a creature unblockable, bounce it, and then when it comes back to your hand, it gets +1/+1
awesome, Hatter.
forever.
There's Kakuna here, if anybody's playing the Pokemon minigame. Which I am, I just don't want a Kakuna.
Yeah, if I were playing, I probably would not want a Kakuna either.
So, like, every Pokemon is worth something. You can sell them or trade them to, like, bots. But, still, it's not worth the Pokeball right now, because I'd have to buy one. So, he chose to specialize Allura on his turn, while Thane was tapped out, which was a good move, because if you respawn, every creature is worth a card once it specializes. Which is important because you're discarding a card.
Yeah.
But your opponent can respond to the specialize, and then you're out a card and you don't specialize.
Yeah. Wow, that Graveshifter is a big deal.
Graveshifter and Rot Widow pack. I love how much Bird Cultist is getting out of Changelings. Like,
so, yeah, and I think that we should attack with the Allura here, perhaps.
It depends
because
on
we can. Huh. I was going to say we could Graveshifter it back, but depending on the contents of our graveyard, we may be able to just Rot Widow pack and try to take over the game using that.
Right.
Or we have our sights set on the prototype Boulder Brand. Oh no, we have a Feral Hydra. Wow.
So what he was looking at before,
I would not play that Feral Hydra, by the way. Oh, maybe I would.
So I think you do because it gives you lethal next.
That's fair. Yeah, you're right. I was blinded by
as long as it has at least 3 power. 1 sec. I'm gonna do the math. 1, 2 blockers. So it doesn't really matter how big it is, as long as it's the biggest thing in play. Then you're attacking for 6 damage and playing out the Rot Widow pack to make 2 spiders twice. Because you can activate the Rot Widow pack. No, you can't do it in response. Never mind.
Yeah, and Thane is sitting there with, a draw 2, but we're so behind on tempo now, right? I think we draw 2 during our main phase to look for a land drop. We have a Saga that's
game
going to
plan
flip
just
soon.
came together. I love the Modern Age in this.
I like the card a lot. Yeah, I've been trying to support discard in my own version of the cube, like Madness discard in Grixis, and it's been a pretty good role player.
I'm kind of worried that containment construct is too good. Otherwise, I'd be really happy to see it.
It's in the current version, right, of this
Is
cube. It is, yeah. I've never seen anyone use it. I would like to see that. It's a 2-mana 2/1. When you discard a creature, when you discard a card, you can play it until end of the turn.
Wow, the value from Allura Graveshifter is absurd.
Right, because if you're Thane here, what do? Are you trading your 5/5 for their Allura? Well, now Feral Hydra gets activated twice.
Yeah, but you still have to block it there because you die if you don't.
That's a good perspective.
So the question
That's a
is,
good
why
perspective.
did he block it with Contortionist Troupe over Paradise Druid? All I can, the reason would be he's got a spell to cast.
Yeah. Look at that. Wow. Yeah,
Yep.
so baiting the double activate out, and then getting value, scrying to the bottom, which is good here. And now, Bird Cultist is a little choked on mana, thankfully.
I concede the Blazing. Cannot
And by
handle
choked
it.
on mana, he only had 6 left, you know? That's what choked on
2-1
mana
or
means.
2 or 1 1
2-0.
All right, gotcha. Tell me if you lose a screen, Rusty.
Nope,
Put this
still
in
got
real
it.
quick. Great.
So now we're getting Vector Glider. It came in as a 2/3, Riot made it a 3/4. So we got 1 free creature. We scryed to the bottom, so theoretically our top card should be, you know, you're hoping it's good after scrying to the bottom.
Sorry, I just looked at Blazon's deck as to why Bill conceded. Bill not handle control well.
So we're playing a big creature. Unfortunately, because of the Alara giving unblockable to the Feral Hydra, we're actually dead on board, despite the
Yeah.
fact that Thane the Pain has really got something cooking over there. Look
He
at all those
does.
big creatures. Wildwood Scourge gets bigger. There's a lot going on, but unfortunately, this slimy
Unblockable.
pile.
So Alora is famously in the set the worst of the specialized creatures, but it is also the best at just closing the game. Like,
Yeah, it says a lot that that's the worst one. Now, I will say, I guess there's no possible spell he could have, so never mind.
if you had 1 mana give something lifelink, that would be it. But the reason Alora is the worst card in the game, worst specialized card, is because like it does close the game, but it takes 2 cards to not do a lot of effect. Like Lyconia is you specialize it and you cast a spell from your opponent's graveyard on top of being a 2 mana 2/3. Alora is a 4 mana 3/3 that doesn't do anything particularly interesting when it specializes. But
Right,
like,
and it is negative tempo. That's a fair point.
but it does, like, compared to all of the others, it closes the game. In an otherwise even game, Alora will win it.
Yep. All right, can we find another match?
Yeah, let's go check out Quebec. Like, they just finished. Night Dark Life is finished. Give Nedbob some. Like, Nedbob finished. 1 sec. We've
Eddie's
got
still playing?
Mishurza and Tupo, Troy and Rev, Hurath and Jameshio, and those are the 3 matches. So none of them are streaming. Let me message Troy really quick.
No, Eddie is streaming. Can we tune into Eddie?
Oh, yeah. Oh, great. All right, so, we have a white-black mirror. So we got to see Shawo playing this before. And the difference between their decks... Let me make sure they can't hear me.
Ooh.
So, the difference between their 2 decks is that Shawo was just eating all the Soul Ring. The difference between their 2 decks is that Shawo has all of the life gain payoffs, and Chubo has all of the life gain.
Yeah, look at that. Even a Scoured Barrens and a Bloodfell Caves.
Yep.
Bloodfell Caves, I'm not sure if it's splashing. It might just be there as a tapped swamp that gains a life.
Yeah. I think that's worth it here.
Now, so we have to get some damage in to slow down that Angel of Vitality, right?
Yeah, but any amount of damage is enough. And he knows it. 1 damage is enough.
Yeah, and it's either going to get in or it's going to die, and Zulaport Cutthroat will trigger.
Yep.
So it's going to get in.
That was a
And
great attack.
I suspect Cathar Commando will be used to blow up Abiding Grace.
Right.
Yep, right now. So we can't gain the life off of that.
And we know that's the case because of he played the untapped land, even if he passed with that up.
Yep, and now notably our Abzan Falconer, we used Outlast to put a +1/+1 counter on it. Eddie shows us, thank you, Eddie. So it's become a 3/4, and it gives all of the creatures with +1/+1 counters on them flying. So it's a 3/4 flyer, which seems to block the 2/2 Angel of Vitality. I will say, Angel of Vitality will become a 4/4 if he's at 25 life, and it also makes you gain an extra life whenever you would gain 1 life, right? Ooh, okay.
Good draw. See if he has the
It
life gain
was.
source on top of the cast down. Like, we know that Mishurza has a lot more removal. That's just how he
Yeah.
built his deck.
And unfortunately, Eddie is pretty low on gas right now. 3 cards versus 5 unknown cards. I would say the boards are relatively at parity, but Eddie is really behind on resources outside of that.
And they're unknown.
Like,
wait, can Eddie hear us? Should we not be?
Eddie cannot hear me. I'm muted. Eddie, if you can hear us,
if you're on the stream, close the stream. We're watching you now. I think. All right. I think that's good enough.
Ooh, Militia Bugler could get us back in it. Don't play your land first.
Yo,
Eddie.
Scuffle.
Yep. Yeah. All right. So 3
I
2, 3,
lost,
which looks pretty good on this board.
and I think I'm gonna be dropping just because it's 11:30 where I'm at.
I got you. That's Rev.
Yeah, win 1-on-1. You know what I mean. Game respects game.
All right. So here
it was
Markov
cool.
Purifier.
But yeah, appreciate you doing it.
If you gain life, you can pay 2 and draw a card.
Somebody money matched me in Pokemon Showdown, so I gotta go make some bread. Peace, y'all.
Next turn, his Scoured Barrens will gain him a life, which will let him pay 2 mana and draw a card off the Markov Purifier. And I was just poo-pooing Eddie's board state a moment ago, but he's actually in a pretty prime position to take over from here.
So,
Mishurza...
Wow, I blink and he's got 2 new bodies here.
Hey, you know, Militia Bugler actually gets 2 bodies.
It does. Oh,
unfortunately,
Shaywo disrupts again. Shaywo is not developing as fast, but he is killing everything. I love that emote. I mean, I am rooting for Shaywo here, for Mishurza here, just because he's down a game.
I'm voting for Eddie because Eddie plays Budget Vintage, and Budget Vintage is full of winners.
That's totally fair. But I will always vote for the person down a game.
I respect that.
I want to go to game 3.
Notably, Celestial Unicorn enters the battlefield, triggers Lunark Veteran, gets larger because we gained life. We also have the option of playing the Scoured Barrens. I would not trade Mire Triton right here.
It really depends on what Shaywo's got in hand. So, Mishurza, we know how much recursion he has. So, like, I wouldn't trade that unless I'm bringing it back right away.
Does Mishurza have a Hero of the Dunes?
Does. He blinked it with an Ephemerate.
Nostalgia, that's a really good point. Yeah, so if there's a Hero of the Dunes on top, man,
that's
it's
a good
bad.
point, Nostalgia.
Bad beats for us if there's a Hero of the Dunes, 5 mana, 3/3, reanimate a small creature, and it anthems your small. Ooh,
there we go. So we knew, like, we could predict that. He was willing to trade that so aggressively, because now he can pick up. Oh, I thought he'd pick up the
Ravenous
Hero.
Chupacabra. Wow.
That's a value. Like, Chubo might have the better life gain deck, but Mishurza is making some waves.
Hero of the Dunes has been so impressive to me.
I love that card. Like, it's a 5 mana 3/2 that brings something back.
And it also anthems your creatures with 3 or less casting cost, which includes your tokens, by the way.
Huh.
So, like, it's a lord for most of what is in the black-white deck.
I think I'd hidden stockpile and then eat my own veteran.
And then flash it back. So yeah, Lunark Veteran has Disturb. You can cast it from the graveyard as a 1/1 flyer or something.
Interesting.
That attack is really wise because it's going to eat a Chupacabra next turn, 100%.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to sacrifice it to hidden stockpile. I agree that we should activate it here. We can sacrifice a creature which will trigger Revolt and give us a 1/1 server on the end step. Okay, that's fair. I kind of respect it.
Wow, Hero of the Dunes, that's such a chain of value. Hero of the Dunes for Skyline Savior for Chupacabra is awesome.
Does this deck really need Ephemerate? Let's be honest.
No deck needs Ephemerate.
Yeah, Ephemerate's messed up. I would like to chump block Hero of the Dunes.
I mean, I wouldn't like to. I think I still would. I'm not happy about it.
No, of course not.
I think these two were from 2 different pods, so they could both have a hero.
Oh, and because the Ravenous Chupacabra was picked up by the Skyline Savior, Eddie, you should have sacrificed there, brother.
This deck is hot.
So we missed the hit stockpile.
Way less removal, but way more aristocrats interactions.
You're saying Eddie's deck does?
Eddie's deck has, like, it's more aristocrats than life gain. That's
Wow,
a hell of
Orbit
a draw.
3 mana 1/3. Whenever a creature dies for the first time each turn, you draw a card. And
a hidden stockpile to go with it.
wow, we got a removal spell. Okay. Do you want the? Okay, we do want that. Oketra's Monument is gonna trigger when we cast our Lunarch Veteran. Are we dead on board though? Okay, so
There's 10 coming in the air, so not quite. And definitely not with that draw.
With that in mind, I think that I maybe would have bottomed the Oketra's Monument. Because we're forced to cast the Lunarch Veteran here, I think we just had to get one card deeper. I will say we're gonna...
but he might also be waiting to see. Like,
oh,
because you can still bottom it next turn. Or even
true.
on
We
your
could
own
scry-
upkeep.
We could scry on upkeep. I think we are priced into casting our removal spell here for our last 2 mana.
I think you have to let that resolve.
Yeah, because we're dead if we don't, right? We have to remove 4, and we'll take 9 down to 2. You could also remove
Why was that exile instead of dying?
It was disturbed.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And here we're gonna draw a
memory.
card from Orbit Opportunist. I think I would set an upkeep stop, and I would try to scry on the upkeep. Oh, Gravelighter. Draw a card.
That could have been a lot worse. That could have been that creature. He has to get every card out of this Morbid Opportunity. That's his only shot.
Luckily, Morbid Opportunist does have a penchant for drawing 2 cards every rotation. Another removal spell.
This is the worst power word kill because the Chupacabra is an angel. That's what Skyline Savior does. It returns it to your hand and makes it an angel.
You can kill the Hero of the Dunes, which is an anthem, which I kind of like.
Yeah, I mean, he's got targets for it.
Oh.
Yeah? I think he's still dead. You can kill the Hero of the Dunes, but then he's taking 4, 5, 6, 7 in the air. And he still dies.
Yeah, it was really close, but it just kind of slipped away from us, I think.
Ooh, I want a Fomantis. I want a Fomantis badly. Lorantis is so cool. So if you don't know, Lorantis is it's a plant that evolved to look like a bug so that bugs wouldn't eat it.
Oh, that's cool.
I love that. What do you bring in here? Do you bring in Cry? He should definitely be playing that Finale main deck. Shattering Finale. He can hear us, Andy.
That card is additionally really, really strong because it's perpetual. It's good against the Reanimator plant.
Hey, Ninja. Yeah.
Yeah, he should bring that in. It looks like he is bringing it in.
That's a good card.
Cry of the Carnarium also exiles. Archfiend seems like a bit of a mirror breaker, perhaps. Wow, his sideboard is really good.
Yeah, he was the only black-white player at his table. Table was fighting with a green-white life gain player and a black-white control player on his left. So, it happened.
And if you look, the Bloodfell Caves, it is just there as a tapped swamp that gains 1 life.
Yes. I got the Fomantis. I love it. I can't play with the Pokemon in my stream. I can only play with the Pokemon in other people's streams.
Interesting.
I know, it's tragic. But Hylian's got a lot of good ones today.
She's stocking up.
Yeah, it's good. It's a fun minigame. I love these little stream minigames.
It's a really interesting design space. I've also seen like little games in Discord and things like that, which I always find kind of interesting.
The word games. Fun.
Hey, is there a way to sign in basic lands?
Sorry, I made the announcement before. You have to put them in your sideboard manually.
Oh boy.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot that you weren't in the Discord for that. Oh, also thank you. We're watching your match and it's fantastic.
Well, it was going to have something cool happen and now it's just...
I'm so sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. All right, I gotta go.
So Shalo just had a baby. So I was very pleasantly surprised that he was able to play today.
When you say just had a baby, like when
last week.
Just? Wow. That's awesome.
I think it's
Congratulations,
2
Shaywo.
weeks. It might be 2 weeks.
Shaywo has officially gotten a two-headed giant partner. All right, good night,
Oh my
Hylian.
God.
I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Good night, Hylian. Thanks for being around. Yeah, he was really like. I tried to vary the start times a lot, and like I feel bad because it's really hard for like Nostalgia to play in this event or Herrick's. But Shaywo was able to play, which is unusual for a new dad.
Yeah, I was gonna say if the person who had a baby a week ago can play, then I think it's.
Yeah, well, because he can play like he drafted it with us, but like this way he can take his phone and be there. Great, this is
nice.
a hot hand. So got so like Shaywo got that a Binding Grace, but only has one drop in his whole pool. Whereas,
yeah, Binding Grace is good for Eddie.
Yeah, and Chupo's got Law Reinforcer and Lunark Veteran. Solid.
It's weird, but I think I would have led on Bloodfell Caves to play Stockpile on 2 and then played my 1-drops later. It's pretty minor, though.
So I think I would agree with you. So game 1 for sure. I think that's absolutely correct. I think he's actually right here because he getting Shaywo down a little bit before the creatures start coming matters.
That's a good point. It makes it harder to turn on the Angel. And we drew the Swamp, so it must have been correct.
Of course. He never didn't have it.
Cleric class, it's going to increase his healing. Now, so here's a question. Obviously, we're playing a Law Reinforcer, and obviously we're attacking. Are you going to... Yeah, I was going to say, I probably would have attacked first.
Yeah.
It's just minor things. And
That's
I'm
a
keeping
good draw, though.
Yeah. Oh, I guess we wanted to start... Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, you get an extra power here. Being able to play the Bugler next turn is really good. I'm curious about when you play the Bloodfell Cave. Good night, Erdogan. It was nice to meet you, and thanks for the follow.
Yep, night, Erdogan. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, playing the Bloodfell Caves is really interesting.
Because, like, it's a value land. Do you need double black for anything? Because we know he doesn't need red for anything. If he doesn't need double
and
black.
I know he had it in hand last game, and it looked good with a Markov Purifier. I think we want that. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, no! Yeah, we can't Militia Bugler now. Interesting. But we can sacrifice... When does Hidden Stockpile trigger? Is it just on your end step?
Only on your end step.
That's probably fair.
But it triggers on tokens too, so you can keep turning you can untap your token and scribe one every turn. Why it's good, always.
Yeah, it's very strong. I like the Law Rune Enforcer. I just picked up a Mist.
Here's the tech. That's hot.
Wow, Cry.
Cry's a good tech.
It is. I will say, Militia Bugler into removal spell is a pretty good turn for us. You could get greedy and bugle and not removal spell. I probably would have bugled first just to see.
But it only matters if he's got like a Chupacabra or something deck or Gravelighter, which we know he didn't side in the Gravelighter.
I was just thinking you might cast a 2-drop off Militia Bugler and you can cast a removal spell later.
That's true, because you can cast down the following turn.
It's just, just a generally good heuristic is to spend, if you're going to do 2 things in a turn, do the one that gets you more information first, because it might influence how you spend your mana on the other option.
Very true.
Not always correct, but I think that's generally a pretty good sequencing heuristic, right?
Hugo's so good. I love that card.
What card?
Militia Bugler, the one that just got eaten
yeah.
by a Gravelighter. That's a land you jam.
I like that our land is going to give us some value. I would consider sacrificing Knight of Dawn's. No, you can pump Knight of Dawn's Light. Okay, never mind. I take it back.
Knight of Dawn's Light is just, like, it's a threat on its own. It's a slightly slow threat, but you still want it.
I mean, we can triple activate it next turn, right? So it crunches as a 5/5.
That's true. And Mishurza is way ahead on cards, and we know none of those cards are land because he's missed 2 land drops. So, like,
yeah, I was just thinking that, which means, keeping the pressure on is probably good. Especially because we have Blood Artist in our deck, and our opponent doesn't, I believe.
One deck has Azula Park Cutthroat. So Chupo has both. He's got Blood Artist and Cutthroat. I don't think Shayo has either.
So yeah, it seems to me like we want to chip damage in, and then once
He doesn't
the
have
board
both.
gets.
They both have one.
Wow. Okay, I would. Would you ever full pump into this?
No. I'd probably do 2, but I'm way more interested in activating that gate this time. I'm so out of gas.
Oh yeah, that seems better than full pumping.
Is that a cleric class behind my head?
It is a cleric class.
All right, dual cleric classes. That card is just good. So right now, that card is way better for Tubo, just because he has the mana to use it.
That's a good perspective. Now, you can only crack the gate at sorcery speed.
Correct.
So,
but I think I'm happy just leveling up the cleric class. I think that this is the correct order to do it, because you gave up 1 point of damage to do it this way, but you also got to attack.
It's also nice because if Mashur's plan is a removal spell here, we actually have mana up for Hidden Stockpile.
Yes.
So if his plan is 3 mana removal spell, he gets blown out really hard, actually. Yeah, because now we are going to sacrifice.
Oh, so
we're going to get a token as well.
So I love this because, like, he doesn't lose the Infernal Grasp life. And sometimes that matters.
Yeah. Anointer Priest is probably fine.
You just wanted a creature with flashback.
And because of cleric class, it's going to represent a lot of life gain, which is a lot of pressure additionally. And we can play it, then play Bloodfell Caves, trigger.
The Nostalgia just pointed out that we don't get the token because that happened on end step, which was a good play from Shawo.
That's a good point, you're right. I was thinking, yeah, that's a good point. Okay, Mashurza's, this game's going to be a grinder.
It is. Which, Mashurza... Unfortunately, Mashurza has the advantage in a grindy game.
I don't know. Eddie's got some powerful stuff.
Well, the thing is, they have so many similarities, but Shawo has more removal. That tends to be the deciding point in a really grindy mid-range game. So, like, that's not to say Tubo's out. He's just at a disadvantage.
I don't know. Without knowing the content of Mashurza's hand, because we have an uncracked gate, and I think Hidden Stockpile is actually a really big deal.
Rebuild his resources.
Yeah. Now, Choop's hard. Unfortunately, I mean, it's just bad. We are going to get to Stockpile. Yeah, it's fine. You can do that.
Yeah. Though, the thing is, Mashurza still has, he just ulted his cleric. He used the final level.
Yeah, and Mashurza still got it.
Right.
Oh.
Or not.
Okay.
That's just good.
And then if you play this
trick.
Man. Okay, so you can't play Cathar Commando, activate, and play Skyclave Cleric. You have to choose one. If we do the Cathar Commando now, we get we actually get a Hidden Stockpile trigger, and I think that's what pushes us over the edge. Yeah.
Ah. Yeah, I would have gotten the Cleric and tried to bait an attack. And then flash it in. But, like, Shawo might just predict that.
I actually did the math wrong. We just get everything. We have it all. Very minor. I would have made the... Oh, gosh. Make another 2/4. Okay.
Oh, it only triggers on tokens. I'm sorry. I thought it was a Soul Priest.
Oh, yeah. Anointer Priest is very strange.
Yeah, but he does make a token every turn.
Wow, Cleric class has looked insane on... It looked fine on Mashurza's side. It looks insane over here.
Yeah. I mean, Tubo is more of an aristocrat deck. He makes more bodies.
Yeah. Are you ever upkeep? I'm setting an upkeep stop here if I'm Eddie. If I'm Tiopo, I'm gonna upkeep stop and sack my...
If he attacks with the Chupacabra, if he attacks with the Knight here, then I'll set an upkeep stop. And I'll eat something on my upkeep. But if he just leaves the Knight back, then I'm not going to. Because the Knight blocks... Because if you gain 1 life here, that suddenly that 2/2 and that 1/3 attacks through the board. But you don't really want to trade off your 1/3 with the Mire Triton. So you only set the stop if that Knight of the Dawn's Light is tapped, or if Mashurza is tapped out. So, like, I do think you're going to end up doing it.
That's fair. I like that analysis.
This is so important. This is the biggest blood artist I've seen in this cube. Like, suddenly, that hidden stockpile doesn't do much anymore.
I think you still just keep doing your thing with the Pride Mate.
Yeah? I mean, it's not like the other person has a clear class. Like, playing the Pride Mate means that you lose 1 life, Mishurza gains 2 life, then you gain 1 life, and the Pride Mate grows by 2. Love it. Hey, Hatter.
Man, this is tough.
Yeah, I love Aristocrats Mirrors. I've always played, I play so many Aristocrats Mirrors every chance I get.
And I think the Scry... I was actually just thinking that these games exhaust me.
I love these. You should see, I just posted a Twitter screenshot saying my favorite format is back, because I'm attacking 11 Samurai into 12 blockers, and I'm like, that's my specialty. The more, I tend to process complex board states better than my opponents. So I
wow, Morbid Opportunist.
Wow. So this is an interesting game. So I try to create complex board states as often as possible.
That's a really good point, and I think you do a really good job of navigating that. I will say my biggest nightmare, actually perhaps my least favorite format. I played a team event with Patrick and Marissa a while ago. It was Scarab God standard, and I borrowed a blue-black Scarab God deck. I had to play like 3 Scarab God mirrors, and when both players have a Scarab God in play and you're just sitting there with activations up, it's a nightmare.
See, I've never lost a Scarab God mirror.
I hate Ephemerate, man. I just want to say. I'm cutting it next time. I'm so sick of it.
Love Ephemerate. Alright, I mean, I guess. But like...
So, I say that partially as a joke, but also partially serious. I'm thinking about cutting Soul Herder, Ephemerate, and Spider Spawning. Because they're all cards that take a perfectly good game, and then like... Okay, Ephemerate...
You can't complain about a board state being too complex, and then complain about the card that breaks it open.
Okay, that's fair. I guess Ephemerate's not really in the same class as Soul Herder and Spider Spawning, because I think Soul Herder and Spider Spawning sometimes invalidate the rest of the board around them. I think Ephemerate's just maybe too much.
Ephemerate might be a bit too much. So when the next queue comes around, so one thing we did just get is Uncommon Lords for 5 tribes. So we can do Essence Flux instead and run a Spirits composition.
Oh, see, that sounds fine.
Yeah. It preserves the feel of it without being quite so powerful. Because, like, you can't have half an Ephemerate is not good enough. And
half an Ephemerate is Momentary Blink.
See, Momentary Blink is a reasonable version of Ephemerate, but, like, Cloud Shift isn't good enough. But Essence Flux is, because Essence Flux puts a counter on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Notably, when Anointer Priest is flashed back, it itself is a token. This is just gross.
Yeah.
I liked Eddie's position for a long time, I gotta say.
Yeah, that Chupacabra Blood Artist, a bit much.
The Blood Artist isn't even the problem. It's actually been like... Because keep in mind, we're getting double life gain triggers.
This Morbid Opportunist does give him an out here, though.
How many cards do you think are left in Eddie's library? Anybody want to think about that?
19.
That's fine. That's more than enough. Unfortunately, we can't flashback and hold up activation, but I think that's a good flashback.
Yeah.
We know a Shoop's getting cast, so yeah, I think that's fine. Unfortunately, the Mire Triton has stonewalled a lot. I would put this on the 1/3, perhaps.
Probably have attacked the cleric into the Mire Triton just to draw the card.
We did already trigger it.
Oh. Yeah.
But I do think...
I mean, the life total is high. I think I would have actually just tried to grind this out with the opportunity.
Yeah, and does Morbid Opportunist trigger itself? I think it doesn't.
It does not. You need other things to die. This is a tough game to navigate.
It is. There's a lot of, like, really minute differences. I think both players have done it really well. I like that I don't have to make these decisions. Wow.
There are a lot of decisions to be made.
I'm not sure I agree with that one. I understand why it was done.
Shawo has decided that he needs to deal with the life total rather than the card advantage. And
Dude,
that
I
might
don't
be
know, man.
correct. I don't know if I agree with it though.
Yep. And going back to our metric on sequencing, I probably would have popped the 1/1 first, just because of. So we're the one with the cleric class. So our blood artist, we've already broken parity just by having a cleric class, right?
True.
This game has been actually really insane.
Yeah.
Don't want Scoured Barons.
The aristocrat mirror. So the reason that people hate the Scarab God mirror so much nostalgia is that whoever goes first tends to win. First person to start making zombies tends to win.
I also think that we probably want to trade something for the Mire Triton soon.
Yeah, you're gonna have to break through it.
And I think because of that, I maybe would have buffed the Heed Bonder, but it's all kind of minor.
Like I'm looking
Also,
at
there's a
trigger
chance-
opportunities every turn now.
Isn't end of the time?
Yes.
Much
I also
no?
think Eddie could be drawing to a removal
One
spell.
sec.
Nostalgia, I agree. That targeting was really aggressive. I do think Mishurza may have... I think he identified that under
didn't put
some
a timer
states,
on.
that was his path to victory.
Ew.
So they were 3 minutes. All right. Hey, hang on. I need to get Shawo.
Are we at time?
Just about.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. The game's gonna conclude soon. We missed a trigger, by the way.
Hey, if you can he hear me? Chubo, are you in here? A 3-minute warning. I don't know who Chubo. Oh, he's Eddie.
It's Eddie. This game's gonna conclude because we drew an Abzan Falconer, I think. I don't know. Oh, they both have... Falconer is good here. Falconer, I would buff the Heed Bonder. It's got Vigilance. Falconer looks good here.
I don't know if it's quite enough. Like, you can fly the team, but it's still a lot of damage.
It's pretty darn good. It's pretty darn good. Heed Bonder has Vigilance as well, right? I guess there's a removal spell. If there is a removal spell, I think that he should let Eddie attack first. Yeah, that's fine. Stockpile, baby. Stockpile, baby.
Dang it. We gotta put timers on when we do the challenges. I don't...
Is it 3-minute warning?
Yeah, I have a timer on. I messaged them.
That's fine. I think that we're pretty close to a conclusion. But that's a fair point. It is,
Yeah, this is why you're supposed to do timers, because it keeps the game actions just moving.
Oh, you're saying we don't have an arena timer on?
They don't have an arena timer. I did not know you could make a game without an arena timer.
Man, arena's complicated to do, right?
Apparently.
So we are truly neutral on cutthroats, except that we have a cleric class.
Do you have
Is that
45
right?
cards in his library? That can't be right.
Eddie's a crazy person. Did he side up above 40?
There's no way.
Would you upkeep Scry here? I would, because I want to draw a spell for Oketra's Monument.
It's pretty
badly.
important.
I would upkeep Scry my servo token. We've had a lot of mirrors tonight in cross-pod pairing, haven't we? Or quasi-mirrors?
Just 2.
We only had 2 rounds. Don't get me wrong, I'm a fan of cross-pod pairing. I've got no issues with it. That's very strong. What permanent do you go after? The card advantage engine? Oh, wow. Okay.
I'd probably just take out the Blood Artist.
I think there's a case for what he hit, the Opportunist, the Blood Artist, or the Cleric class. And no upkeep stop, not punished, but not rewarded. I would probably pop something here. I would attack with a 1/1 is what I would do. And the 1/1. Because I'm going to sacrifice the 1/1 post. I would like to sacrifice the 1/1 post-combat to draw a card. It's fine. I think in a game like this, it's really difficult to continue navigating it. It's hard to really hit everything when it's so minute.
All right,
That's
hang
all
on.
hard.
We gotta call it time. Hey, that's time.
Oh, you're right, nostalgia. I'm dumb. Thank you. I guess it's hard to commentate a game like this too.
All right, turn 1.
And they're both over 20.
Markov Purifier is good.
They were not playing super fast. Good game.
It's a really strange game. It is very good.
I don't know how. I really don't know how they managed to put. Like, they don't even have action timers on. I didn't know you could do that.
Does Arena really not have a?
Like, they are playing fast. They have not been stalling. Just
Yeah, I agree. There's been no tanks. There's really that is I think a bad block, by the way, because we're gonna draw a card off of it unless he's identified his out as decking us.
that might be what he's trying to do. No exaggeration.
Very well.
I don't know how many cards are left in his library because I thought it was 19, but that was assuming a 40-card deck and 21 cards played.
Hey, Eddie's a crazy person.
11, 12.
Oh, Rumor Gatherer doesn't trigger at
13.
Oh.
There's
Does
11
that-
cards left. All right, turn 2.
Huh. So Eddie has 2 more attack steps. This game's a draw. So Scuffle, maybe you and I should sit down and we should do a series of challenges against each other to figure out.
I did that though. I thought that I had. Yeah, I thought I had it figured out.
That's so funny. Maybe we need to. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. Does that bust things wide open? We can kill their Blood Artist and their Chupacabra forever.
I didn't
And a Banishing Light. Is this turn 3?
This is turn 3.
Can we win?
I mean, I'm still voting for Misherzat.
No, did you see what Eddie drew?
I did.
And he gets to hit him with an Okiba Gang Shinobi. How much mana? We have mana for everything, right?
We do.
So we're gonna remove 3 of his permanents forever, and then hit him with an Okiba Gang Shinobi.
The problem is dealing 40 damage.
What can I say, Scuffle? I'm a believer. We're gonna strip his card. I think we're gonna lose. It's got to be the Blood Artist, my man. Maybe not. Maybe the fact that the Blood Artist doesn't have stats makes it better.
Hey, I just saw that time exists.
Yeah, sorry. I've been trying to message you.
Does Typo know?
Yeah, I hope so. I'm messaging him too.
So we draw.
It had to be the Blood Artist.
Okay, I didn't know we had time because there's no time on the match.
I don't understand how you did that. This is the first time I've ever seen a game without. You don't even have action timers.
No, I mean I think that challenge mode that you thought was
So
here
funny
last time is not here anymore.
Yeah, when you do like friendly challenges, you don't have that stuff.
Take his last 2 cards is
All right.
insane.
Sorry, this was a hell of a match, but it's been more than 50 minutes. And we've got a
No,
lot of people.
for sure. I assumed we had time, but then I was surprised that we didn't.
You're not even playing bad, like slowly. This is just that kind of match. You're doing
It's
really
just
well.
game actions.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I concede this match, Typo's like,
I mean
the
he
match
hasn't
is over.
responded.
Bastion?
Okay, well here. I'm conceding.
Misher's a good
Because
guy.
this time.
All right.
I mean, it makes
No,
sense
it's a
that we
draw.
will have time.
No, Maturza conceded.
No,
I see
sorry,
the
you can't hear him in
DMs.
Discord. He's saying, okay, I'm conceding because we're out of turns.
That was turn 4, but sure, okay.
I'm learning a lot. Gotta go add basics into my deck. Gotta remember that time exists.
So it was a draw?
It was a draw.
Gotta have my blood artist target my opponent.
That part's automatic.
No, it's not, because it's not alchemy.
Run to the bathroom and help myself with some more Costco wine. I will return shortly.
All right,
Remember,
round 3 is
it's
starting
down.
now.
Discord.
So I just put a massive basics in my sideboard. That's how I do this, right?
Yep. All right, round 3 is up, everybody. Go ahead and play.
What's your record now, Quebec?
Cannot get this to work. Okay.
All right, everybody, next round is up.
Oh.
It's my message, Sam.
Is it me? Bill, is it me and you?
No.
Oh. I can't get these basics to add to the sideboard. Do not understand. Okay.
All right. Round is up. Everybody find your opponent and get started. And when you challenge people, it's a tournament match. So you challenge people to a tournament match. So there's timers built in. And then the matches won't take 55 minutes.
I thought that was like WotC stuff.
WotC stuff? I mean, a tournament match is a best of 3 game with timers.
So if you do... Okay, the only option is limited tournament match. And that's what we want?
Yes.
We don't have the alchemy option anymore.
I guess not. I don't understand why they would take that out. They want people to play alchemy?
Maybe
talking about Wizards making good
I
business
wasn't using
decisions.
tournament, so that might be why it wasn't rebound.
They've been pretty consistent about making good business decisions, at least. Yeah, sorry everybody. It looks like it's gonna go a little late tonight. Yeah, this is the very first match I've ever had go to time in in this format. This is good.
Yeah,
though.
I mean, again, I don't think either player like slow rolled it at all.
You guys played pretty quick. The thing about having the tournament matches is if one player takes 25 minutes, it'll end there.
Right. And honestly, I kind of like that a robot computer would enforce it so that we don't have to say things and then feel bad.
Yeah.
I would rather
nice.
a robot just handle it so I don't have to feel.
Yeah, I'm sorry, everybody.
You shouldn't apologize. It's fine. Everyone's been to a Magic tournament that runs slow, you know? It's okay. So, I see more Black Aristocracy cards. Oh, wow. So, the Citrus Supplier milled over the Phantasm.
All right, hang on. Let me see who's undefeated right now. But yes, in middle of the Phantasm and flashback. Does everybody have it doing okay finding their opponents? Who's 3-0? Alright, Blazin
going
and Ned Bob. Let's go ahead and take a look at Ned Bob's map.
Is this round 3 or round 4?
This is round 3.
Okay, yeah, so
Yeah,
there's
so
2.
we still have another round after this.
Sure.
Going a little late tonight.
That's fine. Do we have to spectate it in stream? Is that how this works?
So shoot, let me share my screen because I've got Ned Bob's matchup.
Yeah, I'll grab you in Discord so that we're synchronized. Yeah, Mad Hatter, we got a party tonight. It's Friday night. I have my glass of Costco wine. I just put on my sweatpants. I am basically a wine mom, except with MTG instead of soccer. Ned Bob looks
Is
laid
that a
back.
thing?
Say
Yeah,
what?
he's having a good time. If anybody wants to see this from Ned Bob's point of view.
So I gotta say, I was a little worried about Homestead Courage being good enough for this cube.
I love that it is.
It's looked good twice.
Yeah, I mean the thing is like it's a good aggressive card. It's not bad on defense. It slides right into the counter deck, but it's also just a 1-mana spell with flashback for all of the instant sorceries matter cards.
Yeah, like it's fine with Young Pyromancer, right? Like nothing wrong with that. I would say it's actively good with Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Yeah, it is actually. Even though you have to exile it, like being able to be like, I'm gonna attack you for 4 with Vigilance, then I'm gonna flash it back, and now I can block.
Yep. Also, Adonto Vanguard, stupid card. So hard to deal with.
Yeah, that is like, I remember when they printed that, I'm like, okay, I guess creatures are good again? Like, white creatures are good again.
Yes.
That was when that was like an interesting time in Magic, because that was when they realized, wait, why can't our 5-mana creatures just be 7/7?
Yeah. Now, I really like here that we have either 3-mana Cleaving Skyrider or 4-mana... Is it 3 or 4 to activate Recruitment Officer? It doesn't really matter. Yeah. Also, my god, Savannah lines are getting so strong lately.
I love Troy's deck. I'm so glad we finally get to see it played.
I suspect that Ned Bob is going to flash in the Skyrider here.
I think it really depends on how much is sacrificed. Because, like, the pings from Mayhem Devil are terrifying.
That is true. We're getting 1 off a treasure, is that right?
Right.
That's a fair point. I guess, is Skyrider a 2/2 or a 2/1?
2/2.
Oh my god, Stormkiln Artist makes treasures, which sacrifice to deal damage.
Right. It's a full combo.
Alright, we're in trouble. Yeah, we're in a...
Like, normally you take the Dauntless Escort, but it's a 2/1. You can't have 1 Dauntless creatures right now. Like,
yeah. Stormkiln Artist plus Mayhem Devil. I'm not sure I've seen that in any format ever. Also,
Stormkiln Artist is a funny card.
Fame has flashback.
Hmm?
And also notably, you play Stormkiln Artist, Traith. You play Stormkiln Artist with Mayhem Devil in Export. That's crazy. Also, I want to point out Goldhound is a treasure token, or I guess not a token. It's a treasure.
It is a treasure.
Its creature type is dog, robot, treasure.
I love it. It's so good.
So it can be sacrificed to generate a ping. We know that the back half of Claim to Fame is going to generate a treasure which can be used to ping. Skullport Merchant, I suspect, also has text that is relevant. 2 mana, sacrifice another creature or treasure, draw a card. So basically what I'm saying is Ned Bob has an uphill battle.
Like, Troy can ping the Adonto Vanguard once, and then ping it a second time, and Ned Bob can respawn by paying 4 life, and Troy can ping it again, and Ned Bob can respawn by... Oh my god, this traumatic prank is so brutal.
So bad. And it's going to get sacrificed. Yeah, the conceit button is... You ever use the concede button, Scuffle? It's awesome. I love.
There's not a lot of single clicks that just end the game.
Yeah. I will say on the play, trimming. Are we trimming red?
Oh, very interesting.
Because we're just not getting there against that strategy.
The problem there is the Mayhem Devil. Without the Mayhem Devil, that's just a pretty reasonable engine.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like on the play, I would still want to be the red aggressive deck, maybe.
Like you could try to outvalue it if you have the removal for it.
Couldn't you just side in a little bit bigger with like Malicious Bugler?
I like this. He just brought in an exclude because he's that afraid of, like, being able to disrupt that combo is really important, because if you disrupt the Stormkill Martyrs combo, then you just have a 4-mana 2/2.
Yeah. Let's go to Port Down. I would like to see this work.
I think this is a good trade. This is a good exchange.
Really heads up play too, right? Like not a lot of players switch their deck construction that much mid match, right?
And sliding out the colors is a good idea because, like, the other thing this does is grow his creatures. He's got slightly bigger creatures now.
Yeah. Scuffle, did I tell you about my Gigabrain swap during Dominaria United sealed weekend?
No, what happened?
So I was at like an SCG event playing side events for the 5-color Dominaria set, right? The Lands Matter one. And I opened a sealed pool that could either be Boros Aggro or like Naya Stompy, right?
Yeah.
And my plan was, and I talked this over in group chats, and I wrote down a sideboard plan. My plan was to start Boros Aggro and then sideboard into Naya Stompy as appropriate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I had a list written out with my ins and outs. I had all my like different basics sleeved up, and I felt really good about my plan. I thought it was really interesting. And then game 1, I sit down across from my round 1 opponent, and I shuffled both fucking decks together, and I presented a 65 card pile.
Why?
It wasn't on purpose, I'll tell you that.
Oh my god, are you looking at this? Turn 3, Inspiring Overseer. Turn 4, Clarion Spirit, Basri's Solidarity, Proliferate.
Oh my god. I got distracted by the... Oh, Clarion Spirit of One Mind. Is that even better?
I only think it's better because he didn't draw his land.
Yeah, but basically, this is insane.
Yeah.
Next, yeah. Does the Apparition die here? No, the Spirit does. Okay.
Because the Apparition's not a threat yet. It's so surprising. Like, you killed the Clarion Spirit there unless you know about the Acolyte.
Yeah, we know no ghosting.
So one really fun thing to note about the chat right now, Hatter King is using voice to speech because he's having some eye issues. So I love that. His commentary is better for knowing that.
That's so funny. I'm not gonna say I thought about it very much, but I put a very, very tiny amount of thought into Hatter King has an interesting way of speaking, but that makes a ton of sense.
Hatter King is liking our commentary because he can't watch so well.
This is a ton. Did you know that Clarion spirits fly?
I did. That card's really good. That's why white-black...
really good.
Like, Clarion Spirit is how you get into white-black when you're drafting Kaldheim.
Yes. I found overall white-black... The mechanics felt weird in Kaldheim.
In Kaldheim, white-black is really strong, but you need uncommons. Like, it doesn't work as well at common.
Scuffle, do you remember that time where we were hanging out and we threw a box of Kaldheim through a basketball hoop and then drafted it at midnight?
I actually did not know that we had thrown it through the basketball hoop. I just drafted it. I just thought, what happened to these packs?
We were rowdy.
I won that draft.
That makes sense. Okay, so let me paint a picture.
Lucas should have won that draft, but he had a lot more to drink than I had.
I was gonna say, I wouldn't be surprised. Where did that one? Oh, Hobble Fiend 8. Whoa, hold on.
Dramatic prank, attack, eat.
So no, he put the trigger from Apparition on the stack, then fed it to put the first counter on Hobble Fiend, and then proliferated. Also, You might get tired of this, but I have a missing Ink Layer Hobble Fiend that's going into my cube.
I'm not tired of it at all.
This game has also been good, and it's been brief.
This is a really good way to counter, because Troy's aggressive, but he has a strong engine.
And,
so he's taking 5 in the air. He's gonna have to eat his own cutthroat.
Does this just end the game?
Just end the game? Unless Troy's holding a removal spell, which we know he's got a Brave.
Sure. Thank you, Nostalgia. I take that as a compliment. Yeah, so this beats even double eat, right?
Yep.
I don't think a
Brave does keep him alive.
Doesn't actually matter. And we're holding up exclude.
Oh, he's trying to get emotes to work through his voice.
I can't believe that you're succeeding at that. Like you're over here like saying, Siri, send OS Frog emote. Siri, OS Frog. Siri, I said OS Frog, no space.
Bill 120?
Beautiful. Do I know Bulldozer, by the way?
You do.
That makes sense.
Hang on. Sorry, everybody.
All right, you got a tournament to run.
Yeah, but I want people to be able to see the tournament.
So it appears that some stuff happened and Troy Monster is still alive for some reason.
It looks like he had the removal spell. And he shot the spear with it.
It's nice that he was able to play a creature that doesn't get hit by exclude, right? By being Angrath. Right. Dobbs to flyer. Oh no, he can gain 1 life, not Dobbs to flyer. Sorry, everybody.
He can.
And attacking with the Thraben Inspector doesn't really matter. It's actually not good.
Yeah, it doesn't do... All it does is tap the Thraben Inspector, because you have to eat a creature anyway.
Yeah. I would have actually considered...
So if you attack Angrath there, exactly the same thing happens, but the zombie can attack.
I think we could have considered sending the Banalish Knight and enlisting Thraben Inspector onto it. Then our Seasoned Hollowblade.
Good idea.
Better. Yeah, it really doesn't matter too terribly much because of the way things are.
Yeah, I think that Ned is feeling pretty secure in this because he's got that exclude. And all he needs to do is make sure that Mayhem Devil doesn't come down.
Yeah, as long as his flyer doesn't get burnt out. If he loses the 3/2, he's in a much worse position.
That was a very good sideboard plan from Ned there. Let's see if he changed anything for being on the draw.
I don't think you go back to red-white on the draw.
No, but you might bring in Shipwreck Dowser.
Yeah, I could see that.
Maybe there's the 3-mana 2/2 flyer. What we saw there is Troy's deck being very soft to flyers.
And it does have flash, so you can hold up and exclude and then cast it, which is benefit.
Oh, that might be what he's doing. 17 creatures. I love that. He's running 17 creatures, exclude of 1 mind, behold the unspeakable, and Vazri's something, and then Hoverbike gets an honorary creature.
Yeah, I like Hoverbike.
They brought back Neon Dynasty Draft, and I'm so happy about it. I love that.
I did not get to play very much of that, and it looked really fun.
I consider it the best draft set on Arena.
That seems right to me.
I like it more than so my top 5 draft sets in Arena. So Neon Dynasty. Neon Dynasty Dominaria United, Crimson Vow, Kaldheim. Oh, shoot, I don't remember number 5 anymore.
Kaladesh Remastered.
I don't super like Kaladesh Remastered.
I love Kaladesh.
I love Kaladesh. I don't like Kaladesh Remastered.
I take a lot of heat for loving Kaladesh.
Kaladesh is a great draft format. Lucas doesn't understand Kaladesh. Lucas doesn't like decks where control doesn't work, or where control isn't blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, control in that set was like playing angels. And I love that. And like artifacts that gain life, because you have to be able to block a Renegade Freighter. You can't do it without... Like, sorcery speed removal doesn't do enough. Counter spells don't do it. Turn 4 Renegade Freighter that doesn't get countered, just attacks the rest of the game. You're not going to counter every creature.
Yeah, you need like a mammoth spider.
I love Kaladesh draft. I hate Kaladesh Remastered.
I honestly played it 0. I somehow missed it.
That's fine. It's a below average. Kaladesh Remastered took out a lot of the power cards that made Kaladesh fun. Like, the thing that made Kaladesh fun is, like, the bombs, like Renegade Freighter, didn't break the game. They were just puzzles that you had to deal with.
Hey, important question, not to interrupt. Why are there 3 colors in our deck?
He went 3 colors for being on the draw. That's why he changed. He's 3 colors now.
Huh. Okay.
He brought in a few red cards. I think he wanted to be able to unearth the Scrapwork Mutt, which isn't a bad idea.
I really like Scrapwork Mutt, and it worked out. We were only minorly punished, so whatever.
We lost a turn 1 Night Command.
Yeah, it wouldn't have even been a great attacker. It would have traded, so it's fine.
Yeah, but I do think you want to trade with this Topple Fiend carry card.
I agree. Trading a 1-drop for a 2-drop that grows would be good. And notably, Banalish. So Banalish is a human. Is a Danto Vanguard a human?
Zendikar. Sorry. Zendikar is the 5th best draft format on Arena. Maybe 4th. I like it more than Kaldheim.
We can cast Of One Mind here, or we can cast Scrapwork Mutt. Okay, I respect it.
I think he's just trying to win with the Solidarity.
Yeah, set up a Solidarity that crushes them.
This Myrrh is so good. Oh wow, there's a real argument for that just being the game.
Does Solidarity change? Okay, what if you play Barret and Solidarity this turn?
That's pretty good, but Troy is a card away from assembling this. And all he has to do is eat the Perilous Mirror with the Hobble Fiend to kill Baird. The thing you gotta do.
Yeah, but it's like still kind of... I don't want to say it's okay for us, but
it's not over in Troy's favor anymore. Like, Troy had this, and now he doesn't. So that tells me that Troy has to have a follow-up. Because you wouldn't block with the Perilous Mirror there unless he had a Claim to Fame, or a Stormcone Artist in some way to keep permanents glowing.
Gosh, Claim to Fame would be brutal here. It would be absolutely so unforgiving.
So if he has Stormcone Artisan and Claim to Fame, do you play the Artisan? See, this block is so cool because, like, the fact that he made that block tells us his whole hand. It's Stormcone Artisan, Claim to Fame, land removal spell. Magic's great. He might not have the land. He might have drawn the land.
Yeah. How many removal spells are in our deck?
3.
Do we have Swallow Whole in our deck?
Oh, no. Oh, that has 0? I think actual 0. 1 sec.
Wow.
We can check.
Actual 0 would be impressive.
I want to see this block.
Unfortunate to not find like a lightning strike or anything.
I can't see my cursor. There it is.
Baird has been good.
Baird's a great card. It's a great addition. It's a little fragile, but just takes the game over.
No.
0 in the main deck? All creatures. Yeah. He's on 100% creatures. He sided in just exclude and lofty denial. That's it. He has 0 removal spells. That's why he brought in the counter spells, because he has no way to get the Mayhem Devil off the board. You gotta admire that dedication. He is dedicated to attacking. Which, when I play with NetBob and Draft Club, it's always hard control.
This is NetBob's first time playing the cube, right?
It is. But NetBob is also a streamer and an experienced drafter. So,
okay.
He went red-white aggro, but he was sitting between Thane, who we know is on the white-black control deck, 2 seats over from Troy, who we know is on black-red, and Mishurza and Bill were both playing white-based removal deck. So, like, he got all the aggressive cards, but none of the removal spells made their way to him. Bill took Swallowhole.
Do you like Swallowhole, by the way?
I do like Swallow. I think it's a sweet card.
I think it's sweet. It's got so much downside to it.
It does, but the payoff is worth it. Like, it's worth it.
Yeah, it's a 1-mana removal spell.
Yeah.
My
really
only
drives
issue
home how
is
good Swords of Plowshares was.
So my only issue... Or I have a lot of issues with it.
What we need is Oust. That's a removal spell. He drew a removal spell.
He did. Would we remove this?
No, we heal the Mayhem Devil, but the thing is...
What if the Mayhem Devil doesn't... No, the Mayhem Devil might not battle, though, is the issue.
No, so Cleaving Skyrider will deal 4 damage. But...
Oh, does it do it to any target?
Any target, but it's number of attacking creatures, which means that Troy can shoot them down with treasures.
Oh.
Like, the Mayhem Devil just takes this game over.
I will say, that's a tough line to notice as Troy. Do you think he'll find it?
Yeah. Troy's another streamer. He's quite good.
All your friends are too good at Magic.
I know. I'm very proud of them. It's because they watch
I'm
my
so
stream.
glad that I'm so glad I don't have to play this and like go 0-3 against your friends. I just sit here and I'm like, that line was bad, and then I'm just like wrong about what was happening.
Troy's very good. Mishurz is very good. That's Shaywo. You would know him if you saw him, but I don't know if you've ever had a chance to play an event with him.
In Jaywo?
Yeah, Shaywo. Mishurza.
Oh, sure. Oh, sure.
Oh, I was wrong. He didn't see it.
It's a hard line.
It is a hard line.
Scrapwork Mutt flashback could be relevant here. Oh, so I guess we did have a removal spell.
We did. Next time, Trace, I will do the Peasant Cube again next month. I'd love to have you. It is a subscriber tournament. If you subscribe today, you will still have the subscription next month. That's a big channeler. Oh, no, it's not.
Yeah.
It's a 4-3 channeler. I thought I was getting +3/+0.
I love Mad Hatter just being here and saying the word kill.
I do too. I'm glad you're here, Hatter, always.
Okay, so Angrath has text, by the way. All your creatures have menace.
That's pretty good. That Stormkiln Artist attacking for 4 year. Let's see, we can get in for 7 damage right now.
I think Troy has flipped the script. I think he's killing now.
I think, yeah, he's the attacker. Nostalgia. I'm gonna be having a makeup, I think, historic brawl tournament. Let me know when you're around.
That's cool.
I'm just happy you're here, Hatter. That's all. But Traith, if you want to subscribe, your subscription will last you until the next tournament, and I would love to have you. We'll do Peasant Cube again next month. There will be changes with March of the Machine and Shadow of Innistrad next month. But it'll still have the same feel. Probably more tribes and more artifacts. Also, battles. I'm kind of excited for battles. Like, the way they play is so completely different. The interesting thing here now...
Truth, are you saying you need money for a sub to play in Scuffles tournaments? Is that what you're saying? If that's true...
You have a whole month, though.
If that's true, let me know and I'll fix it. I got you. Hey, Scuffle, even if this doesn't carry on for exactly a month, let him play in your next tournament, okay?
Sure. Okay, I'll get you.
Alright, cool.
The funny thing about Adonto Vanguard now is it's suddenly very scary for Ned to play... Aw, thank you. It's suddenly very very dangerous for Nedbob to pay the life on this Donta Vanguard.
Yeah, 4 life
Yeah,
is
he has to kill Angrath here. Letting Angrath live. Alright, but he's cracking back for 6, 10, 13, 3 of which can be blocked. Okay. He's decided to keep the Angrath alive. But he has to grow. Growing the Hobble Fiend sacrifices a treasure. So if he had just let Angrath die here, there would have still been 2 blockers. So 1, 2 blockers hitting for 5.
This is a tight game.
Yeah, this was so. Funnily enough, it's the same amount of damage. So Troy was right here. Troy's getting the exact same amount of damage, but makes a 2/2 zombie from.
Yeah.
The only difference is that Odonto Vanguard is from. Like, that's a relevant difference. We don't know how relevant.
Dude, Angrath is good.
Yeah, Trace, if you're not in the Discord, be sure to get in the Discord so you can see when the next tournament will happen. I will put it near the end of the month, and it will carry because it's 31st and it's only 30 days in. So it should last at least until March 1st or May 1st.
Wow, Ecstatic Awakener's a problem.
It's so good here.
It also makes blocking impossible.
Yeah, whatever gets blocked transforms the Awakener. That's 7. So that is saying I will draw heroic reinforcements.
That's a possibility,
It's a
right?
bold declaration. Oh no! I don't know that that's lethal. I was just saying that because that was the best possible draw. It's only 6 damage. What a game!
That's good. That's good magic.
It is. He drew the exact card I said he would draw, and it's not quite there.
Yeah. Should have had a Homestead Courage in the graveyard.
Wow.
That'll keep you up at night.
All right, that was a great match. Who's done? We've got Miss Scherzer versus the Ida, Night Dark Life versus Thane. Hop over. Oh wow, we've had Silent Magic for so long. Looks like... Did we put Scurryoke in? What is this match?
Yeah, who are we spectating? I'm not.
This is Night Dark Life is who I'm watching.
Yeah, Scurryoke was part of the package today.
Love it.
The card is good.
It's like Night Dark was actually playing really well. That Roiling Earth, the Scurryoke to make squirrels is really strong.
Sweet. It looks like, yeah, the board is
Tadio just got there. I don't think they got enough lands that game. A really good match, you two. Sorry you didn't get the lands, Night Dark.
Love the roiling whatever Scurryoke combo. Roiling Earth?
Yeah, Roiling Earth Scurryoke feels great.
Yeah, that seems really strong.
That's so cool, Hatter. I love your clipboard. Hatter sent me his clipboard. It's great. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, shoot my way.
Looks like we're just about done. Should have one match still going. Troy, Ned Bob. We're waiting on Mishurza and the Ida. If either of them are streaming. Alright, so there's only one match still going and neither of them are streaming.
Ooh.
So, you want to talk about the rest of these decks? I think we are on Mono Red Sly.
Yeah, let's check it out.
I'm gonna run and get some water while you do. Let's
for
do
sure.
a little bit.
Yeah, so this deck is really, really strong, I think. And actually, so the guy who played it, it was his first time playing in the tournament. He drove about 2.5 hours to get here. I actually did a nice interview with him on YouTube, if anyone wants to check that out. His name's Austin, very nice guy. He is a fan of Obosh. There's a Magic content creator who goes by the name of M. Hayashi. I don't know much about them, but they innovate on Obosh a lot in a lot of formats. And I think Austin enjoys their content. So the deck that Austin brought, it is an Obosh deck. It's dedicating about $7 to Soulscar Mage, and it's dedicating about $7 to Lelia the Blade Reforged. So all of the spells have to be odd mana cost. So we're playing the Prowess package of Monastery Swiftspear. So what? So we're playing the Prowess package of Monastery Swiftspear and Soulscar Mage. In addition, we're playing Bone Crusher Giant because it can be cast on turn 2. Hey, welcome back. Would you scroll the deck list up a little bit, please?
Oh, sorry, it looks like we left it on a light scroll. What is this card?
Lelia?
Yeah. Exile a top card in your library. You may play that card this turn. That's really good.
Yes, it is a threat that wins the game on its own. Notably, it's $7.52 for a playset, not the whatever numbers you see. A couple things about this list, right? Obviously, it's Obosh, and companions are busted, right? Like, fundamentally.
Why is Bone Crusher so cheap?
Yeah, it doesn't see play anywhere. It's $1.48 on my screen, by the way, which is the right pricing. Hold on, let me send you a snip with the right pricing.
The cool list.
Yeah, so it's really strong, and I talked to him about it a lot. Because I did a interview with him that's on the YouTube channel. I posted it in the chat.
This won the whole thing?
Yeah, it won. It won a 31-person tournament, and it won a Taiga.
What's Taiga go for now? 200?
Like 200, 250. It was revised, so not a ton, but I mean, it was the biggest tournament we've had. And does he have Aethersphere Harvesters in his considering board?
I mean, it blocks everything.
Yeah. But yeah, so I talked to him about this deck. It's really interesting. Obviously constrained by the odd mana cost thing. Obviously Bone Crusher and Lelia are strong. The experimental synthesizers were really good, apparently. It's kind of like
I mean, that tracks.
Bobble.
Like, you're usually going to hit 1-drops, and
yeah,
you can crack it for P2 later on.
Additionally, so one thing I asked him about was, like, why didn't you play, like, 2 Faithless Lootings in case you flood, right? This deck cannot flood.
I mean, that is 8 manlands.
It has 8 manlands. It's got 4 synthesizers to crack. It has a
Bane deck Lantern of the Lost.
Yes. It's also got Obosh that costs 8 mana to cast.
Yep.
It's got Bone Crusher Giants, which are... It's a card you can cast on turn 2. It's also a card you can cast on turn 3, but it's also 5 mana, like, worth of investment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
For those of you who haven't played with Obosh before, the thing about Obosh is you need enough 1-drops to cast 2 1-drops on turn 2. Otherwise, you're just wasting your mana. Or Bone Crusher Giant, which is an honorary 2 mana.
Yes, and additionally, he has like 20 2 main board removal spells for small creatures.
Yep. I think
So,
it's
like,
so funny that Bone Crusher Giant just defeats Solitary Confinement.
I can't believe it. That's got to be why he won the matchup, right?
Yeah. It's also not a catch-all because Solitary Confinement still gives you hexproof. So, like,
Yeah,
you have
I
to
talked
stop.
to him. Austin targeted himself with Bone Crusher Giant.
Yeah, like you don't even want to target Layla with Bone Crusher Giant because they can block it then, even if it's just with the Sithis.
Yeah, so apparently the way the game's played out a lot is because he actually beat Enchantress in the Swiss and then met them in the finals. The way it played out was that like he would get a Lelia in play, and it would become like a 12-12 or something, and then eventually he would just stomp his opponent, and they would die. The only recourse Enchantress has, because I don't think Kyle's list was playing. Can you actually pull it up? I don't have it up still. Actually, so the Enchantress list was not playing Gideon's Intervention anywhere. I play Gideon's Intervention in my Enchantress lists because
I run Nevermore's.
Yeah, I think you should have one copy. Additionally, so I've played against the Enchantress player Kyle before. I play High Tide. I'll drop my High Tide list in chat if anyone cares. The notable thing for this is that my primary kill condition is Blue Sun Zenith to make the opponent.
This card is so cool.
Yes, it's a tutorable 3-mana board wipe that costs 35
I've seen
cents.
this card before, and it doesn't exile them, so they don't come back into play. It doesn't kill them. How have I never seen this card? I played so much Horizons.
Yeah, I don't know. It never came up, I guess. Oh, he does have Nevermore. Oh, yeah, you're right.
In the board. So, he's got in the board. So, like, the thing about the burn deck, so the thing about the Enchantress deck is any Enchantress deck will eventually get every card it needs, which is why it tends to do well. Like, there are mid-range decks that'll play Bone Crusher Giant or play these, like Jund will often play Bone Crusher Giant, but Jund won't put enough pressure on for Bone Crusher Giant to be lethal. Like, it doesn't put the pressure on to make it so that you can't play your cards. Like, being able to crack a Sterling Grove is great, but it doesn't get you a permanent that turn.
I agree. Yeah, unless you can cantrip into it. I think Flaring Pain is good, by the way, Nostalgia. That card's sick. It's a popper card, for sure. You're right that with 4 Blossoming Columns, I'm surprised he didn't have the ability to buy time, but realistically, the Obosh deck, it's not like typical, like, burn, right? It's not like you're casting Chain Lightnings at face and Fire Blast. It's getting all of its work done with cheap prowess creatures mostly. And if you have like 3 prowess creatures unanswered, you basically have an infinite amount of damage at your disposal. You don't care if your opponent gains 6 life, right? Because you just have prowess creatures. I was really happy to see Enchantress do well.
Me too.
I think having a prison deck, because we have Enchantress and we have Martyr proc with the Kamiya False Hope block. Having prison decks in the meta is very interesting.
I like it. I think it's fine because they're fragile. Like, prison decks are fragile and also not. But like, I love that Elephant Grass is a card that sees. This card, let's get another printing. This card was so expensive before.
I don't know why it's so cheap. It feels like it shouldn't be, right?
Yeah, this is the last time wow, 88 cents. Though.
Oh, the list.
Oh, yeah, that would do it.
Yeah, so
that card was like $12.
Yeah. So I gotta say, for having our first big tournament, I am beyond pleased with the top 8 because I've been playing this format for like nearly a year, and I've been really worried that there's going to be some deck that's just like above and beyond busted and is a problem, right? Or that I've always been afraid that fair decks would get pushed out by like all the different brands of unfair decks, like Cephalid Breakfast, Infect, Storm, Reanimator. Like, there's a lot of unfair stuff. Oops All Spells, Seismic Swans.
Seismic Swans. I forgot about Seismic Swans.
You can bring to light for it.
Of course.
But so our top 8, this was the standings going into the top 8. I forget exactly how it shook out. I guess I could know, but it's easier for me to read this. The top 8 going into the top 8 was Mono Red Obosh, Enchantress, High Tide, Thopter Gifts combo, Asmo Food Lonus combo.
I'm so glad Asmo Food is cheap enough to play.
Yeah. There was Blue-White Control playing Paradox Haze, a 5-mana enchantment that manifests the top card of your library. Mono Black Midrange, and Infect. That was our top 8.
That's sweet. I love... Is Invigorate legal?
Yes! You cast Glistener Elf on turn 1, and on turn 2, you cast Scale Up, and then you cast Invigorate, and the game's over.
The game just ends. That's how I got knocked out of my very first top 8, except with different pump spells.
Yeah, that's just how it goes. Yeah.
Oh, damn it. Neither of them reported. They've been done.
Isn't being a TO fun?
Yeah. Guys gotta report. Fucking hell. We've been waiting for 20... Who won? Yeah, but...
I'm gonna go get Costco wine while you discipline the kids. I'll be right back.
They told me that... Who won? You both said... Damn it. Shaywo beat Matt. Alright, Shaywo 1-2-1. Alright, everybody, last round. These are our finals. Finalized round. Here we go. All right, next round is up. Everybody can play now.
All right, I have returned.
All right, great. All right, finals are up. So the finals are Blazin versus Troy. I'd really appreciate if Troy streamed. So this is our final round. So the finals are Troy and Blazin, who notably have both won one of these events in the past.
Ooh.
And then this is interesting though, because there was a draw. If Nedbob beats Mishurza or Mishurza beats Nedbob, they're still live for second place, which that's a pretty wide bump.
Huh. That's interesting.
Pretty good. So if Nedbob beats Shaywo, then he can get second place based on breakers.
Okay.
But so Ned Bob needs good breakers here. So all the other matches all matter. So if Troy wins, Ned Bob is likely to get second based on breakers if Ned Bob wins. If Troy loses, then Mishurza is likely to get, like, it's hard, then Blazin is likely to get, or if Troy loses, he gets second. If Troy wins and Blazin loses, then Ned Bob probably gets second. This is an interesting breakers situation. Should be fun.
Oh, tournament math. We love it.
I do love it. You get good at it when you play enough of them and it's like, am I live for ninth? What has to happen for me to get ninth? Who needs to drop? What miracle, what person needs to pick their kid up from school right now for me to get 8th place? Yeah, Tim, no, it's a thing. I need Troy or Blazin to turn on the stream. Troy's streaming on... Let me see if he's streaming on... Well, so just so everybody knows, Troy here is in the finals against Blazin, and Troy is a streamer. He's another VTuber. Good guy. Make sure you check him out. And I'm just typing this so that I can get their link, but also because I want you to check. He is live. Alright, so we're going to watch his stream, but if you want to watch it from his point of view, which means getting his commentary, go for it. Why isn't this load?
Ooh, and I will say, just judging from Troy's stream title, it looks like he's making the push for affiliate on Twitch. And needs just a few more follows. And for those of you who don't know, following on Twitch doesn't actually cost you anything. And I'm not saying that ethically it's not justified to not follow him, but it's, you know, it's a bit of an ethical dilemma. Basically what I'm saying is you should probably follow him on twitch.tv to be a good person.
This stream is not loading for me.
His stream is not loading for me either. Someone said that they were having game audio issues. I don't know if perhaps they are resetting their stream to fix that.
It's funny, there's something there because we can see untapped, right? If we highlight a card. Hang on. Like, here's his deck list. Untapped is here. He is live.
It's a plugin.
Yeah,
I don't know how it works.
So it matters what's on his screen. It tracks the deck that's here and all of the individual cards. So, like, here's a swamp that his opponent has in play. So there must be other lands next to it.
Who's their opponent?
Blazin. So let's take a quick look at their decks really quick. So these are our finalists here. So it's funny, they were in different pods. So Blazin is playing white-blue tokens. Which
it's so different. We haven't seen this at all.
No, and so Blazin loves the Blink deck. So they were probably looking to be Blink deck, and because they got their Blink cards, but Ephemerate didn't come.
Yeah.
But it's okay. They are a really aggressively costed, tempo-oriented creature tokens deck. They didn't get the things that grow their team, but it's okay if you got the numbers for it. All right.
Yeah, I agree.
And meanwhile, we've seen Troy's deck a couple times. Very efficient.
Troy is appearing for me now, if you want to check it out.
Great. Troy got the most powerful, arguably the most powerful card in the cube in Lightning Bolt. Great, they're back.
Yeah. All right, so anyone who's not following Troy should definitely follow Troy. Let's get them affiliate today.
Yeah, the hardest part of getting affiliate is averaging 3 viewers, because you need to average 3 viewers over, I believe it's a month. You need to average 3 viewers over the course of a month. And also, oh, here we go. I can turn on his voice.
We are literally 2 followers away from affiliate. So
yeah, because I think his average is high enough, but you don't have as much control when you're not an affiliate. Like, you don't have control over your ads, and you don't have control over, like, you don't get recommended to people. I love this weaponize the monsters here.
Thank you for the follow.
Yeah, trading a 1/1 for a 2/2 is good, and we're draining on top of it. We get to crack our gate land, which is nice.
Thank you all for
okay
for your support.
Thanks, Hatter. Appreciate you. He's got 8 viewers. He's got it. The hardest part is keeping your average followers up, because when you're an affiliate, what you want to do is stream all the time, like when you're getting started. But counterintuitively, you want to just do a few streams a week at peak hours, because keeping it 3 average viewers is very difficult. Like, that is the hardest part.
Yeah, and not to beat a dead horse, but Troy Monster is 1 follower away from affiliate. So if you would like to be a hero, go follow.
One. The
Seriously,
look how good his model is. He's another demon boy with bat wings.
If there's one person in chat that's not following them, just follow.
There's
just,
a very real chance that there's not.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. It's 1 a.m. for a lot of viewers right now, so I know a lot of you are going to be watching this tomorrow morning. But I'm still glad you're here now, and if you're seeing this tomorrow, I'm glad too. There's the most powerful card in Troy's deck. Like, Lightning Bolt is the most powerful card he has. They can hear me. Sorry. But Blazen's not here, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's I think when you're comparing Lightning Bolt and Mayhem Devil, it's an efficiency thing, right?
Yeah.
Lightning Bolt is not pound for pound more powerful than Mayhem Devil. Mayhem Devil has a higher ceiling, but Lightning Bolt wins on efficiency, and the floor on Lightning Bolt is always going to be fine.
So what Troy needs now is, hey, he got it. He got 50 followers.
Hey.
Cloud Blazer.
So that is not just a Cloud Blazer. That is a Cloud Blazer plus Oblivion Ring.
This leaves the battlefield.
That's so gross.
We'll just.
I assume that the removal spell here works well.
It does, yeah. So, new text, if you aren't aware, it's a little bit counterintuitive, but if you kill an Oblivion Ring, well, not Oblivion Ring, a Banishing Light, while the ability is on the stack, it won't exile. And that's different. It used to be 2 separate abilities. Oblivion Ring says, when it comes into play, exile target non-land permanent. When it leaves play, return that permanent to play under its owner's control. But the thing is, if they play, it used to be, well, still, for an Oblivion Ring, if they play an Oblivion Ring, and you with Oblivion Ring's ability on the stack, destroy it, the second ability will trigger before the first ability and return nothing, and then your permanent will be exiled forever. And on the new permanents, you can do it in response, and it won't be exiled at all. I want to check on Grave Choice really quick. Here's Grave Choice. Target opponent sacrifices a non-token creature. If that creature had mana value 2 or less, conjure a duplicate into your hand. That's hot.
Oh, that's annoying.
That is interesting. It's a little strange because it doesn't... Oh! Okay, we can at least remove the Mayhem Devil, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like, a 6-mana removal spell is a 6-mana removal spell.
We have Lightning Bolt in the deck.
Oh, wait, this is...
Look at, did you hear what Troy just said? Hey, Hextech! Hextech, no, you're not a problem. It's good to see you, though.
No, I do not have audio up on Troy right now.
So Troy is... Oh, I guess... Yeah. He just said, okay, it's also important here that we put him to 3.
Creatures
have a Lightning Bolt in the deck. Aw, yeah. Thanks, Hextech. That's really sweet of you.
And now we're one spell of any... Oh, so we can Grave Choice, take their Vanguard, and then throw Vanguard plus Goldhound at them through Weaponize the Monsters.
It's pretty good. It is a non-token creature. Very important.
I want that of Dante Vanguard.
Yeah. So you can't, like, we will get a card off of it, essentially. That card's powerful.
It's really good.
I forgot or didn't know that was in...
Whoa! Denial? Yep. That's a counter spell.
Yeah, same card.
This game could still go either way.
Damn. That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
I don't know. One creature, and we still win on Troy's side, right?
That's well.
Oh wait, we can still win here.
Yes.
As for the people who are wondering about my my capped quality being at 360p,
I can't.
I think I did some research and
Can I not gift a sub to Troy because he just became an affiliate and there's like stuff to sub?
He's not an affiliate yet. It's a check they do at the end of every other week.
You can't mess with your video
okay.
Becoming an affiliate, like, people underestimate how difficult getting started on Twitch is.
But,
like, I was very lucky. That's a good draw. That's a legal draw.
Because there's multiple ways that we can win here. We even have any 2 drops?
Yeah, that should do it, right? Buy back Perilous Mirror.
Sure. Let's throw
This
the
is-
mirror.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bye.
Hextech, if you ever want to get back into it, let me know. I'll do my best to help out. Ooh, let's see what he brings in here.
So,
like,
opponent had a lot
Archfiend
like,
of Sorrows is
blue
excellent.
toughness type creatures, so
Archfiend of Sorrows is really good in this matchup, but it's really expensive.
Yeah, I think the fact that it looks like it's a pretty hard board wipe most of the time. But here's the thing, right? If you're just hard casting it, okay, we're just hard casting it.
And there's a
That's
Faithless
fine.
Looting.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it's cheaper to unearth than it is to cast. I guess we can't look at cards that he's sideboarding. I like Grave Choice. Grave Choice is a cool card because, like, if your opponent has a 1-drop and a 5-drop, they really have to think about what they want to sack.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
You know, I didn't realize Traumatic Prank wasn't the main deck card. We've seen it so often. But this is one of the decks that it's bad against.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's not so good when you're taking a Battle Screech token, right?
Right. And like even like a Cloud Blade. Calling Cleric is a really cool magic card.
That it is.
2 mana 2/1 with a Zombify attached.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where we kind of just had to play it because we need some more reanimate stuff, you know, because we don't get the really powerful reanimate spells.
Right. I just poker catched with a Kanga Ball. I want that Kangaskhan. Got a Braid? That's probably correct. Like, the thing about Blazin', like, Blazin's deck is all 2-for-1s. Every creature is worth more than 1 body or more than 1 card.
Yeah, like, you really don't win by using single target removal spells against your opponent.
It does still feel difficult to take it out, but I think it's correct. I mean, he knows
this
his
hand
deck.
is tough. I suspect that Mayhem Devil is also very powerful in this matchup.
Take a quick look at Blazin's deck.
I certainly don't like not having both colors.
Yeah. Mayhem Devil just is that good. But all of the thing of cards like Fairgrounds Warden, he just didn't see the cards that you want to braid for, which is really just Fairgrounds Warden and Clarion Spirit, maybe Fairy Vandal to a lesser extent.
Yeah, it can kill a Mirror Shell Crab, right? Crab's a artifact.
It is, and he didn't see that. But like, I don't think Blazin is ever casting Mirror Shell Crab.
That's probably correct.
I mean, he did have 7 mana last game though. Like, it'll happen.
Yeah, I mean, casting it's a mode, and so we're 1 red off of killing or of casting Saheeli, but that's I guess we could Gold Hound it.
I don't know if that's worth it. I think Troy's trying to side that too.
I bet it's not worth it, especially into open mana.
Yeah, he's expecting Blazin to drop something powerful. So his end step actions matter a lot. But he might need Gold Hound back so that he can Grave Choice in an emergency.
That's interesting. I feel like I would push the 1 damage.
So when I used to play a lot of tribal decks, one of the harder things to do...
Oh, I guess it protects from that. That's smart.
That worked really well.
It's a good thing I'm not playing, and you have to cast that.
One of the harder things that people... The hardest thing to do in a lot of matchups when you play tribal and creature-based decks, especially ones that need multiple creatures in play, is nothing. Sometimes you just have to do nothing. And that's because it's so important for you to resolve 2 spells in 1 turn or 3 spells in 1 turn. So like if I have an Aether Vial out and a Collected Company, or an Aether Vial and 2 Lords, then I need to be able to cast both Lords and activate Aether Vial in the same turn, even if it means doing nothing for 2 turns. And
this cast is good. Even if this Healy's countered, he's still going to get Delirium.
That's a great point.
And notably, there was actually a chance to get Delirium last turn because there was an instant, and Goldhound is a creature and an artifact.
That's so hot. I didn't realize that's why he was running the Goldhound.
It probably isn't, but it's a nice piece of value. I think it's minor. Yeah, I would say it's corner case enough that you wouldn't really think about it when deck building, but it's good to be aware of it in gameplay. And now, whether this resolves or not, we're fine. If it does resolve, it's pretty good. Next turn, we'll cast Mayhem Devil plus Fairy Sprite, which is good.
That's really good. You can also just Stormkill an artist. Like, the problem with Mayhem Devil Fairy Vandal is order. Though, you could actually... I've had situations where I've just... I get into lots of open mana, just cast my Flash Spell main phase, making them think I have another spell to counter, and then I get to resolve my spell. Yeah, but
no, that's reasonable.
When they're tapped out, though, it's pretty good.
It's a pretty sneaky bit of ordering, and I like that a lot.
Yeah, the thing about Magic that I love and that makes it really hard to do starting out is unless your opponent is good, you can't bluff them.
Right. It's kind of the what's that weird quote about swordsmen? You know, the best swordsman in the world doesn't fear the second best swordsman. He fears some random guy with a sword.
I like that. Right? I've never heard that quote, but I really like that.
Because if you're expecting your opponent to be like Reed Duke levels of sneaky, you're just gonna like walk into the weird stuff that they do because they are playing a different game from you. Look at that momentary blink.
Wow, look, like Blazin is up 6 cards here and is still in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Method's Enthusiasm helps.
They have instant, artifact, and creatures. So the Method's Enthusiasm...
Sorcery will give us Delirium.
Yep, but
so
it doesn't break through the Anointed.
I thought it dealt 4 damage.
It does, but...
Oh, they have a momentary blink, though, so it's kind of hard to let them keep the Cloud Blazer.
I think you have to hit Cloud Blazer.
Man, that's a tough sell. I think that you have to hit the blocker, attack for 6, and hope that you can be tempo positive enough.
You have to attack, like mandatory. Like literally must attack. But like I don't know if you block as Blazin because it's so likely that you get to ping here.
Also, wasn't the Mayhem Devil attack free? 3 damage?
It was. He was tapped out.
That's fair. It's
that's
also
okay.
It's after 1 a.m., so you know.
Yeah. This is the hardest match for not just the final being the finals.
Yeah, tournament fatigue is real.
It is. That's why repetition is so important. It's not just to learn your deck. Ooh, does he have a card draw to take out the Saheeli?
If you kick the Blood Chief's Thirst. Does it take double black to kick?
It does.
Okay,
Lightning Bolt is spectacular here.
It's very strong. Wow.
Like dealing 3 and making a treasure. And even if this Stormkill artist gets cast.
Yeah,
too bad about
the
Healy. Being able to minus the Healy and copy the Stormkill artist or even the Mayhem Devil would have been great.
Yeah, attacking with Saheeli's been relevant. Saheeli's looked so good tonight.
Yeah. 2 different decks, Saheeli's doing a lot of work.
Good card. It's another thing. Saheeli is hybrid. Iconoclast is 2-color. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So do you bolt here, generate a treasure, and then sacrifice the treasure to finish it off?
I think I wait as long as possible.
So this is going to eat the DRC. Are we okay with that?
I'm not. But Troy might be.
How else? It's hard to get through the Gurgling Anointer.
Yeah.
Maybe we can go around it.
I wonder if there's any other proliferate spells.
Well, look, I think Proliferate will be part of our big update.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I really like Drowninicker. -2
I
mana,
agree.
-4/-4 Proliferate. Bolt Surge is so close, but it's just not quite there.
Yeah, I think that we'll get all those in. I'm still really interested in Learn Lesson, with the idea that everyone gets one of each lesson card in their sideboard, but I'm a little hesitant to add additional complexity.
That might be tough, but now that we're bringing down the power level of the cube, there might be enough room to just put the lessons in.
Oh, like just play them like the right way?
Yeah, like environmental sciences is fine.
That is a fine card.
Like, I like that idea. It's just difficult in this.
Mm-hmm. And I'm really hesitant to, like, add additional rules to a cube, right?
Yeah.
It's such a high cost just to do that. Is it being kicked?
Wow, he has been able to kick, he's been able to kick this, they've been able to kick this nearly every time.
Card's good.
It's really good. I don't think it's worth the ping. Because the ping drops the power of Stormkiln Artist.
I will say Saheeli and Stormkiln play very well together.
They do.
I would consider taking DRC there, by the way. I would have gotten punished for it, but I would have considered it. With the idea... well, I guess you can't, because if you trade that for the Stormkiln, it's not good. So yeah, his line was better. Angrath was a pretty mean draw.
Yeah? It just means that the Anointer can't block.
Yeah.
So the way that Pull the Mist Moon works, that creature keeps that text forever. Which means that if they momentary blink the ninja, it exiles something again.
Oh, interesting. Are you taking the removal spell here? Probably, right?
I think so. I don't even think you can cast it. I think you just have to hold it to respond to the momentary blink. Yeah, so also if the Moon Circuit Hacker dies and Gurgling Anointer picks it up, it'll exile something too.
Only if the Gurgling Anointer dies, and I'm not sure if the Anointer's gonna die ever. I like leaving a servo back to protect Angrath. That's good.
So he might fire at the Gurgling Anointer if it goes to 3 power, because the Dragon's Rage Channeler has to attack.
Yeah, true.
Hello.
Oh,
well,
that's a fine target.
It's a good thing we kept that go for the throw.
And we just have to hope we find Reach. That's not it, I don't think.
Essentially a 4/3 with Trample.
3, 4, 5. We're getting in for 7 damage, putting the opponent to 6.
Oh, 4/3 Trample is looking pretty good now.
It's too slow.
It is a little slow.
I think we need to rip a Lightning Bolt, and I'm not sure that even does it.
We already used the Lightning Bolt.
Well, we should have 2. Who designed this cube?
Put in just 2 Lightning Bolts. Make sure they're in the same
break
pack.
Singleton for... Yeah, break Singleton for a second bolt. I hate that idea.
Yeah, I do like... when I built my Uncube, I broke Singleton rule for a playset of a card in each color. So there are 4 Snots, which has power and toughness equal to the square number of Snots in play.
Okay.
And 4 Accumulated Knowledge. And 4 Galvanic, or 4 Flame Rift.
That's wild.
It was pretty fun. It made for, like, interesting gameplay. And it's just so nice being the only Accumulated Knowledge player.
I think, yeah, attack all seems good here. They can't really block because of Angrath Menace.
Yeah. I mean, they get to block... No, they don't. No. They can't block anything.
Angrath is so good.
It really is.
What was it? We saw Samut be really good the other day, right?
We saw Samut be okay the other day.
I thought we were really impressed by Green Red Samut.
It did pretty well in one of the games. I like Angrath, though.
I think Angrath is in my actual cube. Samut is not. So that's kind of where I'm at on that. This is a winnable game, by the way.
It is.
Weaponize the monsters off the top wins, and we get to do this, and we have
and we get to draw a
Awakener.
card. But like Blazin, if Blazin is stable here, ooh,
not quite.
Can't cast it yet. So if we swing out, we don't have menace anymore. So we are sacrificing 2 creatures, hit for 2 damage, but we get to wipe their board.
Keep in mind, there's a momentary blink.
There is.
So we probably eat that. That makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
Putting the opponent to 1's appealing. They will probably blink the hacker.
Blinking the hacker to stop the... Because you can stop the Ecstatic Awakener from...
Yeah, I agree with that, because... Yeah, it's...
But you do have to go to 1 life.
You could also blink, and you could eat a servo and let them have their creatures. I think that's probably bad, but you would take 1 less damage.
You can only activate once per turn. Not sorcery speed, it's just once per turn. Does he have lethal creature? Cutthroat?
Cutthroat seems good to me, but you could do that next turn, probably.
Dragon's Rage Channeler shrank. Because momentary blink was flashed back.
Which is nice, because it means it doesn't have to attack.
Right! That's so relevant!
So, reclaim Cutthroat, Fame Cutthroat seems good. Cast Archfiend of Sorrows also seems game-winning.
I think you cast the Archfiend this turn to play around a counterspell.
If they have a counterspell, it's strictly better, right? Because you can do a flashback. Yeah,
That's true. You can't Lofty Denial this.
That is true.
Hinder Denial. Yeah, but you'd rather this be countered also.
No, because if we played Archfiend and it got countered, next turn we would have flashback.
You get
Archfiend.
a treasure.
Oh, we got it.
Oh my god, we missed the treasure, and it's tapped out now.
Okay, yeah, sure. That was insane. Really smart.
Well played, Troy. I missed that too.
Game.
Really good game.
Ah, I got him.
That's nice.
That was really good.
Let's go. I completely forgot about the treasure that I got from Stormkiln Artist, and I was like, oh yeah, I can still just cast my Archfiend. Thanks, Scuffle.
Yeah, that was good. Good conclusion.
Thanks, Rusty.
Yeah. So that was the last. That was our final match.
I was like, oh man, I'll have to wait for the Archfiend of Sorrows. I was like, wait, why is it highlighted though? Oh yeah! Oh, that was sick. Love to see it.
Yeah, that was nice.
Let's finish this out on
we
Discord.
are 4-0. We did it.
Good job, Troy. I'm happy for you. Do we call it
Went
there? It
4-0
looks
in the tournament.
there's
And
nobody left playing
also,
who's streaming.
We also got to our follower goal.
It's about that time. I gotta hop, probably. I'm tired.
Fair enough. If you want to call it a night, is there
Fantastic.
anything you want to say before you call it? And I'll do all of the closing bits.
I wonder if
I'll push budget
still
vintage
hanging
one
around.
more time. Like I said, $30 budget vintage, very fun format. You get to play busted spells. It's cheap. It's 1v1. We have a Discord server. I'll drop the link again if that's okay. And there's also a YouTube channel if you want to check it out. We are running more online tournaments as well. You can check out the Discord for that information. And if you're just curious about the format, let me post a link to the YouTube. And
it's a great format. You guys should give it a try. I'll do my best to play as well. Although I will probably have to do it in person.
Yeah, I don't know how spell table tournaments work for you, but if they do work, it'd be sweet.
I have to
I'm
get
not sure
a
if that
deck
works
together.
Yeah, like I said, you've got 3 weeks. April 17th, Monday night, is when we're targeting. Proxies are totally fine. We just ask that they're full color for clarity.
I know what the card is.
Yeah, just better. I will probably not stream, but I'll probably TO and record for YouTube. And you could definitely stream if you want to. That'd be very cool, actually.
I might. I am interested in casting that if you're playing in it.
Yeah, for sure. We could also, if you wanted, we could. I will not be playing it. Sorry, I will be TOing. But if you wanted, we could do like this, and we could stream it on your channel and co-commentate.
I do like doing that. It'd be
Yeah,
fun.
let me know.
I'd be interested in that. We'll talk.
We'll talk more offline. But thank you for having me on. This is really fun.
Yeah.
Always like it. March of the Machines comes out April 21st, right?
Yes. March of Pain, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you.
Yeah, well, look at that. So March will come out the 21st. I assume we'll do another Peasant Cube in roughly a month or so.
Yes, near the end of the month.
So you and I will talk as spoilers come out, and we'll have a fresh, new, very updated version of this cube ready for that tournament. It'll be very different.
Yeah, so normally we only change about 20-ish cards. This one will probably be closer to 100. We might just start from scratch with arena available cards.
Maybe. We're at 450, so I want to change at least 30%, which would be 135 cards.
So one thing that has happened is we are, now that we've grown a bit, it is much easier to have closer to 8 people in a pot.
Yeah.
Like 16 is pretty doable, especially when the next one I would like to have on a weekday, like closer to the morning, or weekend closer to the morning, so that more people can like a different set of people can participate, and more people can participate.
Yeah. Saturday and Sunday work fine for me whenever.
That's awesome. Thank you, March of Pain. Did you see what March of Pain says? If we do end up casting spell table games, there's a way to view matches as a third party if you have the link.
That's a really cool call. Yeah, I did a bit of that. The only thing I had issues with was getting the 2 spell table screens to be equal size. I was able to get them to both appear, but it was a little difficult. I did a YouTube video on it here, and it was a little tricky. I feel like it could be better, so I might play with it, and maybe me and Scuffle can figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, with that, I'm going to tap out and get to bed. Scuffle, always
Get
a pleasure.
Some sleep. Thank you. I know it was late for you, and I really appreciate you being here.
All good. This was fun. Yeah. Thanks for playing, everyone. This is great. I'll see you guys again next time, okay?
See you later, Rusty. Good night.
All right. See you later, buddy.
All right. So that was a lot of fun. Rusty is all done. It looks like is anybody here who can cast for me? You're welcome. Thank you, Night Dark. I was really happy you played. You've come you do very well. I'm always impressed. Who won between you and Bird Cultist? Let's see. We've got a few matches still going. 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't look like we have anyone left to cast here. Let's just switch to arena for a little bit until everyone else finishes their matches, because nobody else is streaming their matches. So we're here. 2-0 or 2-1. It matters, actually. One sec. Let's get all this set up. He might have passed out, so we're going to give it to you, Night Dark Life. Alright, and then we're waiting on Quebec and Chupo. Scott beat Bill 2-0. It's weird that the matches still matter. A draw will do that. You didn't have a lot of luck, Night Dark, but your deck was sweet. Scurry Oak plus your Scurry Oak with the Rolling Earth was awesome. Watching that play out. I had fun watching you. I loved it. Like, I don't know about your deck overall, but there were sweet interactions in your deck. Things that were genuinely entertaining to look at. Here, you want to take a quick look at it? You did, Kurath. I don't know. You might. I might pay out 2 and 2 because it's weird because of the draw. So I can't tell until later. You're 3-1, Korath. You definitely get a prize. It's probably gems, and you definitely get gems in some amount. 3-1 or better gets gems. Yeah, there was a game that I was watching. You had Scurry Oak and the Rolling Earth. And also, you lost to 2 of the finalists. So, that was the last round, Korath. The winner is Troy. You should see Troy's deck, actually. If you're looking at the stream, Troy's deck is sweet. Where to go? Where to go? Yeah, this is Troy's deck. He drafted pure black-red token stack. So he's got Saheeli and Angrath and Traumatic Prank, Grave Choice, you know, all the sack stuff. He got the Bolt, which is huge, and weaponized the monsters. But he was also feeding Delirium with Planeswalkers, and like Mayhem Devil, Stormkiln Artist, Skullport Merchant was just brutal. Like Stormkiln, I watched him, he had Mayhem Devil and Stormkiln Artist. And he claimed to famed to return Young Pyromancer to play and made a 1-1 and sacked it. It was solid. So Troy's the winner. We don't know second place. Second place is dependent on the Nedbob versus Shaywo game. Nedbob has a really aggressive but 0 removal deck, which I think is going to make it very difficult to beat Mishurza's life gain deck, which is just hyper efficient. He was short on actual life gain sources because he was fighting with a few other people for life gain at his table. We might have to cut Ephemerate for the next cube. It was so dirty, especially in Shaywo's deck. Watching him blink like a ravenous Chupacabra. So he played Hero of the Dunes to blink to return a. He blinked Hero of the Dunes, returned Skyline Savior to play, picked up Ravenous Chupacabra, and then cast Ravenous Chupacabra. Very good all around. Some really cool decks. Good luck, Korath. I'm so sorry you have to go to work. It was pretty good. We might take out Ephemerate for a different blink card. Maybe move it slightly more into blue. We're going to be making a lot of changes. So like one weird thing about this cube is that the power level is pretty high because the power level of commons and uncommons is pretty high. Like if you looked at Troy, he had a lightning bolt, right? So we built a lot of the power level around lightning bolt, swords of plowshares, counterspell, these quintessential commons and uncommons. But if we take those out, suddenly the power level drops a lot and we need to change things around. The weird thing is a lot of the alchemy cards are actually strong enough to be on the level of lightning bolt. And like there's Modern Horizons cards available. And you can do interesting things with cards from War of the Spark and Stormkiln Artists. Very cool. Look at that, Troy. Be proud. All right, 2 matches still going. Yeah, I really wasn't expecting them to be so difficult. Oh, one game I picked up that you all might like is Deceive Inc. I'm going to show it off for like a few minutes if I can. I'm not positive that I can. This was fun. Y'all did great. I feel really guilty about Pop-Tart Kitten. There was nothing that could be done. Still, like all these decks look good. Her Bailoff is so ridiculous. Whatever 1 or more plus most encounters are put on Herd Baloth, create that many 4/4 beasts. So if you get it with the Rolling Earth, you just make a 4/4 every turn. I always look at Night Dark's pool. Wow, I'm tired too. Right, so like this is solid. You have a good curve. You're gaining life. You have little interactions, which matter a lot. Like the problem here, Night Dark, wasn't that your deck was bad, is that you were fighting in little ways with people further away. So like, but you did a really good job on this. Yeah, blue. So there was a really interesting moment from Coolwrath actually. So if we look at Coolwrath's deck, Coolwrath said right at the beginning, I want to be 5 colors. I want to be green 5 color. So he picked these green cards, and then he picked more green cards. Like his first pick was Jaheira, and his second pick was where to go. He Settle the Wilds, which you get lands, right? So it's land-based deck. And then he picked up like a Skittering Surveyor and a Patch Plate Resolute, because Patch Plate Resolute is just a good card in any deck. It's an artifact creature. And then when all the cards had been seen, there were 6 cards left in the pack, and 4 of them were blue. That's when he picked up Kindred Denial. And at that was a moment where it was like, okay, blue needs to be my second color, because that's what's most open. He committed to this green 5 color pile, but then started grabbing blue cards as a second primary color. And then built a deck where he had green cards and green mana and blue mana early, and then got all the rest of these a lot later. So like he rolled with it, and it did pretty well for him. It's tough, but I was really glad. It was lots of fun. I want to make sure I get a screenshot of Troy's deck. Oh, he's watching my stream, and now he's watching me watch him. Hey Troy, I see you.
Oh, streamception. Oh no.
Well, Troy, as long as you are watching, could you send me your deck list, the one that you ended up running when you get the chance? You did a great job today. I had a lot of fun watching you. I can't believe that's never come up before. There were some really good decks today. This Warhost Frenzy pick was really fun because we're talking about what you could do by kicking it. If you kick a Warhost Frenzy with a Young Pyromancer and as a Healy out, then you make 2 3/1 blockers, which both trade and draw a card. But the Stormkiln Artist, Mayhem Devil Shenanigans were great. It was really fun seeing like this is one of the decks in the commitment pile. He grabbed an early Mayhem Devil and committed hard to the sacrifice decks. And then you had Mishurza, who picked up a Bloodchief's Thirst and a Cast Down. But then he saw in pack 3 there was a Markov Purifier and a Bloodthirsty Aerialist in the same pack, and he thought, I'm going to table this Bloodthirsty Aerialist, and took this Markov Purifier and just picked up the life gain from there. Where if you go over here to look like Quebec's deck, Quebec first picked the Seize the Storm, which just cares about the number of instant sorceries you have. And so he said right off the bat, good night, Hatter, get some sleep, buddy. I hope things go well. And I'm glad that they have a cause and a solution. Really love you. All right, so he first picked the Caesar Storm, which committed him hard to picking up all the other red removal spells. And just instant sorceries in general. Like Dragon's Rage Channeler, Sprite Dragon, Young Pyromancer, Firebrand Archer. This deck is so cohesive. So if we... These are the only 2 cards in the deck that don't either feed the game plan or benefit from the game plan. So like Saheeli is not an instant or sorcery spell, but it gets an instant or sorcery spell. Like this deck is perfect. Like Lightning Bolt over Shock, but this is a feat of an open archetype. Like even this Fading Hope, this Modern Age, this is normally a great card. This didn't make the cut. The deck was too lean. Let's check back. Still got 2 games going. One sec. I got a 2-1. All right, Ned got Mashur the 2-1. Hey, Luna. Oh, get some sleep. And thank you. I did have a great stream. It was a lot of fun. I really, just great people. Like, we had such cool decks. People drafted such cool decks. Look at this life gain pile. It's perfect. He had so much control compared to a lot of the others. Lots of removal. He blinked Chupacabra so many times. We're just waiting on Chupa. Alright, so once Chuba and Quebec are done, we are done. But I'm going to be right back. I need to get some more water. I'll play a game or something. I'll just play a game now. Play a game of Neon Dynasty while we wait for them to finish. Because I can't. So this is my favorite draft format ever. I just drafted. Oh, I didn't actually finish building the deck. I should be doing some Shadows of Innistrad because he opens in the morning. All right, we need Cuba and Quebec. They didn't both go to bed on me. All right, so this is, I don't really remember the draft process, but I know I started early with the Modern Ages, and then white and green opened themselves up. In pack 3, the pack was terrible, so I took the Long Reach of Night. But I got to build this one out, I think. So with Neon Dynasty, it's all about the little packages, because you don't need as much removal, people don't run as much removal, and the protection spells are actually pretty good. Well, that's not good. Get off! Oh my god. Alright, well, I have an Azusa's Many Journeys. Little removal is a good thing. You just don't want too much. Commune with the Spirits will often replace the 16th land if you have enough artifacts. Or 17th land, I mean. We might go down to 15. I'll consider it. This is just a spell. And I go 4-color pile. I've got Uncharted Haven, Ecologist Terrarium, Network Terminal, and Graft Growth. I can go 4-color pile. Maybe on the Twisted Embrace. I'd mostly care more about these Long Reach of Nights because they let me grind. If I take out the prototype, I don't need much blue. I just need 1 blue source for the Colossal Turtle later on. Because it's fine if this card is just recovery. Alright, they're at time. I'm going to message him. I might need to require people to be in the Discord if this is going to be a thing in the future. I want to finalize this tournament. Definitely need the spinning wheel kick. All right, that's 44 cards. We're going to hit done because I need to get this Zeus's Mini Journeys off my mouse. Okay, good 3s, good 2s. We're splashing for 2 long reach of the night to help with the grind. So I'll cut 1 befriending the moths, 1 safekeeping. What? We'll get. I'm cutting all of the islands. 1. How many lands is that? 13. Oops, I didn't mean to cut that. 14. 15. 16. Yeah, that's fine. Too tired to do it right. All right. Well, neither of them responded. Should I just assume that they are not here anymore? I guess I'll call it a draw. All right. Well, neither. I get it. We're just calling it a draw. And neither of them are streaming or responding. That's not right. They have time. They can do turns. Oh, your music. You probably can't hear the music right now. I can also put on whatever music I want right now. Get my music on. It was. Oh, we're rewinding. Because it's April Fool's Day. We'll throw it back. I just need a 3rd land at that hand. Yeah, I like that. Skyver Growth does pretty much the same thing. Barry Ink, hey, thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing? It's good to... I'm Scuffle. Let me know if you have any questions. Alright, if they haven't talked to me by the end of this game, it threw me a little. I like it. One day feels appropriate. Solid. Let's go get a plains, and we can get a graphic growth down. Graphic growth's weird because you really want to have a creature in play first. Nice to meet you, Fairy. This is my favorite Magic set. Look at these D&D dice. My puppy. Lightning Bolt Call out. Lanorels. Goblin Balloon Brigade. That's terrifying. We're going to have to try and get them to crew it so we can repel it. We have to grind them out here, which is going to be really difficult because they get 3 free cards from the Bank Buster. It's pretty cool. This is new. This is not always the case. Pushy boxes. Yeah, this is our splash. Yeah, we're just going for it. If he wants to kill the exemplar in response, that's fine. I'd rather... The removal in this format is rare and difficult. But being 4 power means that they can't flash something in and block the Bank Buster. If they want to Wander Strike, that's fine. That's a spell spent on an Aganjo exemplar when we're going to pick it up. This is a... Yeah. So okay with that. So this just crews to attack. I'm kind of surprised they bounce instead of drawing a card. Double long reach of night. Ooh. This card's awkward because if they sacrifice the creature here instead of discarding a card, the next turn they don't have to do anything. Whiplash of music. This is solid. We can play the Network Terminal and the Iganjo Exemplar. Taking 8-ish next turn. I might just let them crew this. And then repel at the vial. Because I don't want them drawing the cards off this. Interesting. But probably correct. Let's get a body down. Network Terminal plus Ecologist Terrarium. Let us loot a card every turn. Interesting. Alright. It's like they need a 5th land, which tells me Imperial Oath is what they're going for. Which Imperial Oath puts out 3 2/2s and scries them 3. So we have to grind through a lot of bodies, which means I want to try and long reach of night this turn rather than next turn. Otherwise, they'll just sack to Samurai. Not bad. Let's Kraken for 3 and see what they do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana to work with. That's Go Shintai, plus either Season Renewal or Tamiyo's Safekeeping. And I want to try and make sure that one of the permanents I get back... A Fletchling! Fletchling is very strong. Ah, damn it. I wanted to use this 2 mana for it. This is fine, though. It just makes it hard for me to Tamiyo's Safekeeping and activate the terminal. Alright, so this is a loop. Which means I need to pressure them pretty hard to answer the loop. But it's also 6 mana, so they can't really take the time to make it work. It's been 5 minutes and nothing from either of them. Alright, so there's that Imperial Oath we were talking about. We're going to attack, and when they activate the Bankbuster, we'll exile it. Not ideal. We wanted to do it long ago. Are they attacking me? I'm very okay with that. They have tapped 2 Samurai for it. I need to put on a lot of pressure here. They have their loop. I have the same loop in here. No box. One, two, three, four, five, 6. In long reach of night, Shintai, safekeeping. The long grind of night. Don't know. So, like, I'm a late game control grind deck. I don't think I can beat this without drawing my own combo. I'll go to 4 here. That's fine. I'm surprised they didn't try and channel this. Oh, I guess they're just picking it up. That's fine. One, two, three, four, five, 6. I can go up 7 mana. Interesting. One, two, three, 4 for the repel the vial. 1 for the safekeeping. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 3 for a season of reading. No, I just need to survive this bounce spell. They're gonna try and bounce, attack me with 4. I'll safekeeping and block. I want to wait to attack and then exile it. Alright. So this worked out really well because they're going to do attack. So they fired this to win the game, but it breaks their loop. They can't season of renewal back the Colossal Sky Turtle. They're still going to attack. They might not attack. And this will just keep growing. Attack for 7, take 4 here. Now this can crew, but that's fine. I get to play this out, whip it. And now this will survive the block, but even if they kill this, it'll come in as a creature. Oh, they do have 2 mana left to work with. Three 4s with menace. We are just slowly pushing through. They double block. I think I'm fine just attacking this into these 2 so I can season it back after dealing with their small creatures. God, if they could put it on a vehicle. I'm fine just trading this for a card. I mean, I do have menace. But I care about grinding through every single one of their cards. I have my own loops. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I will have to play this land. Creature, enchantment. And the night is here once more. I have spinning wheel. Let's see. I've got another season renewal. I have spinning wheel kick, season of renewal. And I get to start digging next turn. I'll probably just pitch this. Interesting. They decided to sacrifice a land and discard a card rather than just discarding a card. Love this song. I have no more hidden information. Alright, none of them got back to me. I'm gonna kick. All right. We have our final standings. I'm gonna take it. Sorry, I was minimized for too long. That's really good. Quite a draw. Gotta sack a creature. What are you sacking? Let's use the terminal and see what we draw. It changes a lot. Okay, it doesn't actually change that much at all. This flips into a 5/5, and I have a 6/6. This just attacks, and I block. And this can't be blocked this turn. So, what we want to do... attack for 6, because that can't be blocked. Then we'll just take this off. I do want to play this land, so I can still activate the Ghost Shintai. And now I have good blocks. So I have a 6/6 here, a 1/4 here, a 2/1 here. If they attack for 5, I'll chump because they'll through here. Wow, consecutive strong draws. That's okay though. I do need one of my good cards. A spinning wheel kick would be best. If I attack here, I'm swapping with a Fang of Shigeki, but that's not terrible. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey! Pretty good. I can attack for 7 in the air. But if I wait one turn, I'll be attacking for lethal in the air. Six, 7, 8 is what I'm attacking for this turn. We'll pass. We're going to keep this a surprise. This is what I was looking for. I can target their shrine. No, they don't have any reach or flying. And whatever they draw, they kind of got to play. All right, good game. Yes, it just counts as 10 points in the prize wall if that's what you want. Good game. That's why you grind. We broke a loop. Good first game of the season. All right, I'll be right back. And then, but it looks like the tournament is all done. Oop, not that one, this one. So this is our top 8, everybody. Solid. Congratulations, Troy. You played so well today. I got you. I will be processing all of that tomorrow, Night Dark, okay? But if there's something that you want, tomorrow's a good day for it. I'll be right back. Here are our top 8. Just, if you could send me that in Discord, I'd appreciate it. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, so this is a special thing. Really fun. Great day. Alright, so this is a new game I just got. It's called Deceive Incorporated, and I want to play a game before bed. There's a non-zero chance it will crash my computer, so that's why we're doing it at the end of the stream. Okay. Here's the music. No, that's all right. Shoot, forgot how loud Deceive Inc. was. No, we should call it a night. All right, so we're gonna call it a night. I know I was gonna play, but I just realized what time it was, and it was a light tournament. Lots of fun tonight. Everybody, thank you so much for being here. I had so much fun today. It's a good tournament. I'll have a makeup tournament for some of the people who couldn't make it. And I know I'll do a Deceive Inc. stream next week though. Oops. I'll do a Deceive Inc. stream next time. It's like a battle royale, but you're spies and you have to. You're welcome, Night Dark. Thanks for playing today. All right, so we're gonna call it a night there, and then tomorrow morning I'll be on for the open. So tomorrow Shadow over in Shadow Open, I'll play in that. I might do the play-in qualifier too. I haven't decided yet, and then the following day is a board game teaching stream. That's going to be a lot of fun. let's just go see what Troy's doing. I think he's just doing some Sir drafting. That seems great. I think he more than earned a raid here. But I am going to, so let's go say hello and good night. Good night, everybody. Lots of fun today. I'll see everyone tomorrow for the Shadows over Innistrad Open. I'm really excited for it. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm even putting in some money for it, which I haven't done in a long time. Good night, everyone. Thanks for being here today.